Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite will never ever use the R slur. Adam Friended.
What's up? Yeah, look, I hear that's offensive, so I'm trying to do
I
my
was about to call
best.
you Tarded Friended, but I did not say not.
That's cool. I can accept it. Look, I'm here for the jokes, okay?
Of course, of course. So today we're watching another one of these. Oh my God, I can't get enough of these videos. They're always so funny. Another one of these videos attacking the critical drinker for being a horrible, evil, right-wing, racist, sexist bigot. Oh my God. Just
Is that
this.
really what it is, or are they attacking Critical Drinker because he's wildly successful?
I mean,
Like,
it's like the little girl meme. Why not both?
oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably going on.
Yeah, because if
Definitely.
he was some big, leftist, like God, what's that guy's name? Toy blanking on him.
Oh, they
Um,
yeah, they wouldn't be
like
attacking
Ollie
him
or
though.
something. Yeah, like
Oh, yeah.
they would be praising him and be like, "Oh, he's so based. He's so awesome. He has very high media literacy. Oh my gosh."
Oh, yeah. You're
So
talking H Bomber guy, the
H
the
Bomber guy,
29 million
yes,
views a video guy.
right. He
Yes.
produces content like once every 5 months or something. So,
Of
but
course, he has
anyway,
massive media literacy.
exactly,
Your
exactly. So
favorite word, Sitch. I know you love that word.
oh my God. See, that's a good way to know that you're talking to someone who's an idiot if they ever use the word media literacy in an
Mhm.
unironic, unsatirical way. I've never heard anyone
Right.
actually use it. I'm like, oh, that's a person that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But so
Media
this,
literacy means you basically like garbage, right?
yes.
But you have good rational reasons why you like that
No,
garbage.
it means you have a very specific set of political views. And if you don't agree with those set of political views being in every, movie or television show or video game, you're a bad person.
Right. Okay. Look, they accept the programming.
Yep.
Yes.
So this YouTuber's name, Th3Birdman, I'm unfamiliar with him until recently. Someone sent me this video, I believe a week or two ago, and I was completely unfamiliar with this person. I said, "Oh, let me watch this," and I watched and said, "Wow, this is just trash."
Yes.
And the same person then, kind of hilariously, went on and had a live stream where he talked to our good friends, actual fandom, and organized chaos. And they
Wow.
all hooted and laughed about how hilarious it is that, Critical Drinker is an evil white racist.
That's hilarious. I didn't listen to that live stream. I should have. So, but
It
this
was
is like the
super boring.
cornucopia of cringe here.
It was
This
super
this
boring,
video.
and they never said anything of value, even worth responding to.
Okay, so I didn't miss anything.
Yeah,
Good.
no, it was terrible.
I did watch a few of his videos, and he makes
Yes.
like he obviously goes to the race card in this critical drink, this response video to Critical Drinker. And I'm
Mhm.
like, wow, Critical Drinker said that. And I started looking around for the video, and I'm like, I had to watch like three of his videos just to be able to find the clip that he pulls.
Mhm.
So I ended up watching a few of his videos, and they're all pretty cringy. So
They're all pretty
that's
bad. Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
Um, oh, so let me read this before we start because it's pretty pertinent. Anonymous Coward for $20. Thank you. Says, I've come to find the contentious discussions had in gaming and media are not met with woke people, but with those who are reflexively anti woke. It's a fish and water moment where they claim an incoherent apolitical stance. You are completely correct. This is the trend now. It's for like these people to come out and say, I'm not really politically on one side or the other. I just hate the people that complain about wokeness. And you go, that's interesting. And then when you listen to their take and you look at their Twitter timeline, they all seem to fall in one specific category somewhere on the political spectrum. So, you know,
Right.
that's going to come up in this video and we'll discuss it when it comes up. But I'm just a little skeptical about these whole like, I mean, I listen as a former enlightened centrist. Okay. I would love and be completely empathetic to individuals who say, I don't fit neatly on a political spectrum of the left right dichotomy or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I go, oh, right. Like a fellow after my own heart. But then I listen to them. I'm like, oh, that doesn't seem right at all. It seems like BS.
They see progressivism as apolitical. They're like, that's just reality.
Yeah, yeah, that's about the size of it. So
Yeah.
anyway, so let's jump into this. It's called Exposing the Grift of the Critical Drinker.
You keep backing up when there's just like this long,
there's just
boring
silence. Yeah.
silence.
I'll read it because I know.
And
you
then
like
he
to read it.
look, and this is what happens. You know, obviously I like movies, you like movies, Sitch.
Mhm.
In a movie theater, this is a much different experience. I don't think this experience works on YouTube particularly. Do you have an opinion on that when you do like a long movie intro like this on a video?
You are correct. I mean, like when you're in the movie theater, obviously you're stuck in this giant dark room, and there's a massive screen that takes up your entire visual, frame. So yeah, you kind
Right.
of have to like read it. I'm pretty sure at some point in my long YouTube career, I made a video where I did something similar, something
Oh
which is
yeah, of
stupid.
course.
I'm
Yeah.
sure I did the little silent text, but yeah, you are correct because usually nowadays most people just listen to it anyway. So
Yeah,
you
they
should.
got their phone in their pocket. They're like, "What's taking this video so fucking long to start?
Yeah,
Jesus, what
yeah,
the
I've
fuck
had
is
that
going
happen.
on here?"
I've had that happen multiple times, and I'm like, oh, there's just text on the screen. I'm like, this is stupid. Yeah, so you should always
Yeah,
read your text, folks, when you're making a YouTube video. People don't watch this stuff anymore.
yeah,
So,
totally. But we will read
so
it for you because
we'll read it
it's
for you.
rather entertaining.
So the quote is, "If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it." And then this
Right,
is attributed to a fucking Nazi.
right.
So there's a couple things to talk about. Number one, obviously, right off the bat, literally the first thing in the video is trying to associate Critical Drinker with an actual literal Nazi. So
Yes.
you can
Yeah.
sort of see the direction where this supposedly apolitical YouTuber is going. Is to not just say, I disagree with Critical Drinker's movie takes, I disagree with Critical Drinker's politics, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm sure there's some critiques that you could levy that you'd say, okay, maybe I disagree with this, but this seems rational. No, right off the bat, you're a literal Nazi.
Yeah, totally.
And then
Yes.
the second thing about this quote that I find extra hilarious is, so this quote is, I believe, normally attributed to Goebbels, that the Nazi Goebbels. And so I don't know if you recall, I think it was on Thursday or Wednesday, we were watching a video and there's some quote, and I looked it up and I said, usually when you see someone put a quote on the internet, it's fake. And then you look it up and you find out that the quote never existed or exists in some different context or something. And so
Yeah.
I've heard this quote before. So I said, okay, let me Google this quote.
No
So
way.
I Googled
You did the thing.
so
Holy shit.
so I Googled this quote. And literally, like, the first link is like, this is a fake quote.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. This is a big one. This is a big lie. The irony.
Yes. The irony here of a quote about lying is the quote isn't even a real quote. So just let that seep into your brain. Now, before you say, but Sitch, are you sure you didn't look up some evil white racist Nazi site that was trying to run defense for Nazis? So when I looked up this quote, the first link that comes up is the jewishvirtuallibrary.org. So
Wow.
not exactly your pro-Nazi organization, but they talk about this quote. They said this is not a real quote. The closest quotes, I'm not going to read them because they're kind of long, but the closest quotes are attributed to Hitler and Goebbels. And both of them are, the Hitler one is Hitler actually talking about Jews. So he's accusing Jews of, telling some kind of
The
lie,
big lie. Oh, interesting.
of some kind of lie. And then the Goebbels quote is him talking about the British. Neither of them in the quote are advocating for, this, to do this to the German people or something to brainwash them to that effect. So I just thought it was hilarious that we have a quote about lying that turns out to not even be a real quote in the first place.
It's a big lie that
Big
everyone
lie.
repeats.
Well, and then even more so, and he kind of talks about this, is that there's like this weird big lie about Drinker that just gets passed around by all these people that he is this horrible, evil, white, racist, sexist POS.
Yeah, that's a big lie. That's what's funny about it.
Right.
The illusory truth effect is a phenomenon that was first detailed in a 1977 study. It's the inclination of people to believe false information after being exposed to that false information many times. Repeated exposure to lies caused the false information to feel familiar to the participants. In that study, they found out that the more familiar the information feels, the more likely that familiarity overpowers a person's rationality. In other words, the more you hear something, the more it feels right. Further studies showed that the illusory truth effect could even make people have false memories, and that people with names that were easier to pronounce were more readily believed by participants of the study. This is a powerful psychological tool that grifters employ on their audience, and it's...
I'm glad he brought this up. I'm glad he brought this up because he's essentially, and the irony, of course, of this whole video is that he is doing this exact thing. He's participating in this exact process because this is what we always hear about Drinker or any of the quote anti-woke people that talk about movies or media or video games is, oh my God, they're complaining that there's too many non-white people in something. They're complaining about there's too many women in something. Therefore, they're racist. Therefore, they're sexist. And they just make this statement again and again and again. They don't actually, create a logical argument and then bring up facts to support the argument. And then they don't even try to address but wait a minute, this contradicts, this contradicts your argument. Look, here's an example of like Critical Drinker or someone talking about like this 20 female characters that he thinks are well written, or a video where he talks about like how to fix Finn from Star Wars. Why would he waste his time if he just hates black people? But no, none of that ever gets addressed. Or if it does get addressed, it's just, well, I read into his mind and I saw that he's secretly racist and evil. And I can tell that he's just doing this to sort of dog whistle and to distract, his audience from knowing the truth that he's an actual Nazi.
He does address it to the effect that he says it's the equivalent of saying that you have black friends when you point those kinds of things out. So
right, but even he
addresses it, but says you're still guilty.
Of course, but even that's like a bad one because the whole like the I have a black friend thing is supposed to be, at least in theory, like, oh, someone saying I can't be racist because I have one black friend, right? But if you're like, oh, if someone, they have like 50% of their friend group is not white, you'd be like, that's hard to believe that person would be racist, right? So it's a little different if Drinker was like, oh, here's like the one female character I like, every other female character sucks. But if he goes through a long list, which he does in the video, and he goes like, oh, here's like 20, female characters I think are well written, and then explains why he thinks they're well written, and then explains why he thinks the quote strong independent woman stereotype is poorly written. He's actually laying out an argument that goes beyond the I have a black friend argument.
Right. But you're saying what his argument in this video is the equivalent of illusory truth. He's basically not really basing it on anything tangible.
No, he's just
repeating the bullshit he's heard everyone else say.
Well, we'll see. Look, we'll go through this video and we'll see what kind of fact claims are made in this video outside the realm of, claiming the ability to read minds and dog whistling.
Effects are seen every single day. How many times have you heard vaccines cause autism or go woke, go broke? There is a reason these people repeat these mantras over and over, even in the face of conflicting evidence, and that's because repeating false information makes it more likely to be believed. Here's a network graph of the phrase go woke, go broke on Twitter from August 2022 to February 2023. The blue represents left-leaning users, while the red represents right-leaning users. The irony of the shape formed by right-wingers isn't lost on me.
So he brings up this and he goes, ha ha ha, it looks like a dickhead, I guess. And it's like, what is the actual the only argument is that yes, people on the right say go woke, go broke. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And
it's like, okay, like, I guess he's trying to say like, well, see, like they say it again and again and again. So that therefore it must be part of like not being true. It's like, okay, well, first of all, the left says a million things again and again and again. Some of them are not true. Some of them are true. Same thing for the right. Like it's so weird. They just presents this graph like as if it's supposed to mean something. Like, look, I have a scientific graph of people on the right saying a phrase. You're like, oh, exciting. Very
people say true things over and over and over again too. So, and we haven't established, I mean, he believes get woke, go broke is false. So he's already incorporating that into his analysis. So, but I don't think he makes good arguments in favor of that.
Well, yeah, in this video, he doesn't really make,
he
doesn't really make an argument in this video about that. So,
right.
And obviously there are definitely times where things are woke and they do very poorly. And there are times where things are woke and they do very well.
Yeah, of course. So, Barbie.
Well, yeah, Barbie did very
well.
Very
woke, very popular. Exactly.
Right. Barbie did very well. The Acolyte did very poor. So.
Literal dickhead. This brings me to the subject of this video, Will Jordan, aka The Critical Drinker. Tell me, how many times have you heard him say, "The message"? What's up, everyone? It's your friendly neighborhood Birdman.
So he's basically going to try to make the argument that the message is another one of his big lies. I also hate the fact that he uses his real name because it's such a sleazy intimidation tactic that all these guys do. They're like, here's his real name for you guys. They constantly want to make an argument that everything they say and do creates harassment for other people. And then they just, do this weird thing so that they get as much harassment as possible.
It is weird. Cause like sometimes if they are a person who's just like their name on the internet, like their real name, then you could be like, okay, well, they just think using our cartoon avatar YouTube names are like silly or whatever. But this guy has, his channel name is Th3Birdman. I don't know what his real name even is. So it's kind of ironic if that's the case in this situation.
Oh yeah, it's you agree it's a major intimidation tactic, right? It's like, I know your real name.
I don't know if I interpret it as an intimidation tactic. I think I interpret it more like it feels like belittling and insulting. And I can't tell why. It's somewhere in like the tone of voice in which they say the name.
I think the purpose behind it is, we know who you are. We know who you really are. You should be afraid because we know.
Maybe,
we're watching you, you right-wing chud racist. That's exactly what it means. Oh, you can't convince me otherwise.
Okay.
You're being too good faith, Gary.
Today, I'm going to question why people believe this grifter and show you precisely why you shouldn't. Due to the kinds of people this video is sure to attract, I think I need to put my cards on the table. Firstly, I am not a political type. I rarely, if ever, bring up politics, and when I do, it's usually to make fun of them, left or right. For this behavior, I have been routinely called right-wing and left-wing by people who make politics their entire identity. My position is that political folk are mirror images of each other participating in the Spider-Man meme, where they blame each other for doing exactly what they themselves are doing.
Is any of this stuff on screen important? He does this a lot in the video where it's just like, there's a lot of content going on. These things seem to be the things that make his argument for him. But he doesn't bother reading them out.
Well, yeah, so he's trying to claim, okay, so he's trying to claim like, oh, I'm an apolitical person. I'm not doing this for, I'm not just someone on the left doing it for left-wing reasons. I'm just following the facts. I'm just following, the truth here. But he doesn't,
Right.
but he doesn't really he doesn't show that argument. He just flashes this tweet, which I'm going to see if I can find here in a second. But I was curious because I was like looking through his Twitter feed to see like, oh, okay, well, maybe that's the case, right? Like maybe I can find tweets of him complaining about the left, complaining about the right. But unless I was missing them, all I found was him complaining about the rights. And it wasn't like the closest thing I could find was that he said that he was a Bernie Sanders supporter in 2016. And he believes the kind of conspiracy that the Democratic Party rigged the nomination for Hillary.
Wow. Okay.
So it's like, okay, is that an apolitical person? Someone that believes that from 2016? Does that sound doesn't sound apolitical to me.
Well, depending upon how you define politics, but yeah, obviously he's following the 2016 election, right?
Right.
Following the primary election even.
Right. And Bernie was like the most, probably far left candidate from the Democratic side, in my lifetime anyway. So, and here's the interesting thing. This is from July of this year. He says,
is that why he calls himself the Birdman? Because of Bernie?
Because the little bird flew on the podium? I don't think so. So it's interesting. So this was in a Twitter thread about like, when people talking about Joe Biden dropping out or something. And someone was talking about like Bernie Sanders should like replace Biden. And someone said that Bernie Sanders wouldn't stand a chance, which I think is true in 2024. I think in 2016 or in 2016, Bernie would have done maybe better because the country was sort of in this like especially the left as well as the right was in a very heavy change moment. I don't think that's the case right now. But someone says Bernie wouldn't stand a chance, and then Birdman replies, "You're high. Bernie Sanders moves the moderates. Biden didn't, and Kamala doesn't."
Okay, so that's recent. Wow.
So he thinks in 2024 that Bernie Sanders would get moderates out to vote in this election. How do you feel about that statement? Because I feel like that's so
not really.
detached.
I disagree
from the political situation. Like there's a reason. First of all, there's a reason Kamala is running. Like I don't even understand how you could say this. Kamala's running to the center
as a moderate,
right, as a moderate, and Bernie was even more far to the left than she was in 2016 than she was in 2020. So I don't even understand like why he thinks that Bernie Sanders appeals to like all these moderate candidates in the first place.
Bernie lost the primary, and the argument that Democrats will make for not nominating Bernie is that he would lose massively in the general election because he would lose the moderates. He's basically a socialist.
Yeah, I mean, he's close as you're going to get in the Democratic Party, at least openly. So
yeah.
And then someone had another tweet that was like, they're kind of insulting communism and fascism, and they were promoting traditional capitalism. And he basically says he's basically criticizing the meme. I don't want to have to go through the whole meme, but he's basically criticizing the whole meme from like criticizing capitalism. So I don't know. It's not exactly clear where his political positions are because
he's anti-capitalist.
Well, he says he's not. In other tweets, he says he's not. But it's like it's a lot of saying that he's not like political, but they're not exactly saying what he is, which to me is kind of hyper suspicious. Because like, well, then what the fuck are you? Like, is there a reason you can't ever explain your political positions on anything? So,
right.
And he also says, do you know which political candidate neo-Nazis and white supremacists support? Talking about the Republican Party.
Kamala.
Yeah. So obviously not a fan of the Republicans, obviously not a fan of Trump. So I don't know. The whole like I'm not political thing seems kind of ridiculous to me, but there you go.
Entire identity. My position is that political folk are mirror images of each other participating in the Spider-Man meme, where they blame each other for doing exactly what they themselves are doing, something the drinker is heavily guilty of. I think it's silly to adhere to political sides because at some point in time, you're going to have to defend nonsense to maintain the integrity of being on that side. The only side I'm on is reason, logic, facts, science, and math. So believe me, when I criticize this very obviously right-wing chud, I'm doing so out of the spirit and integrity of unbiased media discourse, which is something I care about deeply. Less important.
It's, the way that people talk, it really, in like the language they use, it signals to the audience a lot about the person, the individual. And
it does, yeah.
Right. So if someone's like, listen, I'm not a political person, but I don't agree. Like, I think that Drinker wrongly, implements or shoves in his political positions in movies. And here are some examples. And they give some examples and they say, look, the politics of Drinker like clouds the critique, the movie critique here, right? I'd be like, okay, like maybe this person, they kind of sound more neutral in their language. They seem like they're more interested in the film as a genre, film as opposed to politics. But when you use the term like right-wing chuds, right? I've never heard a moderate or a neutral political person in my entire life use the term chuds. I've only heard sort of termly online left-wing people use this terminology.
Yeah, that's probably where he heard it, obviously.
Yes. And then later he plays a clip of Destiny saying that all conservatives are liars. So it's just, I don't understand the whole grift here that I guess Birdman is doing. Like if you're on the left, that's fine. Just say that you're on the left. I don't understand the grift of trying to pretend like he's apolitical in this context.
Right. Yeah. Well, he says he doesn't want to get in a position where he has to defend nonsense, but he obviously believes like everyone on the right is just wholesale nonsense. Like, why would he play that clip of Destiny if he didn't?
Yeah,
so
but
he's saying people on the left have some nonsense, maybe like 5% nonsense, right?
Well, I'm super curious as to what that nonsense is exactly that he's referring to, because I couldn't find it on his Twitter timeline. I don't know what exactly. And I feel like a lot of this is just a defense tactic, so that it's like, okay, well, I can't really pin this person down on anything they believe, because whenever you try to figure out what they believe, they just say, I don't believe anything, or I'm apolitical. And they never actually, like, if you don't take a position, you can't be attacked on anything. And he's kind of just saying that exactly, like, I'm not going to take a position, so therefore I don't ever have to defend anything.
Well, Andy's using it to give the impression of objectivity, right? He wants you to believe, like, this is why you can trust me when I say Drinker is a racist Nazi, right?
Yes.
I don't have a dog in this fight.
Right. Metalworks 41190 for 30 months. Thanks so much. Says you can have media literacy and not be a brain dead ideologue. Get off Twitter. I mean, listen, I agree with the concept 100%, but I'm just saying I've never heard someone use the phrase and actually not be like an asshole about it and know what they're talking about. So I've never heard anyone, like, I literally went to fucking school and studied film. No one ever uttered the word media literacy in my entire time at school in any of my film classes. So, I've only heard this term sort of in the last few years, and only by very left-wing people trying to impart their politics into everything. Bweezy Bird for $5 says developers of Dragon Quest III Remake confirm the Western division at Square Enix has been difficult to work with, and all the woke changes. Wow. Well, if you complain about that, you're just a big racist. I don't know if you know that. Electro for $20 says S-Class is best class. An A-team can't handle the Arizona weather. That is true. Adam does get overheated pretty easily. It's almost October and it's still over 100 degrees. Holy shit. And today is a high of 112. Yes, I am fine. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Oh, geez. Idiotosin for $5 says Birdman used to collab with JXE when they did CinemaSins videos. Wonder how he feels about Jay having streamed plenty with Drinker. That's an interesting question. Yeah, it's a very interesting question. So
he's jealous.
Yeah.
Why can't Drinker stream with me? Is what he's thinking.
Maybe. Well, listen, let me put some good faith here. I think there's like this people, and I think it's kind of what Anonymous Coward was doing, the anti-woke crowd. There's like people who just fucking love movies. And I feel like some of those people are like good at being critical, but some of those people, they have like what I call producer brain, where they like movies too much and they're way too forgiving in the types of movies they like. And then, you can like whatever you want, but they're way too forgiving in their critique. And then you can have a lot of these people who come in and they're very critical of movies. And right now there's a lot of people that are very critical of movies and they're very critical of woke stuff in movies. And these people get like ultra mega triggered about like the fact that someone is being so hypercritical of movies, and they take like this weird personal emotional reaction that like people like Drinker and other people who sort of talk about the woke stuff in movies are somehow damaging the entire movie, like the field of cinema, like the whole field of cinema is just being destroyed by these YouTubers or something. When I would argue, it's like, well, no, the field of movies and everything is being destroyed by, number one, wokeness in movies. Number two, like just horrific writing. And like, just, I don't know why, but they keep hiring these writers with like the shittiest writing credits or no writing credits to head these like massive writing projects again and again and again. And it's just sort of baffling to me how these people get jobs.
They have a belief that even if a movie is good, these people, for political reasons, can damage the reputation of that movie, where people will believe that it's bad. Now,
Right.
I don't subscribe to that. I don't think that's true at all. I think a movie is either, appeals to certain intuitions in the movie going public, and therefore that's what makes it popular, and like no amount of trying to savage it through reviews will bring that movie down. What is your perspective on that?
No, I think you're right in terms of their perception. I am skeptical that like, well, I don't know. On one hand, if it's a smaller scale movie, then I guess YouTubers could have an effect. But if it's a large, like, look at Barbie. I mean, all the anti-woke critical of woke stuff in movies. Media people came out and said Barbie was like awful and hyper
Yeah,
woke,
and it was like, and the
still
public
super
loved it.
successful.
They still
Right.
lapped it right up. Yeah.
Right. So, I
They're
am
like,
kind of
Ryan Gosling
skeptical.
dancing? Oh my God.
Right.
Look, I love this movie, right?
Right. So I am kind of skeptical. I think you're correct in terms of their perception. I'm skeptical in terms of that actually, them being
So
correct.
so we agree their perception is completely off. So, but if
Yes.
that is his argument here. He's basically saying, Critical Drinker is tanking these movies that the general public would love if it wasn't for the fact of Critical Drinker. So that's kind of why he's on this mission against Critical Drinker, because he thinks he's tangibly responsible for affecting the movie going public.
It could be that. It could be, if we do a little bit of mind reading here, it's almost like, a lot of people who like nerd stuff will complain and say, I like Dungeons and Dragons. I like some fantasy thing. I like Warhammer. I like magic. I like some movie or video games. And then in the last 10 years, you have a bunch of people who are woke that come into the space for like the first time. And then they essentially demand that the media be changed to suit their political needs,
true.
right?
That's true.
This media that has existed for 20, 30 years has to change to suit their political needs. And I think in a weird way, even though I think he's completely fucking wrong, I think in a weird way that Birdman and other people like him, they perceive Drinker and Nerdrotic and other people like that, as someone entering into like the proper film space, like the high-minded proper film critique space, and then inserting political views where it doesn't belong, which is ironic because it's usually like Critical Drinker and Neurotic.
The reverse, yes,
that are complaining about that actual thing from occurring. So,
right, they're saying these movies are catering to a politics that are not my own, and that's offensive. Yeah,
right. But the anti woke people, because they're always on
they
the
love
left,
the politics. Yeah,
right. They don't. Yeah, because they agree with the politics. They either agree with the politics or they just hate Trump so much that like the woke stuff is invisible to them or inconsequential. So,
yeah. Why can't we insert questioning whether or not communism is bad into Ant-Man? Isn't that a good thing?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Zero for 14 months. Thank you. Says, tell Rudyard no one is reading his text walls. I usually listen while driving. Also, new immigration post only allow women in, but no limit. Thoughts? We've jokingly talked about that in the past. We said it was only hot women should be allowed in. So
it's pretty funny because I actually did have this conversation with Rudyard, and Rudyard started reading the text on his screen and even including in his videos, here's a text wall if you want to know more. So I had this conversation with Rudyard, and Rudyard actually adapted his videos accordingly. So already done. Right. But look, he tells you that there's a text wall. You're probably upset because you're listening in the car, and he says, here's a text wall if you want to know more. But you're in the car, so it's not convenient to read the wall of text. Exactly. But you probably would like to know the more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shocks for $2 says, great value movie, Bob. Definitely. Okay, let's watch some more.
Criticize this very obviously right-wing chud, I'm doing so out of the spirit and integrity of unbiased media discourse, which
just unbiased media discourse, Sitch. Just brimming with integrity. Just so you know. Here, let me tell you about how honest I am, Sitch. I am so honest.
Okay, interesting.
Just something I care about deeply. Less important, but still worth a mention, I'm not doing this out of jealousy or an attempt to clout chase. I've been calling out a much bigger YouTuber for nearly 7 years.
Is CinemaSins bigger than... I think Critical Drinker might be bigger than CinemaSins at the moment.
Maybe now. And I mean, CinemaSins has been around for a long time.
Oh, of course. And they were huge back in the day, so...
I've never... CinemaSins has 9.1 million subs.
So 9 million subs?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are the view counts though? Like Critical Drinker gets 1 million to 2 million views like every video, which is just insane.
Their views go from like 100 to 300,000. So they have good views. Yeah. And I think I don't know how quickly they produce content, but I've never liked CinemaSins. So.
But look, since you don't like anything though, so.
That's true. That is true.
What's
For me, this is simply calling out another bad critic. That out of the way, it's difficult to know where to even...
It's so weird. The critic of critics. I mean, shouldn't you just be a critic of the movies, and whoever rises to the top rises to the top?
Well, I know I disagree. I think if there are like very popular critics in a space and you think that they suck at their job or you think they're dishonest or bad for whatever reason, I think it's totally good to call them out. I mean, it's weird if you dedicate your entire channel to essentially criticizing CinemaSins. That's kind of strange to me, but okay.
Yeah, I just bad at their job in what way? I mean, they're basically giving their opinion on movies, so.
Right, I don't know. I've never watched any of his CinemaSins videos, so I don't even know what he's referring to. But
right, obviously it's art, right? Art has different people have different tastes when it comes to art. So if somebody has a taste that's going to resonate with other people, then obviously that person's going to be more popular. His argument is that this person is like being dishonest, which I don't think is the case at all. So,
right.
Even start with this guy. He is absolutely rich with misinformation, outright lies, and baffling takes that don't stand up to even an ounce of scrutiny.
See, look, he just says he's a fucking liar. He's
Yes.
totally dishonest, right?
Yeah.
He's not just giving opinions on movies that I don't like. He's lying to you about these movies. My opinion is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I can you really say that about a movie?
Well, you
I
can.
don't know that you can.
I mean, someone can lie about movies. I think I haven't seen any of his videos, but I know I've seen other people that have criticized CinemaSins, and they said that he's made like a comment or a sin that is not true, like it's like misinterpreting the movie incorrectly. And you say, okay, well, I mean, maybe it's a mistake, but then there's some clip of him saying that sometimes he'll just kind of exaggerate things or change things for a joke. And I'm like, people get all antsy about that. Is it a lie? Do people take CinemaSins seriously? Like, you kind of get in this whole kind of stupid argumentation about CinemaSins, but
Sure, he's doing it to make a joke in the movie,
right
or
now,
in the video, but
right.
yeah,
But now with Drinker, I mean, I'm sure he's made mistakes in reviewing movies before. I'm sure everyone who reviews movies has made mistakes about something that happens in the movie and then they just misremember it or something. But to say it's like a lie, that's like a whole nother level.
right.
In my last video, I played an excerpt from his infamous Across the Spiderverse video.
Also, I can't shake the feeling that the script is doing everything in its power to play down Peter Parker, like it's afraid the audience will somehow start rooting for him over Miles if he's shown to be too capable and confident. The first movie portrayed him as an aging, burned out loser who only redeems himself at the end, while the second film morphs him into a bumbling, hapless father in a pink bathrobe who for some reason keeps taking his baby along on life-threatening adventures, despite having a perfectly capable mother at home to look after it. Is this some weird attempt to mock and belittle the Spider-Man that most people know and love, who incidentally just happens to be the only straight white man in the entire movie? I don't know, man, it just kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth, that's all.
The first thing you'll notice if you've seen that movie is that he's just blatantly incorrect. Peter B. Parker is not the only straight white male in the film. In fact, there are many of them, quite a few of them variants of Peter Parker himself. More importantly, there is a prominent supporting character that is the motivation for Spider-Gwen's entire arc in the film, Captain Stacy. The next issue you might see is...
Also, okay, first of all, it's kind of ridiculous because it's very clear people should interpret that he's talking about main characters of the movie. That he's like, okay, well, Peter B. Parker was the only like real, white male main character of that was like the main character in the first one. And to say like, well, there's a bunch of other Spider-Man that have like one lines or two lines that are joke characters or white, or like Gwen Stacy's cop father, who's a side character is white. Like you're not actually addressing the critique that he's talking about, that Drinker was talking about. And this is where we get to the point like, okay, like, do you understand that you're not actually addressing the critique? Is this a level of dishonesty or is this just kind of a level of self-delusion at this point?
Right. Well, and he makes it clear that this is his opinion in the review. So
yes, right. Which, by the way, and I'll talk about it once he finishes, but I don't agree with Drinker's take about that at all. So
yeah, look, we disagree on
right
on lots of stuff.
Right. Because I think what happened was and I was disappointed in the second one that Peter B. Parker wasn't really in it that much because I really liked him in the first one, was the reason that they only put him in that one part is because, number one, I think for the majority of the movie, they're trying to isolate Miles as a character to make him feel kind of awkward and alone. And the only person he really knows is Gwen, who he's trying to impress. So he kind of has like a level of anxiety around her. And then all the other people he's surrounded by, except for his parents, obviously, but all those Spider-Man people and all those people he's surrounded by are like essentially strangers, people he doesn't know. So I think that was very intentional, where Peter would be kind of a familiar face, with someone to rely on, kind of like a mentor-esque character. They kind of wanted to remove that from the movie. And then number two, I agree with like the logic and the reality of, yes, it doesn't make any sense that Peter would bring his daughter on. Like maybe he would have his daughter in the Spider-Man clubhouse, but when they're chasing Miles throughout the city, like there would have been in real life a scene where there's a spider baby daycare center in the giant Spider-Man building because there's like 1,000 billion Spider-Man and a bunch of them probably have spider kids, and there'd be like a spider baby daycare center for Peter to drop off. But they didn't, so that's realistic. But for the movie, they didn't want to do that because they wanted to have that one scene where Peter's talking to Miles and he talks about how like the reason he ever had a kid in the first place was because he mentored Miles and realized that maybe he could be a good father. And mentoring Miles in the first movie gave him the courage to think that he could raise a child and all this stuff. And they wanted the baby there to be like a, really hammer in the theme, like just so visually. Now you can make the argument that he doesn't really need, like you could have had the baby in the clubhouse and he could have left it there, and he could just be talking to Miles and he could show pictures of the baby or whatever. And you don't need to have the baby there in that scene. And I'd agree with that, but it didn't really bother me.
Having the baby along is just huge comic relief as well. So
that's, yes, right.
It's like a stylistic choice.
Yes.
Maybe it doesn't work for Drinker, but I thought it was hilarious. So,
well, so when you talk about like realism and whether characters are doing things that are, make sense, obviously, if you like character or you like a movie enough, at least in my experience, if you're emotionally invested, you're willing to sort of give a little bit more leeway with things that you're like, is that like the most realistic thing? Like, no, okay, I'm fine. I'm fine that they're doing it for this kind of thematic and comedic purposes. It doesn't really bother me that much.
Yeah, but
if it does bother you, it's fine.
And this is why this is just part of the aesthetics of what appeals to you as a movie reviewer, right? Some people are going to lean more towards, no, things have to be more realistic. People are going to lean towards, no, nothing has to be realistic at all. And that's why some movie reviewers cater to different people.
Right.
It just is what it is.
The claim that Peter is being irresponsible by bringing his daughter on, and I quote, life-threatening adventures despite having a perfectly capable mother at home.
See, this is where they're just like, they're arguing over, I have one opinion and you have another opinion.
Yeah.
It's like, your breaking point for realism is here and mine is here. Okay, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
The important element, and I'll talk about this in a second, is that he's saying, because he brings in, the argument that Birdman's trying to make is that he's Critical Drinker is for no reason bringing in this sort of Peter B. Parker is a white male and they're making him look stupid. And therefore, this is an example of Drinker trying to cultivate, this sort of anti-white, or I'm sorry, this anti-white Hollywood message, and to sort of trigger his white male audience into feeling like they're victims. Like that's sort of what Birdman is trying to cultivate here. But I want to show you a clip from that review that Critical Drinker did that completely undermines this claim that Drinker is this horrible racist that obviously Birdman doesn't show intentionally and dishonestly for this video.
Adding Peter Parker being the babysitter for the kid does like introduce a level of soyness to Peter Parker that's just undeniable, right? Like, and there could be multiple reasons for why they do that. Like, I do think in movies, a lot of times the writers are trying to undermine the reputation of white straight males. So whether or not they did that is hard to say in this particular situation, because like, in my opinion, the comic relief of having the baby along makes it worthwhile, right? But they could have easily done that just deliberately. Like, oh, let's make Peter Parker, Mr. Mom, just so he has zero testosterone. Let's emasculate Peter Parker in this movie. Like, they could have totally been getting off on that. Nobody knows.
Yeah, there are definitely movies where that happens, definitely TV shows that happens. I don't think that was going on here, just because, as we talked about, the two reasons for the kid was comedy, and also because it's to match the theme of raising a child specifically. So that's why I wouldn't think it was with this intention of, trying to
Right.
make Peter more soy or something.
But this is a problem with this movie environment, because you kind of don't know. You're like,
Right.
These writers have this kind of mentality that white straight males need to be knocked down a peg. So you never really know if they're making the decisions for creative reasons or they're really trying to emasculate men.
No, that's exactly it. Yeah, because there is so much hyper woke stuff pushing everything. It does make you you can be too sensitive to things and be like, oh, is this an example of it? I'm not sure.
Just like anything in a movie, though, if it's not good, you're kind of weighing the entire movie as a package, and you're going,
Right.
Look, this movie's so good, I'm willing to forgive it. I do like Into the Spider-Verse a lot, so I'm willing to forgive a lot, right?
Right.
Give me a Spider-Man in a wheelchair, and I'm good with it. Okay.
Again, if you've watched this movie, you'd know that Peter's presence in the film was entirely to be a familiar face for Miles and to help him accept his canon event, not go on a life-threatening adventure.
You're the reason I had her, okay? I thought that if I did a decent job raising her, that there was a chance she was gonna turn out like you. And that got me excited because you are a wonderful person, and I like being around you.
Moreover, May Parker has superpowers, and her dad would likely be the only one in the relationship physically capable of corralling the clearly energetic child. What's more is he brought her to probably the safest environment she could possibly be. A hub with a million other superheroes. The less obvious observation is that Will is a race baiter. The Spiderverse.
Okay, well, yeah, I just think it's funny because, like, I was giving okay, well, like, the reason for the kid is to have this thematic, tying into the Peter's character and what he's trying to, his journey in the first movie and all this stuff. And he didn't even talk about any of that stuff. Really, he's like, it
No,
was to help
not at all.
Miles exist as canon. It's so funny. He literally plays the scene though. He plays
I
the
know.
scene where it's like so explicitly says, it's spelled out. And it's weird that he doesn't say it. And then he kind of brings up an even dumber point where he's like, well, he brought the baby to the safest place. And it's like, okay, you understand that Drinker and other people that have talked about this, they're not complaining about him bringing the baby to the Spider-Man building. They're complaining about him bringing the baby along in the chase sequence afterwards. All right.
Yes.
Where they're like running through he's like in all these like industrial machines and everything that are like,
Well,
pretty
they play
dangerous for a little
that
kid.
for a lot of laughs too. I mean, doesn't the baby almost get it like many times?
I don't remember, but
I'm
I wouldn't
sure
be
they're
surprised.
playing it for laughs. Yeah.
Right. So okay, let's hear how Critical Drinker is a race baiter here.
Environment she could possibly be. A hub with a million other superheroes. The less obvious observation is that Will is a race baiter. The Spider-Verse films, while featuring a black protagonist, do not contain the themes of race relations. The more astute of you will then ask, well, why even bring that up at all? And therein lies the problem. Will's goal with many of his film reviews is to galvanize his mostly male, mostly white, and mostly straight audience around the idea that they are being attacked for being those three things. You do this often enough, and the audience will begin to believe it. Hence, that atrocious reading of Across the Spider-Verse. But it gets even better. Here he is doing the same thing to the Batman.
Okay, so before we get into Batman, okay. So he's accusing him of being a race baiter and a racist because he brings up this, concept of, Peter Parker being a white male, which, by the way, I mean, I think you have to be willfully ignorant at this point or willfully dishonest at this point to try to pretend like there isn't this notion in a lot of Hollywood and a lot of media that like, okay, you have to push the white male character aside or you have to make them stupid or incompetent, especially in a lot of these mainstream movies, and have either a woman or a non-white person like take center stage and be like, no, you're wrong, you suck, blah 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 blah.
It's in that Kamala Harris ad we just watched the other day, right?
Yeah,
You're
even
white,
Kamala
straight male,
Harris.
and you're trying to I'm like,
Even-
who is like ignorant to this?
Even Kamala Harris's campaign is aware of this, so it's kind of
Yes, they did.
hilarious.
They did
Yeah.
an ad where they had a guy saying, "You're tired of being attacked for being a white straight male.
Yes.
Well, Kamala's going to protect you, white straight men."
Right.
Like they even know. Look, everyone's getting attacked,
I know.
and look, white straight men are anti-fragile. The more you attack us, the stronger we get.
There you go. Okay, so we're at 6 level. Okay, so let me put in Drinker's video here.
For me,
Okay, so the video is called Across the Spiderverse, Imperfect but Brilliant.
Right.
All right.
What? Oh
So-
my God.
So you're already like, oh wait, so we have race baiter, race grifter, evil white racist, critical drinker is calling a movie that features, all these non-white people and women as brilliant, right? Imperfect but brilliant. So how does this fit into the whole race grift narrative? Shouldn't he be like, oh my God, this movie's so woke. The main character is a black kid replacing, white Spider-Man. How dare? Like, how come he's not making any of these points?
Yeah. Because it's a good movie, obviously.
Exactly. Okay, so let me jump ahead here.
I've got to admit, after the ridiculous bloated shit show of Doctor Strange 2 and Loki, I was pretty soured on the whole concept of multiverses and alternate realities, partly because stuff like that is so incomprehensibly huge that it becomes difficult for the human mind to even grasp what's at stake, but mostly because it was all handled so terribly. But to its credit, Across the Spiderverse actually does a pretty good job putting all these grand ideas into context and grounding them in actual human drama with characters the audience cares about. It's crazy, I know, but it's amazing how much more compelling a story becomes when it's happening to people that you're actually invested in. Based on my limited understanding, Miles Morales is kind of a contentious character in comic book circles, but since I know precisely fuck all about that world, all I can really do is judge him as he's presented right here. And again, I think the script does a good job of fleshing him out as a distinct and separate entity from Peter Parker. Apart from sharing some of the same powers and basic personal situation, I never got the sense that he was just a tokenized carbon copy of a more popular character. And to be fair, the movie provides a pretty compelling explanation for why he's a bit different from every other Spider-Man out there. An explanation that'll definitely have big implications on the next movie. Gwen Stacy comes across as likeable and good-natured and a decent foil for Miles. She's not some overpowered Mary Sue who can do everything better than him because feminism. She's just another variant of the Spider-Man identity, struggling with her own problems back in her own reality. And yeah, you could probably...
Wow.
Yeah, so, okay.
Wow.
Like, what a horrible sexist, racist bigot. Okay, just phrase said, oh, the characterization in the movie is so great that it, sold you on this concept of the multiverse, even though I'm tired of it with all this other Marvel garbage. And, says Miles and Gwen, both white male straight characters are, he talks about how they're so well characterized and well written and he likes the characters. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, but this is why like the Birdman guy is just so dishonest in his video here, is that he leaves all that out. And then he plays the one clip where he's like, well, I am going to complain about this one thing, which was this lack of inclusion of Peter B. Parker. He's like, oh, look, he's a race baiter. He's a race grifter. He's a big racist. He's a literal Nazi.
Yeah. Seems very dishonest.
It is. It is. And look, let me just go to the end here, just give you the wrap it up.
Trust the writers not to fuck it up for once. Ultimately, although it doesn't quite reach the same heights as its predecessor, Across the Spider-Verse is still a pretty fucking good movie overall, and way better than anything that Marvel have managed to shart out in recent years. And as long as the final chapter doesn't drop the ball, I think Miles Morales might just end up with a legacy to be proud of with this trilogy. Anyway.
Oh my God, what a horrible racist, right?
Let's hope they don't drop the ball on number 3. They set up such a great number 3. I hope they don't totally fuck it up.
I mean, I have pretty, I have pretty good faith in the writers. I really like Clone High. Well, I really like the first season of Clone High. Obviously, the second season was a complete disaster, partially for complete woke reasons. But I really like the first season of Clone High. I really like the Lego Movie. So, and obviously the previous Into the Spider-Verse. So
yeah, you like the first one better.
I do think the first one's a better movie.
Right.
But I think it's kind of par for the course because the second one, by splitting it in half, it kind of, is going to
Yeah.
change the pacing and the tone and like the theme of the story and everything. So
It does, yeah.
Yeah. So actually, no, I think I like in the first one, I like the tone better. I thought it was funnier. So
I believe we did a live stream on the second one. I don't think we did a live stream on the first one though.
I don't remember. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I did a video on
did,
the
yeah.
first one. Yeah, right. So
Anyway, okay. Obvious race grifter here.
okay,
Comes
Anyway.
right out and says it.
what I hit.
Miles Morales
back.
has great characterization.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so like, and it just playing these clips when his whole Birdman's entire thesis here is that Drinker is an evil white racist, and it's like, okay, here he's like literally praising,
Doesn't
a
count.
black character. Doesn't count. That's his. This is his black friend moment, I guess. So, did you
Well,
hit
I
back?
guess it did. Yeah, I did, but it didn't actually. Oh,
I can put it back in the thing.
it's not. Where you at in here?
We're at 6:11.
Seriously, what the fuck does
Hold on. Hold on.
What? Seriously? What
Seriously.
the?
Seriously.
that atrocious reading of Across the Spiderverse? But it gets even better. Here he is doing the same thing to the Batman.
Seems to be a bit of a debate going on about whether or not this movie is woke, mainly because of the demographics of certain characters. And to be fair, there is a bit of evidence to support this claim. If I was a cynical man, I'd say it's kind of interesting that the rich, corrupt scumbags targeted by the Riddler all happen to be straight, white, middle-aged men, but hey, I guess that's just a total coincidence.
Seriously, what the fuck does this movie have to do with race? He has straight white men in his mouth so often you'd think he was an escort. If he applied even a...
If Birdman here wasn't so hard on just being like the defender of wokeness, he would have literally listened to the clip he played. Okay, because it has the answer to the question. Let me go back here.
will begin to believe it. Hence, that
Mainly
reading of Across the Spiderverse. But it gets even better. Here he is doing the same thing to the Batman.
seems to be a bit of a debate going on about whether or not this movie is woke, mainly because
Oh, there seems to be a debate about whether the movie is woke or not. That's why he brought it up. Oh
Right,
my
yeah.
God. That's why he brought it up, because he exists in a media environment where other people were talking about this notion and he is reacting to it saying, do I think it's woke or not? He didn't just bring it out. It doesn't pop out of the ether like manna from heaven. He was responding to a conversation that people are talking about in his media sphere.
Right. Yeah. Which he is very influential in, especially on determining whether movies are woke or not. Right.
Exactly.
So everyone wants his opinion. Is it woke? Is it not woke?
Right.
Should I boycott this movie?
Right.
Where does he
most
come down
rich
on
people-
the woke factor in the Batman?
the Riddler all happen to be straight, white, middle-aged men, but hey, I guess that's just a total coincidence.
Seriously,
I think it's this. I think we'll play a clip of it, of his review, but he doesn't seem to be saying that like, oh, the movie sucks because it's woke or whatever. He just says, well, there's an element of it that maybe is woke, but that's kind of par for the course nowadays.
Yeah.
what the fuck does this movie have to do with race? He has straight white men in his mouth so often you'd think he was an escort. If he
Oh my God.
What does it even mean?
Moment of silence. What, you don't know what that means? Sitch?
No. I
Come
mean,
on.
I know what it means, but I'm saying like, do straight white men use prostitutes more than other races or groups of people? Like,
Do straight white men use a lot of male prostitutes?
I don't know.
I mean,
Yes, I'm saying like,
Critical Drinker is a guy.
I know. So I'm confused. I'm like, is there some stereotype about, white men using prostitutes more than black men or Asian men or Hispanic men? I've never heard of that stereotype. So or is it just supposed to be just a random, ha, 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 he's a gay prostitute. Ha, ha, ha.
That's what it is.
Okay.
This guy's completely unhinged.
Right. Obviously.
If he applied even a little of that gray matter, maybe he'd come to the conclusion that most rich people in our society tend to be white men. The Riddler was going after police officers and politicians, and again, in our society, they tend to be white.
So Well, I just want to say
That's
there's a
just an
couple things.
apolitical take right there.
I know,
right?
I know. Well, first of all, it's hilarious. I don't know if it's in this video or it's in one of his other videos. He criticizes how, like, people were talking about, I'm trying to remember, it was either like people saying that like they're like diverse Lord of the Rings characters or something. Someone was complaining about some like diverse character existing in some movie where it wouldn't make sense for there to be a diverse character.
Yeah.
And Birdman is all like, it's fiction. You can do whatever you want, right? So isn't it funny when you have an instance of, a character who was, at least in some source material, white and then is replaced with a non-white character. Birdman says, oh, it's fiction. You can do whatever you want. And then, but when Drinker says, well, why are all like the rich bad people white? He says, well, that's reality.
It's reality.
Yeah.
Of course, you
that was
have to do
hilarious.
it. You have to adhere to reality.
Yes. But then
You
also
can't make them all transgender,
right,
right?
right. And also, it's so funny because he's doing this like this appeal to reality here. Hold on.
And to be white men. The Riddler was going after police officers and politicians, and again in our.
Okay, so he's going to be like, oh my God, look, the majority of police officers are all white people. Oh, obviously this makes sense, right?
Appeal to reality. I like
yeah,
that.
this appeal to reality in this fiction, which is, it's kind of funny. But it's even funnier when it's like, wait a minute, if we're doing this appeal to reality here, shouldn't we be looking at New York City specifically, which is what is Gotham, not just police all over the entire, United States, where Black people are a tiny minority of the population, right?
Sitch looked up the demographics of policing in New York.
I did, because I mean, we're about realism, right?
I knew it.
Realism here,
right?
So I don't know. So
or
I
looked
looked
up 85% African American.
Not quite, but so I looked up the 2023. It says on their Wikipedia, New York City Police Department. Okay, it says of officers on patrol, only 43% are non-Hispanic white, 57% are Black, Latino, or Asian. So
okay,
so the majority of police officers on patrol in New York City are not white. Okay,
right. Okay.
When you look at detectives, 52% are white, 48% are non-white. When you look at sergeants, 52% are white, 48% are not white. When you look at lieutenants, 59% are white, 41% are not white. When you look at captains, 62% are white, 38% are not white. And when you look at police chiefs, 57% are white and 43% are non-white. So
that's
even
crazy,
if you want
overrepresentation there.
Right, exactly. So, well, actually, I don't know if it is over, because I don't know what the population of New York City is in terms of demographics. But
right.
So if you want to say like, well, even though the standard officer is, there's more non-white officers on the ground than there are white officers. If you look at, the higher ranking lieutenant captains, there's more white officer or white captains than non-white captains. Even if you want to say that, you say, okay, well, still it's like 59-41 or 52-48. It's pretty close. So there should have been a pretty equal distribution, right, of white and non-white people if this is supposed to mirror New York City. If we're going to care about realism, I'm just saying, if we're caring about realism.
I don't care about realism. I want to see that chase scene again.
Right. Well, and also, I guess, and he brings it up here too. He brings up how, like, at the end, the Riddler was trying to kill the Black, was she like the mayor or governor candidate? I don't remember because it's been a while since I've seen the movie. But he's going to try to kill the young female Black candidate when she's speaking. And he's like, oh, he's trying to kill her. It's like, yeah, but you understand, it's very dishonest when he brings it up. She's the only politician, I believe, in the entire movie that is portrayed as like just incredibly positively. Like, there's not like she's actually like the hope and change Obama candidate. Well, all the other politicians are shown to be crooked and corrupt. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And she's a Black female, right?
Right.
Of course, you have the straight white incel trying to kill her.
Right.
Society, they tend to be white. What Drinker is asking for here is diversity, but only amongst the villains of the film. Moreover, what he's conveniently leaving out is Riddler also attempted to assassinate the mayor-elect, a Black woman. If all of this wasn't
completely leaving out, well, he's leaving out again that she is portrayed positively by the movie, but he's also leaving out, did Drinker complain about, any of the other race swaps in the movie? Catwoman or Commissioner Gordon, which
Did
I'm
he?
going to play a clip of. No, he doesn't. I'm going to play
Yeah.
a clip of it in a second. But
It's hard for me to imagine. This is just such a weird stereotype they have going of
Right.
Drinker being some neo-Nazi.
Isn't baffling enough? He
okay, wait. So it's so weird because then Drinker basically undermines this attack, this racist attack, and this guy plays it as if it somehow discredits Drinker. So it's really weird here. Watch.
himself states this film isn't about race.
And to be fair, Kravitz and Jeffrey Wright both do a great job with the roles they're given, and apart from one poorly judged line from Catwoman right at the end, race never really comes into the picture. So I guess what
Oh my God. Critical Drinker. What a racist. He said 2 race swap characters did a good job with the material. Oh, what a horrible person.
Right.
I'm saying here is that while the movie takes a few little stabs at modern day social issues, it really never dominates the narrative.
Does he even hear himself? Listen to this incredible leap in logic for Godzilla vs. Kong.
I know.
So wait, so let's
Well, I
let's
know.
okay. So he's
This
like
is the
jumping like a
worst.
mile a minute here, so you don't have time to think about the argument. So he says Drinker is an evil race baiting, race grift hustler, race grifting, race hustler, Nazi because he brings up this element, this weird element in the Batman, even though he plays a clip in the same video of Drinker saying he doesn't think the movie is woke and doesn't think that race actually plays into the story at all. And he praises the actors who played Catwoman and Gordon, even though they're race
Right.
swapped. Okay.
Yes.
And so if you have 1 ounce of either honesty or you're just not so incredibly triggered, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if Birdman is being dishonest. I don't know if he's so emotionally compromised by Drinker for some reason that he can't perceive what's actually happening. What happened in the video is when the Batman came out, there was a conversation about, is it A, good, and B, is it woke? And Drinker watches it and says that he thinks he liked it. I don't think he said it was like the best movie ever, but he liked parts of it. And he was commenting on the conversation I was having publicly about, is it woke? And he says, no, he didn't think it was woke. He could understand how some people could look at it in a certain light and see elements of it as being woke, but he himself didn't think it was like a woke thing. And so this would normally completely destroy Birdman's entire narrative about Drinker completely. As just
Right.
being this, race grifter who's trying to insert his weird race politics and everything. But instead, he somehow twists it around through his own bizarre framing that, no, this is just an example of Drinker being hypocritical to himself in his own video.
Right. This is an example of Drinker bringing up race inappropriately,
Right.
even though he's bringing it up to say race doesn't really play a role in this movie, which is completely
Exactly.
contradictory to his entire argument.
Right. Which is this guy should be praising.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But he doesn't.
He's bringing up race to say race is not really important in this movie.
No.
Why are you bringing up race so inappropriately?
I know. It's so
well, but I
ridiculous.
said, look, it wasn't a big deal. Why are you bringing up race?
Right.
Why are you doing it? This next one is just, I mean, this is like the pants on fire right here.
It's
I was
pretty
like,
bad, yeah.
holy shit. So this is where I went and started watching Drinker's video on Kong. And he has like 3 or 4 videos on Kong.
Right.
But
So, but let me read some
yeah.
supers for a second here. Cocoa Beans for 30 months. Thanks so much. Says you guys should bring EFAP on again to cover Rings of Power. Tell Mara to get Drinker to join you. Would love to see you guys talk to him.
I've
I'd have
watched
to actually-
none. Yeah.
I'd have
You-
to
it
actually-
sounds like you haven't either.
I watched the first 2 episodes and it was so boring. But I have
It
to
is
watch the rest of
fucking
it.
boring
Yeah.
as hell.
So boring. The first
It's like
episode of Rings of
torture.
Power was so. Didn't you watch the first episode? Because I remember
I
we talked
did.
about it.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
like
It's
that
bored out of
whole-
my mind.
Yeah, and that whole background of like Sauron basically just getting
so
like
weak. Oh, I know.
shivved a bunch of times by like orcs was so pathetic. I was like, what is this? This is so lame. It just really soured me. I mean, obviously the first season was awful, but that really soured me for the rest of it. So
Yeah,
maybe
you're
I'll go
like, why
back.
do I want to follow this loser around?
Right. Vince Martin for 26 months says most of Birdman's content seems rather apolitical until recently, but I haven't watched too many of his videos. Well, it's because when I'm looking through his catalog, it seemed like it's just like 95% of it's just responding to CinemaSins, which I'm assuming is apolitical because I don't think CinemaSins is political. To my knowledge, it isn't. So I don't know what happened.
Right.
Luce over $5 says,
I was just imagining that Sauron scene with like Darth Vader. Can you imagine introducing Darth Vader for the first time and he's totally beat up by a bunch of stormtroopers and Left 4 Dead?
right.
Wouldn't that completely change like the arc of the Darth Vader character? Like he would not be popular at all. He wouldn't be the icon he is today. Why'd they do that? What the fuck?
No, yeah, like you gotta establish.
What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, like like Darth Vader was interesting because they established him as like this, like just
super powerful. Yeah,
powerful
exactly.
badass in the first movie, and then even the second movie is like super ultra powerful badass, and they have just that one scene of him in his little pod that like adds like just this element of vulnerability. It's like, oh, that's interesting, but not him getting like shivved by a bunch of stormtroopers. It's like grunts.
Exactly.
Like it's so pathetic, and they really missed the opportunity because it would have been like Rings of Power could have been really cool if it was about Sauron being sort of like
amazing, yes,
Walter
totally.
White / Hannibal Lecter character, like deceiving all the good guys and sort of like how he came into power through deception. Like that'd be like a cool show to watch.
Yeah,
but no, just retarded. Vince Martin. Oh, every one. Luce over $5 says, guys, back to the comedy. Gotta love it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says North Carolina has a high of 36, but it's inches of water in your living room. Hope all the hurricane homies are okay. Yeah, she is so crazy because like, people worried about me because I'm in Florida. The hurricane didn't affect me really at all personally, but it was crazy because then there were places like nearby in Florida that weren't super far away from me that got like completely flooded. And then it went up the coast and it just like there are places in North Carolina and also I think even I don't remember if it was like in Kentucky or there's some other places that like the water in the rainfall was so insane that dams broke and like I think some entire cities like just got flooded. It was just so devastating. It was so crazy because it didn't seem like it was going to be that bad, and then it was just like horrific. So
what was it when it made landfall? Cat 4?
It was like I think it was like a low 4, high 3.
Okay.
But it wasn't even, I don't know if it was really just I don't know if the wind damage was really the issue. Just so much water was the problem. It was just so like the rain was like astronomical.
Flooded.
So, yeah, just the flooding was crazy. But Theoden King of Brohan for 18 months says, everyone would love our propaganda if Drinker stopped pointing out that it's propaganda.
That's exactly right.
There you go.
That's his argument. That's his total argument. But look, he's completely apolitical. He doesn't see it as propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. Twitter Sucks for $10 says, Bird Person, quote, I don't like this movie for these reasons. Critical Drinker. I don't like this movie for this reason. Bird Person. Well, those reasons make you a racist and a Nazi. Like, dude, come on, for real? That's about the size of it. Mark the Cyborg for 14 months says, Clone High Season 2 win. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is like that's like hell to get through that. Probably never. Neo Tosin for $5 says, what does race have to do with this? One of the characters in the movie literally calls out the antagonist for being white and privileged.
Oh, you're right.
That's what Drinker was saying. There was that one line at the end. So, but it's funny because even
that Catwoman.
Right. But that's again completely destroys Bird Person's argument here because even with that like super virtue signaling line that was like needlessly shoehorned into the movie, Drinker says, I'm not going to say that the movie is like super race baity or woke, even with that one line, because that's like one weird line in the whole movie, but he didn't see it in the rest of the movie. So Lives and Dev's New Wall specifically for $5 says Boogie brought up the demographic average on escort use.
Oh yeah,
that's terrible.
Boogie was a big escort user.
Listen, look at him. But Twitter Sucks for $20. Thank you so much. Says chemical plant just blew up in Georgia. Oh my God.
Wow.
I posted a video. Yeah, holy shit. Why? I mean, I'm assuming I'm looking at the video. It's not like floodwater anywhere, so I'm assuming it has nothing to do with the hurricane or something. That's crazy. Well, that's always really
terrorist
bad.
Attack?
I don't, who knows? I think it just happened. But
ouch.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the worst because the fumes are toxic. So they, go into the air. So pretty bad. Anyway.
Fumes go into the air? Ouch.
Fumes go into the air.
Did you skip a super chat?
I skipped some that weren't
okay
related to this and that
Gotcha.
I hearted them so we can go back to them because I probably talked about them for a while.
Smart man.
It really never dominates the narrative.
Does he even hear himself? Listen to this incredible leap in logic for Godzilla vs. Kong.
And oh look, Kong's been abducted from his homeland and taken across the ocean to America in chains. I mean, there's on-the-nose writing, and then there's next-level stuff like this. I wonder who you're supposed to sympathize with here.
Yeah.
Do you think he put like some totally obnoxious image in there and he had to blur it because YouTube was like, no, you can't do. It looks like he put like a lynching picture in there or something.
I could look. I don't remember what it was.
No. You don't have to look.
Yes.
I want to look.
Drinker.
He blurred it out. You can't even see it.
No. I mean, I'll find Drinker's video.
No, it's not from Drinker's video though. I think he put it in there.
Oh.
That's not Drinker's video. No. I think Birdman put that in there.
I don't remember.
Birdman inserted some photo that looked like it was some lynching or something like that, and
I interpreted it as he was blurring out Drinker's picture, not that he was inserting.
That's not Drinker's video. No,
I
watched Drinker's video.
No, it is. It is.
It is.
It's a video of like black people on a slave ship.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know why you blur it. It doesn't need to be blurred. I wouldn't think it'd hit the.
Did Drinker blur it out or did he?
No, Bird person did.
Okay.
Chains. I mean, there's on-the-nose writing, and then there's next-level stuff like this. I wonder who you're supposed to sympathize with here.
Yes, Drinker just called African slaves apes and tried to frame it as the screenwriters doing so. That, my children, is what we in the English-speaking world call projection. And like almost every observation this guy makes, it's hilariously wrong. They're not even taking Kong to America. They're going to Antarctica in this scene. So not only did he get the scene wrong, he saw racial themes in a film where there are none because his brain immediately goes to black people when he sees an ape in chains. In my last video, I showed a tweet by...
So, first of all, okay. Well, you talk about dishonesty. First of all, this is dishonest because Critical Drinker is responding to the trailer, not the movie. So he hadn't even seen the movie. This was just a scene from the trailer. So he doesn't know where King Kong is going. He's making a guess, an educated guess that it's going to America, which isn't which is, I think an understandable assumption to make when you're looking at the trailer. Like, okay, well, they got to bring him, to America or someplace because he didn't start in America.
Yeah, totally fair.
Right.
Trailer analysis. Yeah,
right.
He hasn't seen the movie yet.
Right. So he leaves out that this was from the trailer. So he's like, oh, he's wrong again. It's like, well, he didn't see the movie. The movie wasn't out yet, obviously. Give me a break here. And also, like, just on the analysis level of it, it's like, in our hyper woke environment, I don't think it's even remotely preposterous to see that and to think that, is there supposed to be some sort of like, symbolic representation here that's supposed to, make you empathize with Kong, which, by the way, you are, because when you watch the movie, King Kong is the protagonist of the fucking movie.
Right. Yeah.
As we talked about when we watched it, a million years ago. So.
Drinker that I thought made it painfully obvious what his positions on black people in the media were. What I didn't account for was the insane mental gymnastics people would perform in order to deny that his post was racist in nature. So here's a tweet from a different person. If you're unfamiliar.
Okay. So before we get to this, so if you're just listening, there's a tweet. Critical Drinker said, if modern entertainment was a single image, and it's an image of the trailer from the new Minecraft movie, which doesn't look great, and it's got, the four main characters besides Jack Black in it, and in the foreground, you have like the fat black young lady in the very loud, like 80s clothing, and you have Aquaman also wearing very loud 80s clothing, but in like a giant pink jacket. Looks kind of effeminate, doesn't look very masculine the way you generally imagine Khal Drogo would look. Okay.
Right. It's like emasculating the dude.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but you don't know if he's talking. I mean, I'm thinking he's talking about emasculating the guy.
Well, I'm assuming he's talking about the whole thing. And this is what, first of all, it's like ridiculous that Bird Person here is going to, after he's dishonestly clipped, Drinker talking about Into the Spiderverse, the Batman. He's now going to say, based on this one tweet, he's going to mind read Drinker and say, oh, he doesn't like this image because there's a black person in the Minecraft movie. That's his problem with the movies, that there's a black person in the movie.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm looking at this, what I'm guessing based on Drinker's content and the things I've seen of Drinker's content and just the overall picture is that there's a complaint about as you were saying, the emasculation of the male character. You have super masculine testosterone, gigantic buff man is emasculated to look completely ridiculous.
Yeah, he looks like an incel.
Yeah, it just looks like this completely ridiculous kind of style. And then you have like, not only is there like a black person in the movie, which is fine, and Drinker's even said he's in favor of having diversity in movies, something that Bird Person has dishonestly left out of this review, but it's that you have specifically a fat, black, unattractive girl in loud clothing, wearing like, this ridiculous, bright 1980s, horrible Trapper Keeper jacket. And there's like this weird aesthetic that's going on there. It's like, why? Number one, why do you have to emasculate men? Number two, why do you have to kind of like have everyone wear this sort of like 1980s horrible, loud aesthetic? That's what I interpreted from this. And it was, the commentary around this trailer was so weird because when it came out and people were saying, oh, this looks really bad, there was a bunch of people that were saying, oh, this isn't for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for adults. This is for like little bitty baby retarded children. And I thought about that and I'm like, okay, how does that, first of all, why is it taking place in the 1980s? I'm guessing based on the clothing, right? Like, do little kids
babies are really interested in the 80s, Sitch, don't you know?
That's why I was super confused. I'm like, oh, I think that children nowadays give a fuck about the 1980s? Like, what the hell? Like, obviously, this is trying to be nostalgic for the 1980s. They even play, I forget what the song is, some 1980s song that they're playing. Like, it's really trying to hit, like, everything tries to hit the Guardians of the Galaxy vibe nowadays, which is sort of annoying to me. But so
Guardians is great. Why? That's a good vibe.
Yeah, but like, not like in Guardians of the Galaxy, the music and the vibe for Quinn liking that music made like it was part of the movie.
Part of the story, obviously.
He's a child who's abducted from Earth in that time period, and the only physical possession he has is this mixtape.
Yeah.
Right, which I think his mom made him or reminds him of his mom or something. It like has something to do with the story. So that the music and that theme like all ties into it. There's all these like movies I feel like now that all try to hit that 80s feel, look, and style that should have nothing to fucking do with it. And this makes even less sense.
Minecraft.
Right.
What does that have to do with the 80s?
Minecraft came out like what in like mid 2010s or something. What the fuck has nothing to do with the 80s. And then it makes even less sense because you're like, oh, if this was a movie for little bitty baby children, they don't care about the 80s. The 80s nostalgia is obviously supposed to apply to older people. But if you want to apply to older people, it shouldn't be like this, like obviously shot for little baby children who, by the way, Minecraft has been out for what, 8 years, 10 years? Minecraft is kind of an old game by now. You'd expect that the audience of people that grew up playing Minecraft would be, I don't know, at the youngest, like teenagers nowadays. Would they really want like a little bitty baby movie about Minecraft either?
Yeah.
And then also another element of when he talks about modern entertainment is you think they would have learned from the Mario movie too, that just make it an animated movie. Like having this sort of like humans and
live
kids
action
in the CG, live action in the CG world. It almost always looks bad. Almost always looks terrible.
Yeah, this image, I mean, the image doesn't really bother me, but it doesn't, I don't look at this image and think, fuck yeah, this movie looks amazing. I don't really get what's going on here. I don't get the outrage and I don't get the, like, how is this modern entertainment? Aside from obviously emasculating and
I get
ugly
it. The
characters.
The visual look to it, I get it. What he's talking about. At least I think what he's talking about. He didn't say specifically. It's just a one sentence. But.
Look, if the story's amazing, I don't care about this ugly aesthetic. So, but doubtful the story will be amazing. Usually they go hand in hand, right? It's
also, I don't know why the kid has a Tesseract, but okay.
Yeah, that's part of we played Minecraft. I remember.
There's no Tesseract. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
But, and then also there was another teaser trailer. It's funny because talking about the emasculating male, that turned out to be completely true because there's a teaser trailer that came out, I think, a few days ago.
Oh, yeah, and he's a big loser.
Right, and it shows like Jack Black showing them how to make a sword on like the little Minecraft table, and then Jason Momoa is all like, "Oh, I know how to do it better than you," and then but then he fucks it up and he makes buckets instead. You know, so
Right.
completely playing into that theme, 100%.
Right. And of course,
Was the
black woman will do everything perfectly, right?
Maybe I don't know. I mean, it actually, and I don't know why. Like,
You know she will. Come on, get out of here,
I would
Sitch. You know
guess,
she's
but
going to do everything. She's going to be 10 times smarter than any character in this whole movie.
when I
She's
look
going to
at
be
this,
the like super brain.
when I look at this picture, and here's what's weird too, like, because if I was black and I'm looking at this picture, I would be offended because it looks like they're really trying to hit some kind of like 1980s stereotype of like a fat black woman, just
Oh,
on
really?
like the look, doesn't it? Like if you like, you can feel like the sassy black woman character like exuding from this image.
Okay.
So I don't know. I would be offended if I was black. Like, really? We have to have another like sassy black fat woman? Okay.
obvious what his positions on black people in the media were. What I didn't account for was the insane mental gymnastics people would perform in order to deny that his post was racist in nature.
What I didn't account for was people are going to call me a big fat liar because I was being a big fat liar.
Right. Like, yeah. He just projects all this meaning onto it by basically reading his mind. And then, you know,
When people call him out for it, when people say, look, you're a lying piece of shit, he's like, what? Me, a liar? How dare you? Obviously, I am correct.
Nature. So here's a tweet from a different person.
And then this is the most dishonest fucking piece of shit ever.
Right. Right.
It's like, let me pull out a picture from Nick Fuente's timeline where he has it's like zoomed in on the black woman and no other character is in there. It's like, how is this the same, dude?
Right.
If you're unfamiliar, this person is Nick Fuentes, a proud white supremacist. Sounds contradictory, I know, what with being a Mexican and having a name like Fuentes while being a white supremacist, but no one ever said white supremacists were intelligent. The point is, doesn't this tweet seem to be placing emphasis on a specific character in the Minecraft movie? I mean, now that I've told you this person is a white supremacist, it's obvious what his issue is, isn't it? So I'll ask.
It's so funny because usually with these like anti-woke grifters, because Birdman is essentially a grifter at this point, you know, they usually try to make the lesser claim. They're like, well, I'm not going to say that Drinker and these people, I'm not going to explicitly say that they're like horrible Nazi racists. I'm just going to kind of say like they're some lesser form of racist. They're not quite the Nazi level because it's like an easier claim. Oh, you know, they just don't like, they have like a general dislike of black people. They ignore systemic racism. They try to make like a lesser claim, but this guy, full blown, first thing in the video, you know, compares him to a Nazi. Now again, paper dishonestly compares Drinker's tweet to Nick fucking Fuentes' tweet.
I know, it's so bad.
Well, if like, think of the logic here. The logic is, well, Nick Fuentes doesn't like a black person in a movie. Therefore, Critical Drinker in a different tweet with a different image that also had the same black person in it. Therefore, he must also mean that he doesn't like that there's a black person in a movie.
Yeah. Ridiculous leap of logic.
Which
this is kind of insane that this tweet has 36,000 likes.
Well, but listen, that's what's kind of crazy is that, you know, there's so much when Elon like unbanned everyone and they stopped enforcing like the hate speech, you know, policy stuff, you know, Fuentes' like weird Groiper fan base has exploded and, you know, they all just fucking bot follow him probably on Twitter. So,
yeah. Wow.
But it's like so crazy too, because, you know, I just played that clip that again, the Birdman left out dishonestly of Drinker praising Into the Spiderverse, praising the characterization of Gwen, praising the characterization of Miles. You know, the clip of Drinker talking about how he didn't think Batman was woke, didn't think it was, you know, trying to be super racist. He was praising, you know, the actors playing, the black actors playing Catwoman and Gordon. Do you think that Nick Fuentes is ever going to do any of that stuff? Do you think he's going to sit around praising Miles Morales or any of this stuff?
Of course not.
Of course not. It's just so dishonest.
Totally dishonest. It's interesting because a Critical Drinker's broad argument is that good storytelling should come. Like above wokeness. Like
Right.
wokeness shouldn't take the place of good storytelling, which I mean, that's a good, noble argument to make.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
and
of
Birdman
course.
should actually be in favor of that argument. That's the question that I'd want to ask him if we ever talk to him. It's like, is the wokeness more important than the storytelling?
Well, I don't know, because again, he's like, I'm apolitical. But
Yeah.
it's interesting for a person who sets up this worldview or this argument that he's not political. All he cares about this is science and facts and blah, 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 blah. He's created this unfalsifiable hypothesis about Drinker, because he says later, like Drinker's just dog whistling because he's afraid the show is too power levels of racist. And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to discredit every time Drinker brings up a clip or a video about where he praises someone who's not white for acting or praises them in a movie, and you're going to say that's all just part of the grift to hide his true racist power level, how can you know? Like, how can you prove or disprove that he's racist at that point if everything is part of like the 10D chess conspiracy theory?
Yeah, you can't. Obviously, that's the whole point of making that argument that way.
Yeah.
Ask again. What do you honestly think Will's problem with this image was? Do you really believe he's this upset about Jason Momoa's character here?
Look, he even knows because he brings it up. He's like,
Yeah.
do you really think he's that upset about the complete emasculation of Aquaman? Well, yeah, he probably is. Right.
I mean, he's done several videos on how Hollywood movies now emasculate male characters, and you can't have like strong male characters anymore. So I'm
Yeah.
guessing that's, probably playing into it pretty drastically.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and we would have to see this character. You can't really tell from a picture, but look, if I had to bet money on it, I'd bet she's like super genius, 10 times smarter than Jason Momoa.
Right.
Probably solves the entire mystery or puzzle, whatever it is. Yeah. She probably saves the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
Hold that thought. We're just getting started.
Oh,
Conservatives do this thing where they'll sit in a room, they'll watch a girl and a guy go
And then he's going to suck Destiny's dick for about 15 minutes here.
Well, it's funny. Again, he's like, I'm not political, but let me play a clip of Destiny saying every conservative is a fucking liar and dishonest. But he's not political, by the way. Just all conservatives are all evil liars, but I'm not a political person. Interesting.
Application for the Destiny Orbiter Club right here. That's what
Right.
this is. Let me find a clip of Destiny. Maybe I can orbit his circle for a bit. maybe I can get a job filleting Destiny on his live stream once a day. That's what's going on here. That would really up my grift potential with the left-wing audience that I'm trying to ingratiate myself with by lying to. That's what he's saying here, Sitch. It's clear to me. It's totally clear. Look, bring up a tweet, any tweet, and I'll make that argument for you.
go into the other room and they'll hear her screaming for 30 minutes and then come back out like bloodied and bruised and you'll be like, bro, did that guy just beat the shit out of her? And the conservatives will look you in the eye, dead in the eye, into the ovals of your soul. They will look into you and they will say, I didn't actually see it happen. Did you? How can you improve that? Like, why would you assume that? Do you even fucking know? Like, they're the most shameless bad faith people need. They're shameless.
What is this clip even? Like,
I don't know.
who watches some woman walk into a room with a guy and get the shit beat out of her and be like, oh, nothing happened here?
Right.
Like, do you really think conservatives are going to be the type to just sit back while some woman beater like comes in and beats up his girlfriend?
Only if it was Donald Trump in that room. Otherwise, no.
Oh shit. Sitch.
Shots fired. Bam, bam,
Sitch
bam.
coming out swinging. Swinging.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. If he had said
Wow.
Donald Trump, I would have said, okay, that's a correct statement.
Well, you don't know. Melania could have been mouthing off, Sitch. Come on. You don't know the situation.
That's true. That's true. She looks like a manly broad, so you know.
Oh my God, no. That was a joke, Sitch, okay? Come on.
Oh, whoa,
Be
whoa, whoa.
nice.
Sorry. Okay, I apologize. I mean,
Be
of course,
nice.
I'm just joking too.
We're all joking.
We're all just
One of
joking.
the
here.
tact
What? Who? Let us know in the chat where that clip is from, because that clip is just weird. that Destiny cloak.
Yeah, I don't know
of
what the
grifters
content
and their parrots is to attempt to maintain an air of plausible deniability so that when they are criticized for their bigotry, they can hide behind deflections. In my previous
So look, this is part of the unfalsifiableness of it. So all the stuff that you pointed out, Sitch, in those other videos, that's just him
Right.
pretending. That's just him saying, oh, look, I've got a black friend. That's him hiding the ball here on his true nature.
Right. Yeah,
Criticize.
like if you had a YouTuber who all they literally did was criticize about black characters in movies, women in movies, never praises a single one, right? You'd be like, that's a little weird, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but Trigger doesn't do that because he's not racist and he's not sexist.
No, he does it because he's hiding the fact that he is Sitch. Get it right. The
Okay.
Birdman can read his mind.
So let me.
He knows.
So he put up a bunch of tweets on screen. So let me read them. I don't even know if they're valuable.
Are they
So the
tweets or
top-
comments? I don't even know.
The top tweet says, quote, "We've taken over the fandom. If you don't like it, go away." End quote. Nobody wanted the Acolyte nor the bad writing and world building along with a legacy or new characters. If they simply wrote good characters and gave a shit about the world, we'd applaud and be happy with you. I mean, I agree. What's wrong with that tweet? I don't know who
Nothing.
that account is, but
Absolutely
I agree with
nothing.
the sentiment. Acolyte was terrible. Does this guy think Acolyte was good? Acolyte was dog shit.
He probably loved it.
Okay.
He's like, that's what we really need in Star Wars. Space witches.
I don't know, because he later in this video he criticizes Drinker for having a hate boner for Rian Johnson, but then I found a video of Birdman criticizing Rian Johnson too. So I'm like, okay, well, I don't understand what the problem is then.
Hypocrisy. What did he say? His head was too round?
There you go. Then underneath it, there's a Reddit. I guess it looks like a Reddit comment that says, Christ, another SJW clickbait argument. Nobody gives a shit. He's black. People want to know why he's not a clone. What is that in? Who's that even referring to?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, is that supposed to be in reference to Finn? Because all the stormtroopers were supposed to be clones or something? This is 10 years ago. I'm assuming that has something to do with Finn. And then underneath it, there's two tweets that says, because those were cool characters, we dislike new characters because they're badly written with inconsistent motives, not because of how they look. Because they were amazing characters. Funny how decent writing, a good story doesn't cause fans of a franchise to bitch. So it's
These
really
are
weird.
all to make the argument that, the one black friend argument.
I guess, but he doesn't show what they're even responding to. So
I know,
you have to
it's
take his word for
terrible.
it. Okay.
Terrible at continuity.
For their bigotry, they can hide behind deflections. In my previous video, I brought up one of them, the "but Ripley from Alien" defense. In short, these people try to use examples that match or are similar to the identity of a group that they regularly target to pretend they are not prejudiced against that group.
Yeah, so his argument is they're deliberately targeting these groups. Like, these people hate black people.
Right.
And so, therefore, they're going to hate these movies.
Well, you would have to have, if you're making this argument, you'd have to show some kind of evidence to back up that claim. Otherwise, you're just claiming to read their mind.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
So,
overwhelming evidence.
And I watched that video, and I don't know, maybe we'll watch it, but like his argument in that video is so paper thin. His entire argument is essentially, people use Lando Calrissian as an example of like a good black character and a character they wouldn't have complained about being black, blah, blah, blah. And then but back in the day, people were mad at Lando Calrissian for betraying Han Solo after the second Star Wars movie came out, and weirdos were blaming him, the actor. So the actor started to wonder if it was a race thing. So therefore, that means people today are actually racist. And you're like, how the fuck does the logic of that argument fall?
Yeah.
Political discourse, this is probably more well known as, "but I have black friends." We know that doesn't actually work as a defense because we have actual history of slave owners falling in love with their slaves and that male sexists still love their female family members. But when you have sustained and consistent campaigns against certain groups of people, it's entirely reasonable to suggest you have a dislike for those groups. For Will, one of those groups is women. Let's examine one of the most egregious cases of Will's attempts at plausible deniability. On January 5th,
I guess this means, so according to his logic, you can't not like a ideology that can be associated with a group of people like radical feminism without not just hating women. Because that's the argument he's putting forward here.
2020, Drinker uploaded a video about The Mandalorian. In it, he had this to say about Gina Carano.
But for the life of me, I'll never understand why they cast Gina Carano. I mean, she's big and burly, and she obviously knows what she's doing when it comes to the fight scenes, but she's a fucking cage fighter, not an actor. Watching her trying to emote is almost as painful as watching Brie Larson trying to be funny. Oh well, it could have been worse. They could have cast Ronda Rousey.
Pretty obvious he disliked.
So he says, look, she can't act. Pretty unequivocally.
Which I would agree with completely.
Well, that becomes important later, because you're like, okay. He basically accuses him of being a hypocrite, but you're listening to all the examples, and we're like, so where in here does he say she can act now?
Right. But before we get to that, I want to go play apart from that same video here, which is kind of interesting.
Okay.
So this is from Critical Drinker. The Mandalorian, well, it's better than nothing, I guess. Okay.
Woke up.
Oh, here. Jump ahead here for a second. I believe now, if I wrote my time codes down correctly, this part is right before the audio that Birdman just played. Okay, this is right before he criticizes Gina Carano. So I want you to listen very carefully here.
And veterans like Clancy Brown.
Hold on. Go back a sec.
Stretch the budget for the bigger set pieces. The cast is mostly competent, experienced actors. It's always nice to see Carl Weathers on screen, and veterans like Clancy Brown, Werner Herzog, and Giancarlo Esposito know exactly what they're doing. But for the life of me, I'll never understand why they cast Gina Carano. I mean...
So isn't it interesting that after we just called Drinker a horrible racist, he plays a clip where Drinker specifically praises two black actors.
Well, look, he's just doing it to say he has a black friend. Sitch.
Oh, okay.
He's obviously, he doesn't mean this.
Okay.
This is him trying to hide his racism.
He praises Carl Weathers, and he praises, I forget the actor's name, even though he just said it, Gus from Breaking Bad, for being in this. And then he criticizes Gina Carano and leaves that. Oh, but what happened? I thought he just hates to see black people and things, right? That's what we're supposed to get from the Minecraft picture. He just hates to see black people and things.
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Isn't that interesting?
He knows black people that can act good.
Okay.
It's
I
great.
don't know. Very fascinating. Anyway, we can go back.
It's hilarious. I hit the back button, so I don't know if it...
dislikes this person and thinks she shouldn't be an actor. Fair enough.
Wait, let me go back here.
Watching Brie Larson trying to be funny. Oh well, it could have been worse. They could have cast Ronda Rousey.
Pretty obvious he dislikes this person and thinks she shouldn't be an actor. Fair enough. However, later that year, Gina got into a string of spats on Twitter that
he pads. He hedges here because Drinker never said he didn't like her. He said he thought she couldn't act. That's a completely different.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't make any declaration about her as a person. So,
well, he's got to be dishonest. Otherwise,
of
the
course.
argument doesn't make sense.
Of course. That's why I'm like, dude, this guy's so dishonest. He's completely hedging. It's obvious that he hates her guts in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
He wants her to die in a fire. That's what he wants. Obviously, you can tell from what he said. No, actually, he just said he doesn't think she can act very well.
Right.
I've seen her in other stuff though, where she's like amazing, but mostly around fighting though.
That had her facing accusations of rape.
Oh, really? There's that one movie she was in where she does a fight scene and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
I'm trying to remember, because I've only seen her in like that and in Deadpool. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, she was fine at
Deadpool.
like the action scenes, but yeah, like she wasn't acting very well in the movies I've seen.
Right. Well, he plays a long clip that's totally interesting here.
Racism and bigotry, and she was subsequently fired by Disney. Then, a few months later, Drinker makes a video.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Later that year, Gina got into a string of spats on Twitter that had her facing accusations of racism and bigotry, and she was subsequently fired by Disney.
Well, at least he says, interestingly, he says accusations of racism and bigotry. So he's not willing to say that she was a racist or a bigot, which I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I am
That he
too.
did say that. So
Then, a few months later, Drinker
He's worried that Elon Musk is going to sue him for
Oh, maybe.
defamation.
makes a video
Maybe.
about Gina so embarrassing, you just have to hear it to believe it.
Gather round, dear viewer, as I tell you a tale. It's the tale of a woman who stood tall in the face of jealousy, cowardice, hatred, and vengeance, and dared to utter a single word. No. It's the story of the girl who wouldn't back down. She fought and won many battles and earned herself great acclaim. But the young woman had her eyes set on a higher goal, and eventually she gave up her life of fighting, travelling instead to the great kingdom of Hollywood to seek fame and glory as an actor instead. And as it turns out, her long years of training and fighting served her well, and soon she was chosen for many roles on the silver screen. Her triumph was cemented when the king and queen chose her to play a soldier, fighting amongst the stars themselves. Her fame was growing fast, but sadly, so was her list of enemies.
This is a
See, none of that has to do with her acting chops. It has to do with fighting the system in Hollywood. Like, none of that has anything to do with her acting.
flip-flop so insane it could put Crocs and Birkenstock out of business. And this isn't even the only video he's made about her. Listen to this nonsense.
One of the problems
So I was up for a second, but I assume you pointed out, how is it a flip-flop when he didn't say that suddenly she was a good, he didn't say she was a good actress. He just said he supported the fact that she told Disney to F off.
Yeah, exactly. He supports her in telling the industry that they're fucking hypocritical losers and giving them the
Right.
finger. Which you know, even look, it's even more respectable if you're a terrible actor doing that. Right?
Exactly. Exactly.
You've got less
right?
opportunity.
Yeah, like you can say, okay, listen, I thought this person is a bad actor or actress in some role, but you know, they definitely seem to be a person of high integrity. and, like, a
Integrity.
cool
Yeah,
person, you know?
exactly.
And I've literally, it's funny because I've said the same thing, not in like a political context, but I said the same thing about Keanu Reeves, is that like he seems like a super cool, like nice guy, like a great guy, but I think he's not a good actor.
Yeah, we said it last week. We totally
I
said
know.
it last week. Yeah. So there's no flip-flop here at all. He didn't come out and
No.
say, "Oh my God, she's an amazing actor now."
Right,
He
right.
said, "Oh, she's got some balls to stand up against the system," and I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Both things are completely independent of one another. You're the one gaslighting your audience with this big lie that critical drinkers,
Yeah.
some sort of racist. You're the
And he-
grifter, Birdman, Mr. Birdman.
He talks about she was in some movie called Terror on the Prairie, and he even
Yes.
Drinker talks about how, you know, he was criticizing her, you know, bad acting in Mandalorian, but thought that she was doing a much better job in that movie. So it's not like he changed his position. He said like, yeah, no, she was bad in the Mandalorian, but she seemed to be better in this project.
Imagine that. Look at that. She got better.
with hiring strong independent women to work at your company instead of the usual assemblage of soft, entitled, like-minded corporate drones that have never had an original thought in their entire lives is that they don't always think, say, or do the things that you want them to. Case in point, Gina Carano, a former women's MMA fighter turned actor who was brought in to play Cara Dune on The Mandalorian, and at first, all seemed well. The show was a success and Carano's character soon became a fan favourite. Unfortunately, she began to ruffle feathers behind the scenes at Disney Lucasfilm by refusing to spout the same politically acceptable talking points as everyone else at the company, and even dared to express some conservative political views at times.
He spoke about this person like she was a dog, outright saying she can't even act. But as soon as she spouts nonsense and conspiracy theories and gets fired for her troubles, he's writing poems and puff pieces.
But for the life of me,
Oh my God, this guy's so bad.
He is. Well, yeah, he's like, he thought of her, she was a dog. A dog. She was literally inhuman. I said that she was not a good actress, so therefore she's an inhuman.
I'll never understand why they cast Gina Carano. I mean, she's big and burly, and she obviously knows what she's doing when it comes to the fight scenes, but she's a fucking cage fighter, not an actor. Watching her trying to emote is almost as painful as watching Brie Larson trying to be funny.
This man
just said she was a bad actress. I know. So funny. It's like, oh yeah, she was a bad actress. Period. Didn't change that position, whatsoever. So
even said she was a good fighter, very competent.
I know. This is so pathetic.
Yeah.
This is so pathetic. And this is supposed to somehow be evidence of the fact that this is like, remember, the point of this is supposed to be evidence of the I have a black friend argument somehow. Which, like, how does this prove that?
How does it even relate?
You're right.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is just to salvage his reputation for flip-flopping. That's what he's saying. Right. He's like, look, as soon as you saw she had the same politics as you, that's when you turned. You were like, now I love her. I love her because of her politics.
Right. And even in, he says, the bird person says, like, oh, she's repeating conspiracy theories on the internet, blah, 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 blah. In Drinker's video, he talks about how it was so hypocritical for Disney to fire Gina Carano because, Pedro Pascal was making very similar tweets, calling Trump or Republicans Nazis, and no one cared, and it was totally fine.
Yeah, different conspiracy theory, though.
Right.
That's he was making, they love.
Right. Pedro Pascal was making, just as incendiary, or even in some cases more incendiary comments than she was making, and yet he suddenly gets off scot-free because, the message, right? Which we're supposed to pretend, according to Bird Person, there is no the message. That's just, an illusion. That's just gaslighting.
I bet Bird Person believes the conspiracy theory that Trump praised neo-Nazis. I bet Bird Person totally believes that conspiracy theory and spouts it out all the time to people.
I wonder.
I bet that's that's the conspiracy theory that he buys into.
Maybe. I wouldn't be that surprised.
What TDS level do you think the Bird Person has?
I would assume pretty high.
A 10? Is he a perfect score for TDS?
I don't know.
Look, he responds to a lot of videos, so maybe he'll maybe we'll get a response and he'll say, "Oh my, how can you say that? Obviously Trump praised neo-Nazis. It's right here. I have the clip." Maybe he'll put the clip in the video, Sitch.
Maybe. We can only hope, right?
I hope so. Yeah, that'd be
and
great.
Just edit it right before,
Of course, yeah.
Is shameless. If it isn't obvious by now, he has a clear political agenda, and this colors his work. Before he knew she shared political opinions that align with his grift, she was a girl boss, only here to promote Kathleen Kennedy's woke agenda, and shouldn't have even been cast. But now, she's...
Wait.
Yeah, whoa.
She was a girl boss who was just there to promote Kathleen Kennedy's agenda. In the clip that he played, didn't he just say that she was a bad actress?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So he keeps
all that other stuff he keeps adding. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, every time he refers back to it, he just adds another layer of like things that Drinker didn't say about it. It's pretty funny. She's a dog. Yeah. She's a girl boss.
He hated her guts.
Her.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's a shield he can use to deflect criticism about his obvious disdain for strong female characters. Look over here and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Has spoken. Who are you?
Speaking of agenda,
the man behind the curtain is the one that hates women.
Yeah, so I just want to
woman hater.
So we're at 1422 here. So I just think it's funny that okay, so he's trying to bring up this point about, using the shields. It's supposed to be the example of the My Black Friend shield. And he brings up this one weird example of Gina Carano, because then he can kind of dishonestly frame it like a flip-flop. But if he was being, honest, he would actually address the entire fucking video that Drinker made about the subject called Why Modern Movies Suck, the Strong Female Character. And let me just play, let's just play the beginning of that for a second here.
Sarah Connor, Clarice, Buffy Summers, Ellen Ripley, Marion Ravenwood, Princess Leia, Dana Scully, Samantha Carter, Eowyn, Vi, Aaron Sun, Nyota Uhura, Beth Harmon, Kara Thrace, and Rita Vrataski. These are just a few examples of the many intelligent, complex, compassionate, brave, compelling, and well-written female characters that have emerged in the past 50 years of film and TV. Characters that have left their mark on whole generations of audiences to the point where they still resonate with people years or even decades after their creation. But then there's a different kind of character, a shallow, trite, cheaply made, gratingly unpleasant facsimile of these excellent ladies of the silver screen. A phenomenon known only as the strong female character. Honestly,
So he lists like a bunch of female characters right in the beginning that he thinks these are well-written characters. And then he spends a whole video talking about where he thinks they're not well-written female characters. So if you actually wanted to be honest, you'd actually respond to this. But then if you did, you couldn't make the straw man, dishonest bullshit argument that, oh my God, he just hates women and non-white people.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. You'd actually have to address his arguments, which the Birdman is terrified to actually do.
right.
He just
even
wants
funny-
to clip him out of context and
Yes.
completely lie about him.
And it's funny because even so he brings up this Emily Blunt quote, which is pretty
Oh
funny
yeah, yeah,
too.
yeah. She like hates
In
all
fact-
these
Mhm.
all these stupid strong female characters in script. She's like, fuck that. Give me a
Right.
real character.
And it's funny because like they literally have her playing what you would think would be the strong female character in Edge of Tomorrow, where she's like the super badass, nonsense
yeah,
fighter.
yeah.
Remember, like literally in the beginning of the movie, when Tom Cruise is like lying on the beach, she just like pulls his battery off of his pack and lets him die.
Yeah.
Right? But then it's like, oh, as the story goes on, you're like, oh, like she's like a really like interesting character, and you understand why she's like has developed the personality she's developed, and she's a compelling person and an interesting person, and you're empathetic to her, her struggles and everything.
Yeah, she's amazing. This movie's great. This
It is a
movie
very good
does
movie.
have some flaws. Like there's some mishaps at the end, but totally
Yeah, that's true.
forgivable
That's true.
since the overall package is pretty amazing. So
Right.
In fact, Emily Blunt said it better than I ever could. It's the worst thing ever when you open a script and read the words strong female leads. That makes me roll my eyes. I'm already out. I'm bored. Those roles are written as incredibly stoic. You spend the whole time acting tough and saying tough things. Oh, stop it, Emily. I can only like you so much. The thing is, though, she's
So yeah, there you go. I mean,
Uh-huh.
oh God, what a bigot, right?
yes.
Okay.
General Holdo, is that her name? The pink-haired lady?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, that's exactly what her script read.
Well, of course. Well, it's like,
Strong female lead.
but see, is Bird Person going to try to gaslight us about Holdo? It's like, okay, not
Oh
only
yeah,
do you have,
Holdo's
like,
amazing. That's female
Right.
empowerment, Sitch. Come on.
you have this female character leader, which is fine. Obviously, you had Princess Leia in Star Wars, but you have her number one. She like her visual aesthetic doesn't match any of the other characters whatsoever. Okay, number one. She's
Right,
got. They
yeah.
literally gave her pink hair. Okay.
Yeah.
They literally gave her the woke pink hair, and then they specifically have her like dressing down, of course I forget his name, the male character, the fighter pilot guy,
Yes. Yeah.
intentionally in a very like sexist way, and then the entire conflict of the movie is not the entire, but like a huge part of the conflict of the movie is set around the fact that she's not explaining what the fuck her plan is to other people, so other people don't know what the fuck her plan is, and so they go off and do other things. And so
Yep.
much of the movie is based around like this miscommunication.
Right. Yeah.
And that miscommunication is based on her own ego, essentially, of not wanting to explain what the fuck her plan is.
You're saying that women are bad communicators, Sitch. Obviously, you hate women.
Obviously. Yeah. I didn't even think about it from that level. That's funny. So
The Birdman will be saying that shortly.
there you
So,
go. Okay.
you woman hater. How dare you? This character's amazing. He's going to
Okay.
tell us why.
Well, he even said in one of his videos he didn't like this movie. So
Oh, really?
he didn't say anything. I didn't hear him talk about her specifically, but he did say he
I
didn't
have
like Rian
heard-
Johnson. So
Look, I have heard that you have to love this character. Otherwise, you have zero media literacy. Okay.
Oh, of course, right. Now he did say, I believe, if I recall correctly, he did say he liked the last of the sequel movies, Rise of the Skywalker, which is so laughably a mess and so laughably bad that that should
That
really
can't be true.
that should really put a any doubt in this guy's media literacy, his ability to critique media if he's like the last of the Star Wars sequels, which was such a fucking disaster.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
gross.
Back here a second.
Absolutely right
Oh,
on this
I was-
one. The
I
strong
was
female
laughing
character
about-
cliche.
look, let's watch a good video. I was laughing how, director probably told all these guys, just stare at this guy like he's an idiot. Because everyone in the scene is staring.
Right.
All right, I hit back.
Speaking of agendas, the Barbie movie and his subsequent analysis evaporated any hope I had left for this man's integrity. Listen to how he sums up the marketing of the film and then his reading of the actual film's release.
Now, before I dive into this review properly, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and genius PR campaign of the Warner Brothers marketing department. You guys really pulled off a miracle with this one, successfully duping all of us, including me, into believing that Barbie was going to be just another colourful, light-hearted, easygoing family comedy with some cheeky, self-aware humour, ironic meta gags, and probably capped off with a blandly inoffensive female empowerment message about girls learning the value of their own potential. What none of us expected was 114 minutes of spiteful, bitter, mean-spirited, borderline unhinged hatred of men and everything even vaguely associated with them. Barbie is like the deformed, mutated rage child of Captain Marvel, Ghostbusters 2016, and She-Hulk. It is pure brain cancer in movie form, and I was genuinely shocked by the sheer, undisguised contempt this film has towards 50% of the human population.
Besides the fact that this is
Okay. Before we get into the commentary here, when you hear that, when you hear Drinker's, statements about Barbie movie, do you have a problem with any of that? Do you agree with that? Disagree with that?
I mean, yeah, I agree with it. And nothing seemed offensive. So
Yeah. It's weird because, I agree with everything he said 100%. And he's going to do this like magic gaslighting thing where he's going to pretend, okay, you're about to witness some amazing top tier gaslighting. He's going to pretend like everyone knew going to this movie that this is going to be a movie promoting radical feminism.
right, based off of one scene where she gets
Two
slapped
scenes,
on the
yeah.
ass.
Right.
Yeah.
And the shoe.
Well, that's the only one that seems actually pertinent to the argument he's trying to make.
right.
Like
right.
I'm like, what? I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Which this is so wildly dishonest because like we all remember when the movie came out, we saw the trailers and most people, and I remember because people were talking about it like crazy. No one went into that movie that I knew, okay, or that I saw on social media when people were talking about the trailers and were excited to see the movie. No one walked into it thinking I'm going to see a movie that's about radical feminism and and have like the entire movie is basically going to be centered around gender relations from a radical feminist perspective. I don't know anyone who fucking thought that's what the movie was when they were walking into it.
Did they have the word patriarchy in the trailer? The
They
scene
did
where
not.
yeah, that would have been the
patriarchy.
scene to put in the trailer if you wanted to give people a heads up, right? We're going to be talking about
Right.
feminism here.
Right.
When he goes out and says, "Oh, you got any books on the patriarchy?"
Right.
How do you feel about this image here with who's this guy with the tinfoil hat on?
That is
he looks insane.
Genius songwriter, okay, and the world's best artist, Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh wow!
So how dare
Look
you?
at this.
Adam?
He's even throwing Weird Al under the bus.
I know.
You gotta
terrible.
hate this guy. You probably
My
just
God.
are mad as hell.
one of the
All right, let's
most
hear his arguments.
hyperbolic, nonsensical summations of this movie. How could he have possibly come to that conclusion for the film's marketing? It was plainly obvious that Margot's Barbie was the main character and that she would face an existential crisis.
Do you guys ever think about dying?
Now, what does that have to do with feminism?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing at all. So this is like his first. This is his first argument that
Right.
he should know this is going to be about radical feminism.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no.
What?
First of all,
What?
his first argument is it was that you should have known Barbie was the main character. Okay.
Right.
Everyone thought Barbie was going to be the main character. Drinker did not say that he went into the movie not thinking Barbie was the main character. I don't even know why the fuck he brings that up. That's such a weird line to throw in there for no reason.
And look, an existential crisis is like, yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Like that's what a good movie is about.
How does existential crisis about thinking about your mortality translate into this is a movie about radical feminism
About
and gender
feminism.
relations?
It doesn't.
Yes.
Not at all. That's why I was like, what?
Okay. Oh,
I was like,
okay.
why is this in
Interesting.
here? Okay.
I don't
okay,
know.
let's continue.
Yeah, okay.
On top of that, they show Barbie's feet going flat, suggesting that the film would be clearly feminist in nature, as feminists have been arguing against heels for decades. The
Okay. The second argument. Her heels go flat.
Oh my god.
I mean, anyone who's had a Barbie or seen a Barbie knows that they're in like the high heel position, right?
Right, because they want to put the little shoes on them. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So I mean, that just could give you a clue that she's going into the real world, right?
That's how I interpret it.
Like-
It's supposed to be. Yes, that's exactly how I interpret it. Like, oh, she's becoming real. I mean, this is so stupid because he undermines his entire argument by playing the clip first about her thinking about death. Is that what these scenes all show is like, okay, you have a character who lives in some sort of like fantasy Pleasantville sort of, version of,
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Barbie, right? And like then all of a sudden they go in the real world and they're gonna have to deal with like real things, like thinking about death, their body, like having to take care of their body and all this stuff. None of this stuff is like screaming like this is gonna be a movie about radical feminism,
Right.
fighting the
or
patriarchy.
man hating, as
Right.
Drinker points out. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You don't think that this is going to be a movie where you're going to have the patriarchy literally brainwash the Barbies, and then you're going to have America Ferrera or whatever her name is come in and speak truth
And
to
give
power.
the cringiest speech in
the-
all of history.
Right. To show, to reveal the truth about gender relations to the Barbies.
Right. This is the only one that is sort of tangentially related to feminism here.
Yeah.
marketing material also shows Barbie entering the real world and experiencing sexual assault, and I can only conclude that Drinker's media literacy is questionable at best.
Is that really, was that in the trailer? Her punching
was
the
in the
guy in the
trailer,
face
yeah,
for
yes.
smacking her ass? Okay.
Right. And that's the only one that you could say that as you said, is tangentially related. But then again, as I said, if you have the two things leading up to it just seem to be like, oh, fantasy world versus real world. It's like, yeah, in the real world, there are people that are creeps.
Yeah.
Okay. Because none of this stuff is necessarily screaming like, oh my God, it's going to be this radical feminist message. And even
that's a great point.
And even in what Drinker said he thought it was going to be about like some, he didn't say that he didn't think there's going to be no message about, femininity in it. He thought it was going to be about like, it was going to be some bland, inoffensive message about, female potential or female empowerment.
Female empowerment, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, obviously it's a movie about Barbie. You think, okay, it's going to have a positive message for girls, but you don't think it's going to be, well, it's a positive message for girls at the detriment of men, right? That's kind of the difference.
Yeah, Barbie is a female empowerment toy, but it doesn't have a gag string that you pull that says, I hate all men or kill all men.
Right. Yeah, or all men suck.
It's completely independent of that. A patriarchy.
We live in a patriarchy, so.
Right. They had to add that in the movie, though.
Yep.
To belabor this point, he's been caught changing the titles of his videos after.
Look, this is another one of those things. If you repeat it enough,
yes.
people start to believe it.
Right.
Look, we change the titles in videos all the time. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Well, and it's funny
it's
because
not a fucking crime.
Because the two examples that I've seen that they bring is this one and the Prey movie one, and both of them have the same thing. He's reacting to a trailer, and then the movie comes out, and he does a reaction to the movie. And Mahler has said on our show and other places that when the movie comes out, he changes the title to put trailer reaction so that people know the difference between reacting to the trailer and reacting to
interesting.
the actual thing.
Okay. So. Wow. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
And if you listen to I went and I listened to this, all he said was what he said, which he would stand by, which I would agree with too. And I would think most people would agree with, which is they saw the trailer. They said, we're not really that interested. We wish George R. R. Martin would finish the fucking books and stop wasting his time with prequels.
Right. And then House of the Dragon turned out to be pretty good.
Right. And then, well, I didn't like it, but he liked it. And a lot of other people liked it. So
look,
then
I liked it.
It turned out to be good.
You're a stick in the mud.
Oh, okay.
The second season was kind of trash, but.
Right.
trash and boring, but
a media property releases to hide his terrible perception of marketing material. And if all that wasn't enough to prove that Mr. Jordan has the integrity of a sandcastle, here's something that was brought to my attention. On one of Drinker's live streams, he attributed a false quote to Isabella Merced about the failure of Madame Web.
Some of the stars of the film have got theories about why that is, and one of them is right here. Isabella Merced, is that the word? Merced?
Sure. Yeah.
She said it failed for one simple reason. For the same reason that the Marvels or Bird of Prey failed, because the male audience still hides a deep contempt for everything that is starring strong, independent women.
Oh, God. The truth is the truth, I guess.
Sure. I mean, that's definitely the reason Birds of Prey failed and the Marvels. It wasn't because they were bad films that no one wanted. For sure.
Isabella was, of course, inundated with hate from parrots that took these quotes at face value because why would grifters lie to them? She then had to come out and deny these clearly false allegations, but by then, the damage was already done. To date, there has been no update, no retraction, no public apology on Twitter from Will Jordan for spreading this quote, and that's because he has a vested interest in seeing the culture war proliferate in media discourse, as this is profitable for him. Even if he didn't know the quote was fake, this shows the lack of research and effort he puts into his work. No discernment, no ability to perform an investigation, and hastily attributes an obviously fake quote in a concerted effort to confirm his biases.
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay, dude. Okay. He said it on a fucking live stream, okay?
Right.
Like, who cares? He said it on a live stream, he probably privated later. He didn't put this in a fucking video. What is up with this guy?
Well,
this guy needs anger management classes. Pretty bad, Sitch.
No, I mean, super emotional here. It's super smug too, which is interesting because when I was going through his Twitter, interactions, super hyper smug. But so yeah, obviously, if Critical Drinker or anyone reads a fake quote, they should be criticized for doing that because it's a fake quote.
Yeah, obviously, right? So, sure, but I mean, let's be real here.
Right. And so, but it's interesting because I was trying to see if there, like, what the context, if there was some larger context or anything, regarding this. And I found that there's actually I believe it was on Critical Drinker's subreddit where people were saying, oh, it was fake. And they were, kind of chastising Drinker for bringing it up. And they put a link to the live stream. When I clicked it, I couldn't view it. So I don't know if the video, I don't know if it's been re-uploaded somewhere else or privated, but I couldn't find it according to that link. So I don't know what happened, if the video still even exists anymore. But it's just hilarious that this guy who is so dishonest, hyper dishonest when he's criticizing Drinker, literally falsely quotes a Nazi to associate to Drinker, he quotes Nick Fuentes to associate to Drinker, all this stuff. Mind reads Drinker to say he's a racist, sexist. And yet he's like, oh my God, he said this one quote that was wrong. He's the most evil, stupid fucking retard on the planet.
Yeah. He should be chastised for doing such a thing when all he's been doing is that same thing in this video over and over and over again. Yeah.
Why would you take anything he says seriously at this point? How can you trust he's done the homework? That's
basically got one fucking quote wrong. He's made like hundreds of videos. What's up with this guy, Sitch? He's insane.
Well,
he's totally insane.
When this guy's made every claim he's made has been basically false and wrong in this video. So
I know exactly
the irony of it all.
How can you believe him? You should be watching my channel.
Right.
This is not the first time he's been caught manipulating a narrative. The YouTuber Pillar of Garbage exposed.
We covered this one because this one's trash as well.
Drinker for lying about scenes in Glass Onion because Drinker has a political gripe with Rian Johnson, the director of Glass Onion and The Last Jedi, a film he and his ilk have pilloried for the past 7 years because of perceived wokeness. Here's a clip.
The example Drinky gives for Rian Johnson's blatant rewriting is the scene where Blanc and, as we later see, Helen spot Duke's voyeurism.
Batista's watching his girlfriend supposedly having an affair with Miles only to be observed by Blanc. Now look at the later version of this exact same scene. Noticed how Helen's been added in here when she totally should have been visible before.
Except no, that isn't true. There's a reason the Drinker plays these clips on mute. Let me put the sound back on for you. That was the first time we see this. There's a close shot of Duke, then we hear the twig snap, and then we pull back to a shot revealing Blanc. Here's the scene as we're shown it later on. We start with this slightly wider shot, revealing Blanc and Helen, then Helen leaves, causing that sound, and Duke turns round. This point is the moment we saw earlier on, and there's a very obvious, very obtrusive sound cue, the sole purpose of which is to communicate precisely this. Look, you can enjoy the way moments like this toy with the audience perspective, complementing the film's themes, these ideas of how we see and how we falsely composite and rationalize these perceptions away from the truth, away from what's really plainly shown to us, or you can dislike it. But what you can't do is lie about how the film constructs moments like these on a mechanical level. And that's what the drinker does here to cap off his video, to build into this last point.
Why would drink?
So it's funny because, you know, we had to go back and watch, because we did a whole stream on the Pillar of Garbage thing. But it's ridiculous because it's like, first of all, the Pillar of Garbage guy, again, he says drinkers lie, right? There's an assumption here as opposed to like, well, maybe it was just a mistake, right? There's a 10-second part of like, I don't know how long, like this 10-15-minute video where he says something about the movie that you think is incorrect. And you assume he's lying. And his only evidence for him being lying is that he doesn't play the sound in the clip. It's like, did you notice that Drinker doesn't play the sound in the clip? Except if you watch Drinker's videos, he usually doesn't ever play the sound in the clip because it's him talking over the clip. So there's no sound in the clip. So you could just say, okay, this one 10-second little chunk of his 10-minute, 15-minute video, he said something that he was mistaken because it was very obviously filmed in a way to intentionally mislead the audience. And either when he was remembering it or re-editing it, he just mistakenly didn't remember that part correctly. Oh my God, what a disgusting, racist, sexist liar.
Yeah, you made a mistake. Unforgivable.
Terrible.
Drinker do that? Is he incompetent or is he a blatant liar? These are the only two choices you have, and both of them are damning for his reputation. And yet,
I mean, I would ask the same thing of Bird Person here when he cuts off, you know, Drinker praising Miles Morales, praising Gwen Stacy, you know, he leaves that all aside. When he doesn't play Drinker praising a bunch of other female characters, doesn't include that. When he talks specifically, and he does include it, about how he didn't think the Batman movie was woke and wasn't about racism or wasn't about race issues. The Bird Person, either through sheer retardation or dishonesty, doesn't understand the point in the video whatsoever, then associates Drinker with Nazis literally twice in the video. Is this all just incompetence or malevolence? I wonder. I don't know. I wonder.
Yeah, I completely disagree with the Birdman. I think you can be stupid and dishonest, and I think the Birdman is actually both. So
okay,
there you go.
You're probably
the unheard of third option.
Right.
Stupid and a liar.
Right. But
a stupid liar.
Remember, he is apolitical, but all conservatives are lying, dishonest.
Well, that's where that was the first stupid lie.
Right, but he's apolitical. There you go.
Yeah, totally.
Interesting.
Yet he doesn't seem to care, because I guess his followers don't seem to care. I mean, he publicly demonstrates that he can't keep up with basic logic all the time. Look at this tweet from Star Wars Holocron. They are very obviously making the point that sometimes a show's first season isn't always where it finally ends up, with a couple examples including The Clone Wars and Breaking Bad.
Can you imagine getting a whole season to fuck around and turn in complete garbage? Can you imagine such a thing?
I can't. No.
Like, what excuse making is this? Oh yeah, sometimes the first whole season sucks. I mean, that was $230 million down the drain, but what are you gonna do? You had to do it to get to the second season.
And usually in my experience, when I think of shows, it's almost the opposite. Usually the first season's like,
oh yes,
good.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
You know, Breaking Bad really, I mean, yeah, Breaking Bad, well, it's weird because he brings up, I thought Breaking Bad's first season was very good. Game of Thrones first season was really good. Dexter's first season was really good. But these are all shows that like I thought declined over the years, you know, as the shows continued on. So it's weird that there's like, no, listen, shows usually have a shitty first season. I'm like, really? Is that I mean, I guess, Star Trek Next Generation had a really bad first season, but like, I'm trying to think of like recent shows. I'm sure there's a couple that had, bad first seasons and got better, but I feel like it's usually the opposite.
Yeah.
Will saw this. I mean, how do you fail at understanding the point this hard? This is one of two things. He either understands the point being made, but is attempting to misrepresent the point to, again, galvanize an already volatile audience against a contentious product, thereby sending his parrots to harass this account, which actually fucking happened, or he doesn't understand the purpose of an analogy. Stupid people do this all the time. You'll say, well, fish swim and Olympic sprinters run, with the underlying logic being how they locomote, and the stupidest person you know will say, did you just compare a fish to an Olympian? And this is exactly why analogies are on IQ tests. But I'm willing to be charitable to Will and suggest it's the former, that he knows the point that's being made but is misrepresenting it to fit the narrative he's trying to push. I mean, the alternative is to suggest he's low IQ. And I would never do that. His Twitter...
So silly. This video is so silly. I can't stop laughing.
It's so silly. So let me actually read this, okay? This is the big evidence of him being dishonest. He does or stupid. He doesn't understand analogy. So the tweet is, it says, television shows often need more than one season to grow and development. Take a look at Breaking Bad, one of the greatest shows ever, but it took its time to really grip you and needed more than one season to do that. The same for The Clone Wars. Season 1 had a number of rough patches, but with time it grew into one of the most compelling Star Wars stories of all time. A shame the Acolyte wasn't given the same opportunity. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the tweet. Now, if
why did it need more seasons? It was already repeating itself 20 times in the first season.
Right. So if I read this, it's funny because, I haven't seen the animated Clone Wars, so I don't have a take on that. But I have seen Breaking Bad. And if I saw this, I'd say, what the fuck are you talking about? The first season of Breaking Bad was really good. Like, right. I thought the first season of Breaking Bad was better than the second season, in my opinion. And so I was I'm just looking at this like, what the fuck? Like, what are you even talking about? You're lit. It's so funny because I have literally the same reaction that Critical Drinker had. I'd be like, is this person fucking literally comparing the first season of Breaking Bad, which was really excellent, to The Acolyte? Are you out of your fucking mind? That doesn't even make sense. It's ridiculous. You have to compare. You have to find another show that had an equally as shitty first season. If you want the analogy, because apparently Bird Person doesn't understand how analogies work. Okay, so it's even going off on this whole thing. You have to find a show that actually had a first season that was as shitty as The Acolyte, and then look here, it got better. And Breaking Bad is not that fucking example at all. Breaking Bad started off very good.
An example like that doesn't exist, though.
I mean, I'm not aware of it, but. And then Critical Drinker responds to this saying, please tell me you're not seriously comparing The Acolyte to Breaking Bad, which is completely correct. Yeah. But Bird Person is going to be like, he doesn't understand analogy. No, idiot. He understands the analogy. He understands the concept of the analogy. He thinks it's a retarded fucking comparison.
He said he doesn't think it's analogous. That's what he's saying.
No, but if
he's saying it's a bad analogy, you dumbass.
Listen, Adam. If someone makes an analogy and you say, I don't think that analogy is valid, I don't think that's analogous, then you're a low IQ retard that doesn't understand analogies.
No, you understand them perfectly. You're just saying you're using a bad one.
Okay.
An incorrect one. Gotcha. You're doing it wrong.
But is misrepresenting it to fit the narrative he's trying to push. I mean, the alternative is to suggest he's low IQ. And I would never do that. His Twitter alone is an embarrassment of narrative pushes, from platform-boosting known anti-black racists like Kang Min Lee to even shit-talking PETA.
Okay, we gotta take these one at a time here. Okay, let me go back a second here. Okay, I don't know who Kang Min... He says well-known anti-black racist Kang Min Lee. Do you know who this account is?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about this guy. I don't know if he's racist or not. I know literally nothing about him. I don't know if I don't remember if I've ever seen a single fucking tweet from him before today or before I first saw this video.
All right, let's read this tweet. Maybe it is. Maybe it's totally racist.
So the tweet is, all Ubisoft had to do was have a Japanese main character for a game that takes place in feudal Japan. but they couldn't help but shoehorn in a DEI black guy and repeatedly market him as a, quote, real-life samurai based on zero historical evidence. Now a whole nation is pissed off, LOL.
Okay.
And Drinker retweeted that because he's a big racist.
Well, I don't know the situation. It sounds like the Japanese people are the ones that are mad about this.
Well, the situation is they had the Assassin's Creed game come out, or is coming out. I don't know if it's actually come out yet. That's supposed to take place in feudal Japan. And for some very fucking weird reason, they decided to have what looks to be the main character be a black guy in feudal Japan. And people are like, well, that's weird, because if you look at all the other Assassin's Creed games, which take place in whatever region that they take place in, Constantinople, Italy, America, they all feature a character of the ethnicity of the region specifically. And so it would make sense that if you have a Assassin's Creed game taking place in Japan, that the protagonist would be a Japanese person. It does seem a little strange to shoehorn in a black character into feudal Japan and then try to say this is based on this black samurai, which, by the way, it's actually very contentious about whether this person was a samurai, whether they were a servant, what exactly their role was. You found like literally the one black person in feudal Japan to make the game about. It seems a little strange. And apparently a lot of Japanese people were kind of pissed off about it because they're like, oh, finally we get an Assassin's Creed game about our country. And for some reason, the main character is not even fucking Japanese.
Terrible. Cultural appropriation is wrong.
I don't know. Seems a little fucking weird. Seems a little weird to me. I don't know. I guess he's a racist. I guess he's a huge racist. I guess the nation of Japan is racist too.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
Then
Even
we got
shit
this
talking
other one.
PETA.
What's the PETA
Because
one?
he perceives them. His Twitter alone is an embarrassment of narrative pushes, from platform boosting known anti-black racists like Kang Min Lee to even shit talking.
What's this say?
So
chickens are weak as fuck.
PETA saying, think twice before ordering that chicken sandwich. T-Rexes wouldn't approve of you eating their descendants. And there's a picture of a T-Rex and a chicken. It says, you wouldn't eat a T-Rex, don't eat a chicken.
Right.
Okay, now, first of all, this is a pathetic tweet from PETA. I mean, I know PETA has some bad tweets and some bad ad campaigns, but this is like, this person spent 10 seconds. Come on. Like, you got to put something better together than this shit. Okay. Like, you wouldn't eat a T-Rex, so don't eat a chicken. Like, what is, that's retarded.
I might eat a T-Rex. Chicken is delicious.
Yeah, you're like, first of all, I mean, I would be curious as to what a T-Rex
Yeah,
tastes
what the
like.
heck?
Yeah, like, who's not
You're
curious?
you're selling the T-Rex here.
Yeah, give me a break here. So, and then Drinker response to this says, yeah, they would. Chicken are weak as fuck.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, so Bird Person's complaint here is, let's see what it is.
The only reason you pull this tweet out is because you found absolutely nothing.
I know.
You're like,
I
oh
know.
God, and I need 2 tweets.
You're scraping at the bottom of the barrel here. You have he retweeted someone saying something that is true, but that guy supposedly is a bad person, and him criticizing PETA, which, by the way, nobody fucking likes PETA. It's not a political thing. He says like, oh, PETA is a nonpartisan organization. Okay, first of all, I can almost guarantee you that like 98% of the fucking PETA people are on
That's
the
so not true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so number one. Number two, I've seen so many people on the left. I've seen so many progressive people say that PETA's fucking stupid. Because PETA is fucking stupid. They constantly say like some of the dumbest shit ever and tweet the most dumb shit ever. Constantly. They get attacked from all sides pretty consistently. So how the fuck is, it's like, if you had a tweet of Critical Drinker saying, oh my God, there goes PETA, the socialist Marxist trying to indoctrinate our children into leftism again. Okay, I'd be like, oh, well, that's a little weird. Right? He didn't say that. He just like made fun of their stupid tweet. That was it.
Yeah.
Form boosting known anti-black.
You think he got this tweet because he was searching Critical Drinkers tweets for the keyword black? Seems like that's how he got this tweet.
Would this actually show up?
I don't know, because it's a retweet. I have no idea. Yeah.
I don't know either. Yeah.
races like Kang Min Lee to even shit-talking PETA. Because he perceives them to be left-wing, I guess? I don't know, that last one was just amusing to me. So I bring you back to this.
Isn't it weird? He's like, well, he perceives them to be left wing.
He perceives PETA to be nonpartisan. That's the weirder thing. That is a complete weirder thing. Yeah.
Right. That is hilarious. And then he zooms in on them saying that they're a nonpartisan organization.
Yeah.
Which
they
I guess
pull
is
the same crap he's pulling.
True. Right.
He's like,
but like,
I'm nonpartisan too.
Right. But it's like Drinker's response to them didn't have anything to do with partisanship or politics or anything.
No.
He was responding to like a stupid PETA tweet.
He just said T-Rexes are delicious.
Right.
Tweet. What do you honestly think he's saying here? So far, we've demonstrated he will lie or manipulate a narrative, use a member of a group that he regularly targets as a form of plausible deniability, that he clearly has issues with minority groups, and that he...
Look, he just asserts all of this shit.
I know. So we have... Wait, let's go back. We had to use
yeah. Get the list of the assertions here. So this is what we've conclusively proven right here. Here it is.
Right.
Yes. I don't know. That last one was just amusing to me. So I bring you back to this tweet.
So after he's literally just inserted a straw man. He just mind read Critical Drinker and said he made the PETA tweet because he doesn't like their politics. Okay, which we didn't say in the tweet whatsoever. He's now going to accuse Drinker of all these things.
What do you honestly think he's saying here? So far, we've demonstrated he will lie or manipulate a narrative.
We've demonstrated.
That's
demonstrated. What he does. He asserts it.
So number one, assertion. We've demonstrated that he's lying about a narrative. Right. It's like, well, no, you demonstrated that he was wrong about something that he talked about for 10 seconds in a video, that he was mistaken. You did not demonstrate that he lied. Okay.
Yep.
Use a member of a group that he regularly targets as a form of plausible deniability that he...
You know, it's interesting.
He uses women as a shield.
In that, I played that clip of him kind of going through like the strong women that he liked.
Yeah.
He didn't bring up what's her face at all.
He didn't know.
No.
He totally threw her under the bus. He
didn't bring her up at all. Yeah. So his argument
he didn't bring up Kill Bill either, which is like noticeably missing, right?
Well, he showed a picture of Beatrice Kiddo
later on, but he doesn't mention her.
No, but I'm pretty sure he talks about her at some point.
Okay.
Kind of a vague recollection of him talking about Beatrice Kiddo.
She's out of the montage though. He hates her.
Yeah. But so he's like, oh, he's using Gina Carano as a shield. He's never fucking ever shown a clip of him being like, people say I'm sexist, but then why do I like Gina Carano from The Mandalorian? That clip doesn't exist. And yet he's just asserting that it does.
That clip would be stupid. Nobody would ever do that clip.
This guy's such a I don't know. Is this lying or just is he incompetent? I don't know what's going on here.
Both. I told you.
Both?
I already answered the question.
He clearly has issues with minority groups and that he perceives women being in these roles.
We've demonstrated that he clearly has issues with minority groups, Sitch.
Right. And that was demonstrated by him cutting off the part of the review where he says that he likes the character of Miles and Gwen and likes their characterization. That means that that translates into he has problems with minority groups.
But did you see the tweet, the Minecraft tweet?
I mean, I don't know about you, but it's hard for me to imagine Nick Fuentes talking about how Into the Spider-Verse is a brilliant movie and he likes the characterization of Miles and Gwen. I'm just going on a limb here. I haven't watched a lot of Nick Fuentes content, but I'm assuming you're not going to find that. So is that all part of the conspiracy that Critical Drinker is just pretending to like Into the Spider-Verse? Because if he didn't, then everyone would know. The grift would be over. Everyone would know that he's a racist and sexist.
Yeah. Wouldn't Nick Fuentes like it though, for the trans allegory? Wouldn't that be?
No, see,
there's no like that part of the movie.
There's no Catboys in the movie, so Nick isn't gonna like it. All right.
Look, there's got to be some Catboys in all those Spider-Mans. Come on, there's got to be a Catboy Spider-Man in there somewhere.
Listen, if it was actually true that Gwen was trans, then I'm sure Nick would like. He would listen. He wouldn't like. Nick Fuentes wouldn't like it because he'd be like, he wouldn't like the race mixing element of, Gwen and Miles, but he would like, the trans element, obviously.
Of course. Yeah. Don't be so harsh, Sitch.
Okay.
Nick loves this movie.
Okay.
minority groups, and that he perceives women being in these roles to be a political push. Which of
Okay. Hold the fuck on a second. We didn't talk about this, and I want to talk about this. So he was criticizing. Okay. He just contradicted himself. He said, when he first was criticizing Drinker's take on Barbie, he said, how'd you know the movie wasn't political? How'd you not know the movie wasn't political? It was super obvious it was political from the trailer. Now he's complaining, oh, he has a problem with women being in movies and saying it's a political push. So he's completely contradicting his own argument.
Hmm.
You seem confused.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Makes perfect sense. But look, you can't say that with Minecraft though, because obviously this movie hasn't come out yet, right?
No, but I'm talking about Barbie.
Yeah, no, with Barbie, obviously we've seen it.
Right.
So
right, but here's something else I wanted to bring up and I forgot. So when he was criticizing Drinker for saying how stupid you have to be to not know that this movie is going to be a radical feminist, political movie about Barbie, right?
Right.
So I know that we had a long debate with Doomer.
We did,
who, after seeing the movie, still wouldn't agree that it was a political movie.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
No.
Now, I don't remember, so please remind me. When we talked to YMS about Barbie, did he have the same take too?
I don't remember that live stream well enough to say.
Chat, do you guys remember? Because I could have swore, I may be misremembering, but I could have swore that YMS also didn't think Barbie was that political. Which is kind of hilarious because Bird Person over here is saying, how did you not know the movie was political from the trailer? What are you, an idiot?
Right. Look, he's disagreeing directly with Doomer here.
Right. We had one, maybe two debates with different people about the movie being hyper political, and they didn't actually agree with us. So.
Yeah, they thought it wasn't political.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but I don't remember the YMS. Maybe he did think it was political.
I thought he didn't think it was political.
That's been forever. That's Barbie's like 2 years ago now.
Right.
It's crazy. But look, on the Minecraft thing, I mean, it's so like the idea that this black woman is not going to be just a super smart, obvious, create great stereotypes for black women just seems inconceivable to me, right? Like, is she going to be the dumb comic relief character? Is this the Will Ferrell of this movie?
I don't know.
They can't be. Come on, get out of here. Get out of here, Pug.
Okay, people in the chat are saying I misremember. They're saying that YMS was saying that it was obviously going to be political based on the director, which Bird Person didn't actually bring up, interestingly. So
okay.
Well, there you go. So at least you got Doomer. You got at least one of them.
Right.
The humans in this image fits all that criteria. What this person does is not honest critique. He looks for ways he can jimmy in alt-right political talking points under the guise of being a movie reviewer.
What are the alt-right talking points here that are being smuggled in?
What are they about? DEI or wokeness means that you're a Nazi. So it's all right.
That's all right. Okay.
Yeah, you're Nicholas Fuentes adjacent if you complain about anything woke, obviously.
It's just ridiculous because, I mean, if you're saying there shouldn't be any sort of representation in movies, which I don't see Critical Drinkers saying that.
I guess you'd have to ask this guy the Jordan Peterson question. When does the left go too far?
When they gaslight about movies being good for representation purposes, I'll say that's when they go too far.
Yeah.
Right. When you're forced to actually like The Last Jedi because wokeness, that's when the left goes too far, right?
I know his fan base doesn't want to believe that he is prejudiced against minority groups, but after everything you've seen here, if you're an honest person, you're at the very least asking questions.
Ooh, shots fired, Sitch. You're dishonest. He's calling you dishonest now.
Isn't it funny that he's like, if you're honest, then you're at least just asking questions.
I know, like such a weak fucking stance.
That's usually what people they say, like, is like the dishonest thing is like, I'm just asking questions.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Look, and then he's got the angel from the Batman. This is like such a trope here, obviously.
Right.
This is to build. Look, and I don't like negative stereotypes about black people. I think they're abhorrent, right? But I mean, can you have a a black person play some comic relief character, some stupid comic relief character? I guess you do. There's that one black actor that's in all the Your Highness movies, and he's always playing like some dumb guy.
In Your Highness?
Yeah, and I think it's This Is the End. He's in all the.
I honestly don't remember a single black person in Your Highness. So
He's not in there? Oh, I'd be surprised.
I mean, I remember the three people
it's Craig Ferguson, right? That's his name.
Craig Ferguson?
Yeah, I'll look it up. Go ahead.
What's a white person?
Oh, it is.
That's the. He did like a Tonight Show thing. No, I mean I remember Danny McBride,
James
James Franco.
He's the
and
guy
Portman.
in Pineapple Express. Come on, he's in all their movies. He is like the black guy in all their movies.
Oh, Craig Robinson.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah. No, but I was gonna say, like, you know, if you were to have another, I was thinking like Rush Hour movie. You know, you have Chris Tucker in that role. I feel like a lot of people, maybe not now, but I feel like a few years ago, you know, there'd be a lot of, oh my God, you're making the comedic black sidekick, you know, doing the big eyes and screaming like this is very racist. How dare you do such a thing?
Right.
So, but let me just, so we're at 22-25. I want to play something.
Craig Robinson is great. I think he's in Hot Tub Time Machine too.
Generally, right? I consider Twitter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Okay, let me play this for a second here. Let's see what Drinker actually says about like diversity in movies. Okay.
Produced. Like I've said before in a previous video, diverse casting is without doubt a good thing in principle, giving people from
What the fuck?
Oh my God, what a racist. Oh wait, this is part of the dog. This is all the lie. This is all the cover up the dog whistle, Adam. How could you fall for it?
Sitch, I thought we were gonna hear the alt-right dog whistles.
No, this is all
This
just
is the opposite of that.
This is all just I'm just asking questions, okay?
Oh, okay.
from different backgrounds, cultures, races, and genders, a chance to be represented on screen is the fair and right thing for any studio to do. But it doesn't mean it can be done in every single project, regardless of the setting and context, because the reality is that sometimes it just doesn't fit, no matter how hard you try to bend reality around you.
If it's not in the movie, that movie's racist. How dare you, critical drinker?
I know.
He's saying it can't be in every movie, Sitch. Obviously, this guy's a racist.
Yep.
Why would you even suggest a thing, Sitch?
Terrible.
It's got to be in every movie.
What a big. This is all just the cover to hide his true bigotry, okay? And all his fans, they all know. They all go wink, 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 wink. We all know, right?
Of course, yeah.
If I made a movie about pre-colonial Native Americans and randomly sprinkled some white actors into the tribe with no explanation, then people would have every right to question that creative choice. It wouldn't make them bigoted or racist, it would just make them normal, rational human beings who know that what I'm showing them doesn't match up with reality. And trying to paint them as such would make me seem like a total asshole trying to dodge criticism. It's the same shitty tactics that go all the way back to Ghostbusters 2016, just more advanced and better organised now, but it results in the same depressing outcome. Actual fans get so burned and pissed off with the treatment of their franchise that they go into it with the worst possible outlook, determined to find problems and unwilling to even give it a fair chance. Yeah, it might garner you some short-term sympathy from a general public that doesn't get to see the full picture, and some fake positive reviews from critics scared of being lumped in with the enemies of the state, but in the long term, nothing good comes out of this stuff. With less honest criticism,
there you go.
Wow. Yeah. Look, and the Birdman is in favor of realism, as we saw, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what he said.
Obviously, he's got to care about
right.
Shoehorning these characters in.
Right.
Even if it is a fantasy, right? You can't have black dwarves in medieval England. Come on.
That's not very realistic. Yeah.
It's got to be real. Yeah.
Right. Listen, if we're all about realism, like if you had, creatures that evolved to live primarily in caves, wouldn't they necessarily generally be light skinned because they need to absorb, any sunlight that they can?
Oh, yeah.
To get their vitamin D.
Make the vitamin D. Yeah, right. Exactly right.
I mean, if we care about realism, this is just all important. So
we do care.
Right. Okay. Did you hit back?
I want realism in my fantasy.
I want my dwarves to be very realistic. Yes. Or, you know, is when he brings up like realism, the Batman does that mean that the bird person is going to defend Matt Walsh talking about like how it's unrealistic for Ariel to be black because she lives under the water?
Right. He's definitely going to bring that up.
Is he going to defend that Matt Walsh take? Because that's
he's
realistic.
He's going to have a clip of Matt Walsh in his next video.
Okay, he's like, Matt Walsh
he's like,
is totally
this
correct
is the
here.
real video critic, right?
Right, look at this. He cares about realism just like me.
All right. Where are we at? Are we done with this?
We're at 22:25, I believe.
Oh, hit play and see if it works.
Everything you've seen here, if you're an honest person, you're at the very least asking questions.
Ask some questions, Sitch.
Just
Be
ask the
honest.
questions. I'm just
Be
asking
honest.
questions.
Why would he bring up conversations about race in films where that isn't the focus? Why
He
would he
said
lie
it in the clip. He said it in the clip, you fucking idiot. He said it in the clip. He said people were asking if it was woke and he was addressing it. And he said it wasn't. Like, this is a level of retardation that we've never experienced before. That's not true. We've experienced lots of retards on this channel. Okay, never mind. That was that was hyperbolic.
Yeah. Don't be insane now.
Manipulate footage of a film made by a person that he politically disagrees with. Why is he spreading misinformation about a woman and attributing political positions to her? What does any of this have to do with film? This is because he's not a film reviewer. He's a political ideologue that complains almost exclusively about mainstream media to push rhetoric. In fact,
I mean,
what rhetoric is he pushing?
I mean, so we watched the first episode of Penguin.
Right.
And Critical Drinker did a review of it. And he said it was, and he liked it. He didn't, like, there was nothing political in the Penguin. He didn't talk about it. He didn't even bring up if it was political or whatsoever. Didn't even come up in the review at all. And he does lots of reviews where he doesn't talk about politics or anything whatsoever. So again, it completely destroys this guy's argument that like, no, he's not really critiquing media or film or TV shows. He just cares about politics.
Well, the Penguin is an interesting case because there is stuff in there that you could definitely cast as woke if you were like an anti-woke grifter. Like there's a relationship between, I can't tell if the kid is black or Latino. It's like,
I think he's black. Yeah.
Right. So yes, there's like this relationship. There's representation on screen, right? There's a strong sister woman character, right? Penguin is literally like a handicap person, right?
Right.
There's like all this stuff that you could point to and say, this shit is woke as fuck. Oh my God.
Right.
But yeah, like it's not. All that stuff is completely superficial. And I thought the writing was good. I don't think you liked it as much as I did, but
so
I was surprised. I went into it. I'm like, oh, this is going to suck. Here, let me check this out. And I was like, wow, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I went into it the same. Well, first of all, I went into it. And it's funny because I didn't watch Drinker's review till after I watched it, and I went into it the same way, which I guess everyone probably did, which is you're like, why the fuck did they make a TV show about the Penguin? Like, I didn't really care about this character in the Batman movie at all. I don't really have an interest in watching this character. I'm glad it wasn't a prequel. I thought it was going to be a fucking another prequel. It wasn't. It was a sequel. So at least that was good.
Yeah,
no,
I
watched
was good.
Yeah, but I watched it and I have mixed because first of all, like it is interesting. I am curious to see where, like, on one hand, I'm kind of curious to see where it goes. On the other hand, I just don't care about that fucking Penguin character.
You don't like the character?
I just don't care about. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just a fucking bigot, and he's like, since he's so unattractive, I don't like looking at him or something.
Look at you.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a superficial bigot, but I'm just like something about it. I'm just like, but I will say this. No, but the writing is pretty interesting, and where I do have to give it a lot of credit is that it's not, and I think this is part of like Marvel's big failing. Marvel does a thing where because it's like a shared universe, they try to have the tone of all of their movies and all their TV shows be exactly the same, and I think that's a huge mistake because if everything feels the same, you get like really bored, but burnt out on like a lot of Marvel stuff. And
this tone is completely different, though. Like it's not filled with stupid jokes all the way through. What are you talking about?
That's literally what I was about to say.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I was
Okay,
gonna say no, and I was gonna say, and I'm gonna praise the Penguin because it's. I mean, obviously, it's based on the Batman, which was not that. I'm just saying, if like when you watch all the superhero shit and it's all the Marvels and it's all kind of has that same kind of like malaise to it.
Yeah, yeah.
You watch the Penguin, I'm like, oh, this feels like new and fresh because it does feel more like a gritty, mafia crime drama. So that feels fresh compared to all of like the Marvel slop that you've seen, throughout the years.
Yeah.
So no, it is good. It has good stuff in it. I am curious to see where it goes. Maybe I'll be able to overcome my bigotry towards the Penguin character by watching.
Look, it has body positivity in it, Sitch.
It does.
Look, it's supposed to be woke.
And I mean, we can see where it's going. It's, they're doing a Breaking Bad, but with the Penguin, where it's going to be like how the Penguin essentially takes control of, Gotham in the vacuum of, the mafia family being taken out or something.
Yeah, how he becomes a player, right?
Right, right.
Batman is still floating around, right? And it's Pattinson, right?
Right. I'm guessing he's going to have to show up at some point, but I'm assuming it's going to be minor. Right, they're just gonna have to sprinkle in maybe a little Batman in like the last episode or something.
Right. Yeah. We'll see. I think it's interesting. Yeah. But that's what I watched, and I was like, wow, this is pretty good. And then I watched Critical Drinker's video on it, obviously, and he had a similar take. But look, this is why I like Critical Drinker,
right?
Because I share a lot of his movie aesthetics. So
no, don't you remember when he was reviewing the Penguin? He talked about how the side character, the secondary side character, was black and was shoved in for DI reasons, and how it ruined
none of that
the
was
entire
in
TV
there.
show for him.
Yeah,
You don't you remember when that happened?
None of that was in there.
Oh,
and he went on a 6-minute tirade about black crime statistics in Gotham, about black violent crime. No, I missed that part.
No. Oh no! Oh no!
This is what is so crazy about this, is because that's the kind of stuff you would expect if this was actually
a grift,
a reasonable argument from the Birdman, right? Like if that kind of stuff was going on, you'd be like, okay, that's a little weird, right?
Right? Yeah, exactly. Right.
But look, none of that ever happens. None of that ever happens. Okay.
Yeah.
Ever in any of his videos.
No.
Look, so many people, and it's so weird because he makes this argument like, oh, we the movie critic community, like we care about movies. Yeah, he cares about movies too. He feels like they're being subverted by this crazy ideology, and they're putting this ideology before good storytelling. He feels like traditional storytelling is being shit canned for this nonsense, for political nonsense. It's so ironic. The argument that he's making is that Critical Drinker has become a movie reviewer so that he can shove his politics into his movie reviews, when it's the exact opposite. It's like Critical Drinker loves movies. He feels like politics are being shoved into the movies at the expense of good storytelling, and he thinks that's what's destroying movies. Yeah.
Bigot.
It's funny. Both of them think politics are destroying movies, but in inverse positions.
Right. Right.
Yeah. He's like, the Birdman likes the politics in the movie, and he wants Critical Drinker to shut up about them because he thinks those politics are good.
There's this like gaslight.
They're for vapid, branded morons.
Right. And there's this gaslight thing that happens on the left where some people will go, like, if you point out like weird left wing or weird woke politics in something, like you pointing it out, they'll be like, well, that's the political action. You're wrong for doing that in the first place. You're the weirdo for pointing out. And you're like, what? Like, okay, you're the like, they're the ones putting this weird political messaging in a fucking normal TV show or a movie or something that's supposed to be for general audiences. All right. I'm not weird for noticing it and pointing it out.
Yeah, totally. Do you remember, did you see the Ant-Man? I think it's Quantum Mania, where Michael Douglas like starts talking about ants and he's like, maybe socialism isn't such a bad idea. Like it's completely shoehorned in there.
Yes. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine if it like that was something about immigration? Maybe we shouldn't have so much immigration. Like people would fucking lose their minds. People fucking lose their minds. Yeah. But they're like, since it agrees with my politics, oh, that's great. But it would be just as jarring. It's like, what the fuck is he talking about immigration for?
Yep.
I mean, this is a movie about fucking superheroes.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
It's just, look, they don't care because they're like, this is I love socialism. This is great.
Yep.
Let's be subversive. Let's put this stuff into movies. Let's totally bring everyone out of the movie for a second to think about the politics that I like. Well, no, fuck you.
It would be weird if, like, in the middle of Quantumania, Michael Douglas's character starts to go on a rant about how, like, you know, ants really succeed because they're all one species. They're all one group of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They're all one, they're all genetically tied to the hive through eusocialism or eusocial biology.
Oh, yeah,
Human society did better when they were and he starts going on this like fascistic like
God.
Nazi rant, and you'd be like, holy shit, Michael Douglas, what's happening in this fucking Marvel movie? Stop it now.
They would not like that. No,
No,
they
and
would not
obviously
be
the
in favor
movie
of
would
that.
get fucking canceled and rightly criticized for putting this like wacky political message in it. But if it's the other way, like, oh, you just shut up, just accept it. It's fine.
Yeah. Everyone's supposed to shut up. Some people don't want to shut up. Some
Right.
people are like, nah, this is out of place. This is wrong. Shouldn't be all these women in movies.
Yeah, because you imagine, like, even in the Batman, which is funny because again, he said it was one stupid line, but he wasn't really that bothered by it, which I wasn't really that bothered by it either. But imagine if like there was a line where like Robert Pattinson's Batman at the end of it was like, made some line about like, oh, you can't trust like black people to be in politics or something. You'd be like, wait, what the fuck? Like, wait,
Oh
whoa,
my God.
what's going
Yeah.
on here? What if Batman brought up like, some like the black crime statistic or something in the movie? Like, you'd be like, what is happening in this movie? But you have a character who brings up like the privileged white person thing, and it's like, whoa, okay, I guess that's fine.
I thought it was interesting because it kind of went with her character. She had a little woke streak in her.
I mean, you were correct. That's part of why it didn't bother me, because it would make sense for that character to have that perception anyway.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind stuff like that if it does go with the character. And even those characters can be kind of interesting. So
Right.
he pushed back on her worldview. He was like, look, billionaire white men are not so bad, baby, and you know it.
Yeah, maybe maybe she learned. She's like, oh, okay.
She did. She grew as a character.
She's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be such a classist racist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'll never see him talking about or promoting anything that's not mainstream unless it's an attempt at a narrative push. So yeah, he'll talk about Squid Game or Kingdom because they're mainstream, but do any of you believe he cares about Korean media at all? Because
This is like the height of like egotistical, like narcissistic insanity. Like, well, he talked about a TV show that was popular, so obviously as a person who talks about popular media, that's wrong. If he talks about Squid Games or something, he has to really care about South Korean cinema.
Yeah.
What the
That's
fuck?
bullshit.
It's like insane. You're not allowed to talk about Squid Games, a very popular TV show that lots of people were commenting on, unless you care and have extensive knowledge about fucking Korean cinema overall. Like, what kind of unhinged comment is this?
It's so weird too, because it's just this narrative. Can you imagine, like, okay, you really care about politics and you're going to become a movie reviewer to put
Right.
your narrative, your political messaging into your movie reviews.
Right.
It's like, what? Like, that's such a weird conspiracy theory.
I know.
It's like, maybe he just likes movies. Like,
Yeah.
that seems like the easier answer, right? Look, he just likes movies.
Yes. Yeah.
So bizarre.
And if you wanted to make this case, you could try to bring examples of like, try to find, you'd be like, listen, whenever he talks about like story structure or a movie, like you could say, look, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Here's examples of him saying things that are like, don't make sense in terms of trying to critique a movie.
Right.
Right.
Those don't exist for Drinker.
I know. That's why
Yeah.
they don't do it. But
Korean women are
crazy.
probably some of the most feminist on earth, to the point that it heavily contributes to their birth rate decline and the swath of strong female protagonists that permeate Korean media properties. He has
I mean, if it's contributing to their birth rate decline and they're, having issues keeping the population up, that makes it sound like I mean, are you on the feminism is a mistake then? It sounds like it's a big problem. That is like a good thing.
This
Maybe
seems
we
like
should look into this.
this seems like complete fucking brain dead bullshit to me. My wife watches a lot of Korean media, and she says that it's super conservative, super traditional
Really?
gender roles. Yeah, that's why
Interesting.
people like it. Like, it seems normal. So everything he's saying here is just ass backwards, according to Korean media. Like, he's got to cherry pick to find the kind of girl boss structure in Korean media. So, yeah.
I mean, I don't watch Korean stuff regularly, so. But okay.
It's just weird.
pretty
It's a weird perspective.
Has no idea because he can only regurgitate talking points against what's in the mainstream because you can't grift on things people don't know about. This is why his review for season 4 of The Boys is what it is. He admits he hasn't even watched it, yet claims it has destroyed its audience, his source being the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes for me to check out the reviews, not the critic.
So wait, this is so dishonest. Wait, let me go back. Listen closely to how he characterizes this for a second.
Because you can't grift on things people don't know about. This is why his review for season 4 of The Boys is what it is. He admits he hasn't even watched it, yet claims it has destroyed its audience, his source being the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
So he removes the entire context so he can make this dishonest point about it. The entire context of the video, in the beginning of the video, Drinker says, is that people keep asking him if he's going to review season 4 of The Boys. And he says that he liked season 1, but stopped watching it after season 3 because he felt it was getting bad. And so he decided to look at the reviews to see if it was worth watching, because he talks about how like Stranger Things, fell off in season 3, but then season 4 redeemed itself and the fans liked it. So he's trying to like say, okay, well, is it worth going back to The Boys? Let me see what the fan reviews say.
Right.
That's the entire context of the video. And he removes it all to make this hyper dishonest point.
Right. He's considering whether or not to watch it.
Yes, exactly.
And he's making it sound like he just chose not to watch it and is just looking at reviews for some kind of review.
Right. And like is just, like he's doing a review of it by just looking at other people's reviews.
So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes for me to check out the reviews. Not the critic reviews, of course, because nobody in their right mind gives a shit what those fucking shills have got to say about anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality these days, and oh.
Besides the fact that TV show reviews on Rotten Tomatoes aren't verified, meaning they are subject to review bombs, why doesn't
Well, he did say semi-reliable. He said semi. That's not like hitting a lot of credibility there. But also, I don't think he plays the clip too, which this Drinker brings up, which is the creator of The Boys TV show, like in an interview, was basically telling people to go away if they didn't like his politics.
Yeah.
And, he couldn't make it any clearer, what his, progressive political lens was. And if you don't like that, to kind of fuck off. So,
Yeah. He was being mean to the fans.
Right.
Fans love that always when the
Of
creator
course.
tells them, go away, don't watch my show, don't read my book. Right?
yes. Yeah.
That's always good.
he keep this same energy with, I don't know, The Marvels, Black Widow, or Quantumania, movies that have pretty good audience scores?
Oh my God, I can't believe Quantumania. That's fucking
82.
embarrassing.
I know. Yep.
Yeah.
Semi-reliable. So it's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Right.
Seems like Drinker is the living embodiment of this meme, doesn't it? Of course, he'll never come out and say, I don't want to see black people in lead roles, or I'm tired of female protagonists, like The Quartering stupidly did. It's because being that he's selling something, he has something to lose, so he has to communicate in dog whistles to maintain the facade of plausible deniability.
This also buys into the fact that there's these giant, like, audiences of racists that are just dying for this material.
Yeah, I don't know if the gripers like Critical Drinker very much.
Right.
So.
Well, they
And it's
like
weird
that
'cause-
tweet. There was like 36,000 likes, but
That's
I
true.
mean, Drinker gets 1 million to 2 million views on a video. So, I mean,
Right.
that's
Right. But,
And-
I don't know. I don't really understand his argument because he's like, drinker is just using dog whistles because he's trying to sell something. He doesn't want to lose it. And yet he's using quartering as an example of someone who doesn't use dog whistles. But the quartering is also, makes a lot of money making content and doing all this other stuff.
Oh, so he could. Yeah. He could do
Like,
away with the dog whistles.
That's what it always is like annoying with this shit is, there was obviously a time period where like Nick Fuentes was trying to like, he was doing a thing where he was like out and then he tried to hide his power level and then he's out again. Like he kind of vacillates back and forth. And there are definitely people that do that, but like it's just absurd to be like, oh, okay, critical drinker. He's that level of Nick Fuentes sort of, racism.
Yeah, obviously.
And Will, I know you're watching, so let me finally address you directly. Film reviews are not your personal soapbox to air out your grievances with minority groups and those that advocate for them. It's
the irony.
I know.
The fucking irony.
I know. I know. That's literally what he's complaining about. He's complaining that all these writers are using these properties, especially established properties, to air out their fucking political grievances, you fucking retard.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The
He doesn't
irony.
even, it's so ridiculous.
He doesn't even know what the critical drinker is mad about.
No, he doesn't.
What a dum-dum.
He's so angry too. He's so fucking
I know.
triggered.
He is so
It's very
pissed
interesting.
off.
Yeah.
Look, he's punching that anger button and he's getting a lot of views
Right.
off of this video. So
That's true.
it
Good for
worked.
him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Nice grift. We respect the grift.
Yep.
irresponsible to your, my, and every other audience that consumes film and teaches them nothing about the art form. You create a hostile environment for neutral people that may stumble across your slop, where they may assume that film criticism is full of people like you.
Hostile environment. I've never heard that kind of language before, Sitch. Completely unique. Maybe we need a safe space so we don't have all this toxic environment around us.
Well, it's interesting that he's like, oh, critical drinker creates a hostile environment for people who want to like get into the space, right? It's like, meanwhile, you point to and look at all this media that's basically slopped out that says white people and white men suck. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I mean, like,
that's not hostile.
Is that a hostile environment?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Makes me stronger that I eat that stuff up.
Right.
I don't care.
You do a disservice to the craft and give the rest of film YouTube a bad name. I think I speak on behalf of every reasonable film reviewer out there. Go away now.
See what he did there?
Right.
See how he did that?
I did.
He stole Critical Drinker's tag.
He did. He did.
Go away now. Look at that. He's trying to cancel him. This guy's a cancel. What do they say? Cancel pig. The cancel culture pig.
So Dr. Diller he found this clip that's like a compilation of headlines that
About Critical Drinker?
No. About people complaining about like white people.
Oh, okay. That's always fun. Ugh.
But make sure you turn off the sound because he said the music is copyrighted.
Oh, okay. I can do that.
I guess you shouldn't play. We'll just kind of scrub through it because it is pretty like insane. A totally insane thing. As they try to gaslight us here. Okay.
It's not a hostile environment for us. No, not at all. Read a super chat or something.
I am. I'm looking where
Don't do dead air. No.
Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says A-Team reigns supreme. Ew.
Woo! Look at that.
Right. Edo Tosin for $5 says, quote, he saw an ape and thought a black person, end quote. No, he saw slavery and thought slavery. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
D5280 for 9 months says, Birdman reminds me of a far less talented Your Movie Sucks, claims he's apolitical, but goes mass off of disgust towards conservative adjacent creators. Very true.
Well, I like YMS, so he's nice to me, but
let's talk about prepping for $10 says Minecraft just had a 15-year anniversary. Source, 35-year-old currently playing Minecraft survival mode. Wow, is Minecraft really 15 years old? Crazy. I guess that makes the 80s nostalgia for the children. That makes sense. Twitter Sacrified Hour says this is coming from quote Trump said to storm the Capitol destiny. ... Sure.
Oh, as far as
Terms
the
of
like,
white thing. Right.
as far as the not understanding the situation.
Oh, did you bring up the thing?
I did.
Okay.
There's like,
Let me read these out to people that are listening. So you have a Mother Jones article. It says, "Why does a white guy always have to be a hero? A brief history of whitewashing." Second article from the Times says, "If I had a choice, I wouldn't be a whitey." Oh my god! Can you imagine?
oof.
The next one.
Oof.
Oh my god, this is terrible. We have op-ed: proudly Jewish, proudly gay, reluctantly white. Wow.
Wow. Look at that. Self-flagellation there. That's
I
from
know.
2020.
Making us Jews look bad. It's terrible. It's terrible. Next one says, white people, we need to talk about your neighborhoods and how you kept them white. There you go. Next one says, white savior films are problematic. Here's why. Okay.
Okay.
Next one says, dear fellow white men in tech, stop it.
Oh my God. The plea. How come these are all from 2020? This is like a George Floyd virtue signal dance here.
Oh, you think? Because it.
Oh yeah, everyone's like imagining themselves as Derek Chauvin. They're like, I'm the one with the knee on the neck.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
I have to prostrate myself.
Okay, wait. I brought up this article. I'm curious as to what it is.
Oh no.
Oh my God! Wait.
Can't help himself.
Wait. Listen to this. Listen to the first line. Okay. This is from the Dear Fellow White Men in Tech Stop It by Dylan Thomas Doyle. Okay. I used to sit
Doyle Burke. Okay, he has a hyphenated name, Sitch. You're leaving off his wife's name there.
Oh no! Oh, he must have got divorced because it's not there anymore.
Oh, hilarious!
I don't know. Maybe he got divorced or something. I don't know what's going on. Wait, no, wait. No one. Wait a minute. No one gets married, and then who? People usually like when the hyphenated names, it's both adults keep their name, and then the child's name is hyphenated. Most people don't hyphenate their own name. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, they do. People do that all the time. Yeah. Of course
really?
they do. Yeah.
Okay. I've only met people whose children were hyphenated, but then each parent kept their own name. I've never met where the parents both take the other person's name. I've never met that person.
Okay.
Maybe it's like a West Coast thing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I used to sit in class at Union Theological Seminary listening to Dr. Cornel West's lecture.
Oh, well, that says it all right there.
His words were prophetic poetry, a spoken word poem giving life to Black liberation theology. Every class he would, without fail, give thanks to those in what he would call his Black ancestry, the heroes of jazz, Harriet Tubman, Jimmy Baldwin, the great giants of the blues traditions. The list would go on. For Dr. West, there was no future liberation without paying tribute to the liberation fought for by those spiritual ancestors that came before. I would sit there in class as a 22-year-old white man just out of college, mesmerized by the passion and respect this powerful force had for all those who had come before. Uh-oh. Is he going to be like, but all my ancestors were evil?
No. Please tell me no.
I don't know. Recently, my colleague, Dr. Timet Gebru, tweeted a link to a timeline published by machine learning, knowledge.ai, blah, blah, blah. The tweet read, the male-only history of deep learning, where you say AlexNet makes history, but ImageNet doesn't because women's contributions don't count, and contributions from anyone except for white and white-adjacent people for that matter. Well, I guess they're complaining that they used some model that they used to train the AI was too white or something.
Only white people involved? Terrible.
Yes. Oh my God. They say, okay, this person says, as an anthropologist of artificial intelligence ethics, that is their job. They're an anthropologist of artificial intelligence ethics.
Right. Sounds like a white person job to me.
That sounds like a fake job to me. And someone whose research has revolved around the history of the development of deep learning, I like to think I have a good sense of what might be on such a timeline, but what I saw shocked me. On this timeline, there was not a single woman acknowledged. Only 2 non-white individuals acknowledged. One which was a Go player and not a researcher, and no explanation for why. Oh, so they're complaining that a person who is complaining about machine learning being racist, when they went to their timeline, they didn't see enough virtue signaling. That's what they're complaining about.
Right.
Okay.
Obviously, this had an effect on the Google AI, right?
Right.
They're like, oh, you want your AI to virtue signal? We can help. We can fix that for you.
And he says, this is his 3 points. Representation matters. Facts matter. Okay.
True.
This is a norm, not the exception. The mono
Facts
identity.
matter. Wait, that's white supremacy.
That's true. That is, yes. The mono identity representation within this timeline is not a unique telling of the history of deep learning. Okay. This is so ridiculous. It's time for us as white men to decenter our contributions in favor of the contribution of folks who have been historically marginalized in technology spaces. In no uncertain terms, this means intentionally giving up institutional power, unmooring ourselves from our fixation on the spotlight, and most importantly, striving at every level to tell the stories of those who have come before, all of them. I left Dr. West's class more often than not trying to remember my own ancestors, the ones that had willed me into being, exalting
he is
the memory.
doing it. He is going that route.
I'm curious. Exalting the memory of those who have gone before is a spiritual practice. We must challenge ourselves to tell the story of those who have come before further because of the socio-political history we're living in the shadow of. We must ensure our research actively and unapologetically centers the stories of those that the colonial march of time has tragically hidden. Wow.
Yeah. He's feeling bad. He's like, oh, my ancestors snuffed out a lot of people.
There you go. Thank you, Dylan. Very deep. Okay. Let's see what other horrible fucking headlines we have on this thing here. Britain is racist. There, I said it. Oh, nice. Okay. Autopsies can uphold white supremacy.
Oh my. They have long provided scientific and medical excuses for white killings of non-white people. Wow.
Wait a minute.
That's the subheadline.
Yeah.
Now you got to look up this article, huh? You're like,
I'm not going to read it, but I let me just. This is from. You're right. This is from George Floyd.
Of course.
George Floyd article. Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Call that one. Okay.
Why white people concerned about black people looting is racist. Look, all this is George Floyd. All this is George Floyd.
It's so terrible.
Look, if you're concerned about looting,
yeah,
you racist motherfucker.
Racist. I know. Terrible. The way you choose to carry your child might be racist. Did you know that?
Look, if white people are not concerned about black people looting black neighborhoods, is that racist? Because you're not concerned about looting, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that seems like the more racist position to me personally, but
it does. It does. Yeah.
Anyway, what's the next one?
The way
you choose to carry your child might be racist. Oh, okay. Look, if you carry your kid wrong,
what does that even like? What does that mean? I didn't know there's a specific like white way and a black way to like hold your child.
Look, but if you carry your kid in the black way, isn't that cultural appropriation though? I don't want to get in trouble here. I don't want to be racist, but I don't want to culturally appropriate either.
Right.
How should I do it? How should I carry my kid?
Oh, here's the next one. The white male is the biggest risk in spreading the virus.
Oh no, here it is.
Wow. Remember when they were like criticizing Trump for like calling it like
not wearing a mask?
No, for calling it the China virus.
Oh yeah.
Because it would spread negative stereotypes. And now we have it's like the white men.
Yeah. Okay. It's a white man virus.
Finally, the US admits it. AP classes are way too white. There you go.
Oh wow.
Wow, look, they throw Obama under the bus there.
Yeah, they did.
The unwatchable whiteness of holiday movies. Jesus Christ.
Hallmark's brand of wholesomeness reinforces racist stereotypes of who deserves happy endings.
I mean, listen, I haven't watched a lot of Hallmark movies, but I would be skeptical if it's like only the white people in the Hallmark movies get good endings and all the black people die tragically or something.
This
I'm a little
this
skeptical.
this article is particularly funny because it was published in 2017,
Right.
but updated 2 years later in 2019, just in time for Christmas. They're like, "Hey, you have that racist article that you wrote a couple Christmases ago? Can you just recycle that?" People love that racism against white people during Christmas time.
Right.
Yeah. Most people are dreaming of a white racist Christmas, so.
Next article. Why are my fellow whites still so awful at naming children? What does
These
that
are
even
going
mean?
back. This is like
Yeah.
2018 here.
I know.
This is GQ.
GQ.
17 GQ went woke.
They all
Oh,
did.
BuzzFeed. They were always woke.
Yeah. 17 foods that white people have ruined.
Right. Oh. Stop. Look, and then just the assertion, "Stop that," as the
Right.
subheadline. Stop it, Whitey. Stop ruining our food.
What food do you think? What do you
Yeah,
think
look
they're
that one up. I'm curious.
What do you
Definitely
think?
curious.
Yeah.
Let me think. Mexican food probably has got to be one. Maybe Asian food next.
Well, I can't. Half of them are just like literal quote tweets or quote Instagram pictures that don't exist anymore. So I can't
Okay.
even see what they're referencing.
That's sad.
One of them that I can see is corn.
Corn?
There's like a picture of someone they made some kind of like breaded corn on the cob thing, which that looks kind of interesting. I don't know how.
Wow.
Curious to try it. Then we have hummus, chocolate hummus. White people are ruining hummus by making a chocolate or something.
Well, that I agree with. I mean, that's
Right.
ridiculous. I don't think that's a white people problem. That's a some idiot problem. White, like all of white people. Oh, gotta have chocolate in my hummus. That's just like a
Right.
white thing.
Then we have
I was
strawberry
thinking like
flavored.
Tex-Mex.
No, that would be more. That makes sense. We have strawberry flavored couscous. These are like very weird,
What?
random things.
Okay, this is
We have-
ridiculous. Such a reach.
Jello with mayonnaise in the middle. That sounds pretty disgusting. Who's eating that?
Yeah, like if you're gonna have a headline like this, it's got to be something that white people are unanimous about loving.
Yeah, like, I
somehow
thought this could- yeah.
mayonnaise Jello
this
does
is
not
not-
seem like it fits the bill.
No, that's a terrible, terrible article. 1 out of 10 race baiting. Okay.
Oh, this is from the Daily Wire. Look at
Right.
this.
Salvation Army wants white donors to offer sincere apology for their racism.
Okay.
Next one. When white people take up too much space. We got, what is that, the white version of man spreading?
Yeah, I don't know.
Then we have white people. Please stop asking people of color dumb questions. There you go.
Oof.
In her new collection of essays, writer Sachi Cool doles out some free advice. It's spot on and hilarious.
Oh
Shut up,
yeah,
white
it's
people.
funny. Obviously, making fun of white people is always funny.
Right.
I bet none of these articles go beyond. Well, actually, they might go far as 2014 is probably the break. I doubt there'd be an article like this before 2014. What do you think?
Not in any major publication.
Right.
There could be some, random
2015 is about when this really started. They're like, let's go after white people.
Right.
White people are the
2020
new targets.
And you're correct. 2020, 2021, because of George Floyd was like the peak of this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
This green space shouldn't be so white. Nice. We
Yeah.
have a Vox article. Study telling white people they'll be outnumbered makes them hate welfare more. White racism keeps hurting programs that help the poor. Interesting. I mean, if you separate people on the base of race and then you tell them that they're going to pay taxes to someone not of their race, after you separate them on the basis of race, that's not really surprising. So the global dominance of white people is thanks to the potato. Oh, wow. I
Look at
didn't know that.
this.
Did you know that? The potato.
It's all the
Interesting.
potatoes' fault.
Black students claim too many white people at center. This is a space for people of color. All right. When did recipe writing get so whitewashed? I don't even know what that means. Why people of color need spaces without white people. Segregation. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey has long been about white machismo. Can the NHL change that? Bored. White people. Here's why moving to a good school in a good neighborhood is racist. Oh my God. You're not allowed to want to move to a good neighborhood with a good school, Adam. That's racist. White women
you gotta
drive
go to
me
a bad school. That's the not racist part.
right. BuzzFeed News. White women drive me crazy. White women are so dangerous because they're allowed to be soft innocent until proven innocent. Dun, dun, dun. Why I won't date white women anymore. Am I finally done with white guys? Dear white people, we need to talk about your diet's carbon footprint. Oh my God.
Wow. Now we're completely responsible for the greenhouse gases.
Right. Donald Glover is right. I'm sick of white people canceling things on my behalf. I'm tired of being told to change my views by white people who think they'd make better black men than me. It's interesting, that one they capitalized black but not white. So
oh, they did. Wow. Look at that. 2021.
Oh, I like this one. If you're white, science says you're probably racist. Now what?
Right.
Wait a minute. I gotta find this article. Oh, wow. Look, this one's from 2015.
Oh, wow.
Way back. I'm
Well,
I'm kind of surprised that close.
This was like the beginning right here.
If you're a white person who grew up in the United States, you are very likely racist. This does not mean that you're a bad person or that you treat people of color badly or even that you believe consciously that you're better than a dark-skinned people. You are probably a lovely person. You probably donate to charity and bring food to sick neighbors and adopt puppies. But somehow, how are you racist then? What the fuck? This is insane. It's like you're probably not have anything to do with being racist and you're probably a good person. But science says that you're still a racist. Anyway.
Sad.
Why white people can't dance? They're traumatized. The Left Behind. Why are white American Christians so racist? Why white people rarely shut up, listen, and learn about race. Since the murder of George Floyd. Oh my God. Shut up, white people.
Over a month ago.
Yeah. Oh, and I missed one. Dear white people, all you ever do is talk. Now shut up.
Wow.
White folks, racism is our problem. Okay, thank you. Dear white people, it's time to shut up and listen. I'm tired of good white people, says GQ. MTV forces white people to face their whiteness in new documentary, White People. I'm so wary of hearing I'm sorry for white people. Just stop it. AT&T employee training program says, white people, you are the problem. Jesus Christ. Listen, these are just random woke people on Twitter, Adam, that never moves into the real world.
This is Yahoo News. What
right.
are you talking about?
It's Yahoo News talking about AT&T employer training program, telling white people that they're the problem.
Right. Ugh. Oh, look, Walmart.
Walmart. CRT training encourages employees to accept that white is not right. Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
Why is
walked into the Walmart, but this is not for you.
Yeah, you know how they have like the greeter that walks in and says, hello, welcome to Walmart, right?
Right.
They replace it now and you walk in, it's like, hello, have you challenged your whiteness today? You're like,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Someone who just calls you racist as you walk in.
If you're white and you walk in, they go, racist. They just spit in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're black, they just give you like $1.
Oh my God.
It's like the Matt Walsh reparations. Why is American classical music so white?
I wonder why.
Dear God, help me to hate white people. Jesus Christ.
What? This person is having trouble hating white people? I don't think so. Seems like they're doing just fine without God's help.
I know. Wait, we gotta see this article. Dear God.
Sitch is intrigued by all of these.
These are so interesting.
Current events, prayer, racial justice.
This is from Christians for Social Action website. Doesn't seem to be loading though. Maybe you got
all of these have been erased from the internet now that everyone's realized. Oh yeah, these people are terrible racists.
Maybe this one got removed from from reality here. Oh wait,
Good.
I found an archive. Oh no, it's up. It just took forever to load. Let's see. What does this article say? Say anything interesting? No, that's really boring. Oh god, it's not even worth reading.
Okay,
Sad.
good.
Next one.
New York Times.
White racial anxiety strikes again. Oh my god.
I wonder why white people are anxious. All these articles being written about them.
Oh my god, look at this one. The weird connection between smiling and racism by Jesse Single. What?
Wow.
Jesse.
2016.
Wait a minute, Jesse. What's going on? Jesse, Jesse.
Who did this? Who circled Jesse
How
Single?
dare you? Okay, you
We
fucking
got your no.
Jesse,
We got-
you piece of shit.
We got your
You
number,
woke
Jesse.
fuck. Okay. This is what the article says. When we're born, we come pre-equipped with some pretty impressive cognitive hardware. One of the many things our brain is designed to do is form quick judgments about other people we meet for the first time. Over the course of our evolutionary history, there's been a benefit to being able to quickly discern the motives of new human beings we come across. The problem is that heuristics, or cognitive shortcuts, we use to make these judgments aren't always accurate. Our brain can get fooled and can treat friends as foes or vice versa. Race is a prime example. A bunch of research has shown that race of people we meet influences how we perceive and judge them. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Don't smile.
What the study helps demonstrate is that while our brains can nudge us towards discriminatory judgment, there are also various context cues that can seep in and mitigate the effects of prejudice. Smiling appears to be one of them, but it's just one of them. Let's say the researchers ran a similar study where all the faces had a neutral look, but half the time the person was described as a stranger you meet on a dark street, and half the time they're described as a member of a political party you're a member of. My guess is there'd be a sizable racial gap in the dark street condition where people would be primed to be a bit fearful, but that gap would be closed significantly in the political organization one. Well, we're gonna have to yell at Jesse. How dare he, in 2016, make something that maybe is woke
article
or not.
woke?
I can't tell because I'd have to actually
Yeah.
read the whole article, and I don't really want to read
Send me
it,
the
but-
link. We'll hit him
Okay.
up. Did you ever see Am I Racist? The movie Am I Racist?
I did not. No.
There's the bit with Robin DiAngelo is pretty hilarious because they do go into like this thought experiment about smiling.
Mhm.
It's just like an unwinnable thought experiment.
Right.
Like sometimes you smile too much, sometimes you don't smile enough. It's like now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't smile at anyone.
Well, it's like you have a white person, a black person walk in the store. Who do you help first?
Oh yeah.
Right. It doesn't matter. You're going to get racist accusations regardless. So.
Right. I just wonder if this article plays into that.
America's problem is that white people want it to be a failed state. Can America solve the problem of white American voters? Jesus.
What? Who wants it to be a failed state?
I don't know.
This guy's ridiculous.
White Americans are the biggest terror threat in the United States. Bum, bum, bum.
Are we? 2018, huh?
That says 2015. I was updated for 2018.
Oh, you're right.
Listen,
Look at
3
that.
years running. We still got it, boys. Op-ed, white men overcrowd the orchestral industry.
Well, I believe that, obviously. Yeah.
Glenn Youngkin's victory proves white ignorance is a powerful weapon. Ooh. Okay.
MSNBC.
Opinion, stop talking and start listening. White people. It's time to stop talking about racism with white people. There you go. The
Good.
End of White America by Adam Sewer. Look, there's an Adam Sewer article from Mother Jones. Good for him. Well,
I don't
thank you,
like that
Dr.
guy.
Killer. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
I'm going to send this. Next time, I'm going to get this Washington Post article. It's time to stop talking about racism with white people. And whenever anyone brings up race, I'm just going to send them the article and be like, fuck you. Here
Listen,
you
the
go.
Washington Post told me, okay?
No, you're not supposed to be talking to me about race.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So get the fuck off my timeline.
Right. Wow, that's from 2016 too.
We'll need this article when the Birdman does a response video.
Okay. The sub heading is no more arguing with disingenuous folks who have nothing to lose.
Right.
Reported police overreach and brutality in the Black community becomes more and more commonplace in mainstream news. Many Black people are feeling a strange combination of frustration and relief. Relief because the shootings of unarmed citizens have become part of a national discussion, but frustration time and time again when we hear the same dismissive and deflective responses from white Americans. There must be more to the story. If you people would just do what you're told.
No, they did the you people.
You
Oh
people.
my goodness.
Cops have a hard job. White people get chopped too. He was just another thug. Good riddance. Why do you people make everything about race? What about Black on Black crimes? And of course, all lives matter. There you go.
Can't say that. That's a racism.
I know.
You can't even read it in an article. I can't believe you did that. You're in big trouble now.
That was 2016. What was the big police shooting that they were referencing in 2016?
I don't know. There was a police shooting?
I'm assuming they're responding to something.
Trayvon Martin, maybe?
When was Trayvon Martin?
That was like 2012, I think. Quite some time ago.
Well, he wasn't
maybe
shot by a
not.
police officer, though. He was shot by that random guy.
That random guy? That was a neighborhood watch.
George Zimmerman, yeah.
Yeah. Wannabe police officer.
Yeah, no. What was Michael Brown? Michael Brown was 2014, so.
Okay.
Okay, anyway. Okay. Terrible
You got
article. Thank you, Dr. Joller.
Thank you for
Okay.
ruining the entire stream,
I
Dr.
know.
Diddler. How dare you?
J-Mac, our circuit fire, thanks so much for the $20. Says a good movie that came out recently was The Wild Robot. I took my kids on Friday and we all had a great time. It had a very pro message on motherhood as well. Other than some pacing issues, it gets a recommend from me.
Look, that's great. I fucking love robot movies, so I want to see that. I saw the billboard for it and I was like, oh, a robot movie.
It was a little robot in the woods movie. It looked like
I'll
it was
take
inspired
my-
by Iron Giant or something. But
I'll take my my baby to go see it.
there you go.
It'll be fun.
Kenrick 50 for $20 says we all know Melania would destroy Donald in a fight. I
Really?
mean, probably.
Maybe.
I'd believe that.
He scratched his eyes out.
Idiot Toastin for $5 says, quote, drinker dislikes women. Now he dislikes this woman. Fair enough. There you go. Idiot Toastin for $5 says, as Destiny said, conservatives will abuse plausible deniability to cover up problems. Anyway, there's no proof these Hollywood movies have an agenda.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, good point.
Right. Idiot Toastin for $5 says, I think he might re-upload the VOD so you can maybe see what the episode number is and search for the re-upload. Yeah, I'd have to care though, but I'm assuming he does that somewhere.
Said drinker.
That was the drinker.
It's just such a weird thing. It's like one quote. Do people really go and harass her?
I don't know.
Does that really happen? Is that really a thing?
I mean, I'm sure she did. I'm sure a bunch of, but it wasn't just drinkers saying this on one stream. There were a bunch of people that tossed that fake quote around, which again, they shouldn't do. People shouldn't be tossing a fake quote around without sourcing it. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. But it's not his fault if everyone's talking about it.
Stug, thank you so much for the $100, Stug. Thank you. Said on
what's
this
up with
very,
that? That's very generous there.
I know.
Stug.
Thank you. Look at this. On this very day 5 years ago, Jesus Christ, you did a stream. It was the first of these streams I watched. Neat, huh? That's great. I mean, it's crazy that we've been streaming for this long, but oh my God. Thank you. Enjoy dunking on Th3Birdman. Also, you can find his streams on Critical Drinker After Hours. Well, thank you.
Sweet. Yeah,
Scotty,
thanks a lot, Stug. That's nice.
Thank you, Stug. Scott Christy Jones for 5 months says, if Kamala wins, it's been rigged again. Okay. Regarding drinker who I've drunk with, top blokes, I do wish he'd focus on positive stuff. Slow horses.
Does he?
I never saw that. So.
Yeah, I don't. Seems like he's done. I've seen a number of reviews where he's done stuff that he likes. So
right.
I think he just does reviews on whatever everyone's talking about. Right? There's always a particular movie to see, or that's the thing. Sitch and I were like, I don't know. We're particular. Like, I don't necessarily want to go see a movie just because everyone's talking about it, right? I want to be interested in it. And it is work to see movies that are, oh, you just know they're going to be horrible, right? That's the worst.
I mean, I kind of like watching awful movies.
Okay. Oh, I
As
don't.
long as they're not boring awful. That's the worst kind.
That Beetlejuice completely took it out of me. I was like halfway through that movie and I was like, what the fuck? This isn't even a movie. What is happening here?
Mm-hmm. Did you see, speaking of the election, isn't even Nate Silver predicting Kamala's definitely in the winning spot right now?
Yeah, look, Kamala seems to be way up in the polls. Everyone is just completely saying it's over. Kamala's going to win. Yeah.
Even
in the
even
bag.
Nate Silver, so there you go.
Yep. So get ready.
Grendel Levat for $5 says, only bad thing about season 1 of Breaking Bad was how few episodes we got. There you go.
I tried to watch it and I just was like, I mean, it just didn't
like
really.
Breaking Bad?
Yeah, look, because you guys were fawning over it.
What's wrong with
it? And look, it came up on live stream. Everyone was saying, what? Adam hasn't watched Breaking Bad. And I was like, oh, shit. I got to watch Breaking Bad. And look, I really tried, guys. I really tried, but it was not, I didn't think it was that good.
Weirdo.
This came up with Game of Thrones too. And obviously I was like, okay, well, I haven't seen Game of Thrones. I got to watch Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones, I was totally intrigued by.
Mm-hmm.
Game of Thrones immediately got me. And I was like, okay, I'll watch all of it. Even watched season 8.
Wow.
I mean, they had some good stuff going on. They just terrible ending, but
yeah.
Obviously. Like the zombie dragon. I mean, that's badass. Like that's a great idea. Who doesn't want to see a giant zombie dragon?
Spoiler! Oh my god.
I mean, this came out fucking. How long do you have to do the spoiler thing for?
I know. It's been a while.
And they do it so great. That character is like the perfect example of a character who doesn't speak, but still just exudes conflict. That's hard to do.
The Ice King?
Yeah.
I don't agree.
Such an interesting character.
I don't know. My big problem is that they never really make it clear what the fuck is motivating the White Walkers.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what they want.
Yeah. They want what everyone wants. They want the women.
I was going to say, they want women, a warm beer, and a place to shit. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, I didn't seem to be that interested in taking the women.
You got. I was joking, but you got it.
That's a great joke. There's a joke.
It's a great joke. It's a great joke, but it's a terrible. You're right. The motivation is kind of weak.
There's a joke from like Frisky Dingo where Ford is like, they're like, what do Americans want? And he's like, Americans want a warm pussy, a cold beer, and a place to shit with a door. What the fuck do you think they want? So I don't think that's what the White Walkers want.
That's from a movie?
It's from the TV show Frisky Dingo, which is it was like the precursor to Archer, the TV show.
Right.
But that like 10 people saw.
He wanted a zombie dragon, okay?
Yeah.
And as someone who has always wanted a zombie dragon, I understand his motivation. Sitch, you don't understand.
Oh, okay.
Because you're not creative enough to want a zombie dragon.
Well, it's just, in the books, it's set up so that like there's this whole, it seems like it's being set up that the humans made some sort of agreement with the White Walkers to consistently give them babies that they can transform, the bastard babies that they can transform into White Walkers, because it seems like that's the only way the White Walkers can reproduce. And that when the humans forgot that was their peace treaty agreement and stopped doing it,
the White Walkers got mad.
Yeah, and so the White Walkers are attacking humans because humans unknowingly destroyed some treaty they made like 1,000 years ago or something. And they're setting up in the books, which will probably, I don't know if they'll ever be finished, but they're setting up John as like, he's supposed to, I'm guessing they're going to have John figure this out, because John's whole character arc in the book is like, he meets the wildlings, he understands their plight, he tries to sort of negotiate, a peace between the wildlings and, the Night's Watch. Like, he's not just going to like kill them or fight them. It's going to, I'm assuming that in the books, like whatever the conflict is with the White Walkers, it's going to be resolved not just through like murder the way it was in the TV show, but through some sort of, negotiated resolution.
Shouldn't you just genocide the White Walkers? Isn't that like the best course of action?
I mean, not if, well, my fan theory is that the Children of the Forest are secretly super evil, and that humans and White Walkers teamed up 1,000 years ago to defeat them. And so,
Oh, wow. That's a good fan theory. I like that.
I don't know if that's going to be the case, but we'll see. Idiotosin for $5 says responding to someone's tweet is inciting harassment, but making 1 billion videos on CinemaSins isn't. Yeah, that's a fantastic point. How can he complain about a critical drinker making one comment about someone or making one tweet about someone? Well, this guy's entire YouTube career was basically just attacking CinemaSins.
Because he's a hypocrite.
Oh, okay.
It's that simple.
Batman's Pet Goldfish for $2 says mocking PETA is a moral imperative. True.
Ugh,
that
PETA.
cringe for 21 months says, just to let you know, they pushed back the new Assassin's Creed game to February. Black History Month might be a bit of a stretch, but that's interesting. Interesting. Unless they wanted to change it to give because there's like a Japanese female character. Maybe they wanted to give her more like screen time or something because of all the complaints. That cringe for $5 says, since this guy defended PETA, just to remind you guys, PETA kids a little girl's dog after kidnapping it to free the dog from captivity from a girl. Oh, I'm assuming you're trying to write PETA kills the dog? I'm not familiar with that story. PETA says sorry for taking girl's pet chihuahua and putting it down. What the fuck is this story?
Crazy.
This is from 2017. Animals' Rights Group pays $49,000 to settle a lawsuit after it seized a dog called Maya, which belonged to 9-year-old. Family has settled a lawsuit against PETA after it took a girl's unattended dog and put it down. The legal outcome ends an attempt, in effect, to put PETA on trial for euthanizing hundreds of animals each year. Wow.
PETA does this? Why?
I don't know. Doesn't that seem against their whole thing?
Yeah. What are they talking about? They're secretly dog killers?
I don't know. Wilbur Zarate from Virginia sued the group for taking his daughter's chihuahua from a mobile home park on the state's eastern shore and euthanizing it before the end of a required 5-day grace period. They allege PETA operated under a broad policy of euthanizing animals, including healthy ones, because it, quote, considers pet ownership to be a form of involuntary bondage. PETA denied the allegations and maintained the incident was a terrible mistake. Okay. Interesting. I'm unfamiliar with this story.
They're trying to end animal slavery by killing the animals?
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
It doesn't.
Well, that's what the guy was alleging. I don't know what PETA's defense was, but okay. Idiotosin for $5 says Drinker wasn't even wrong about Glass Onion. The reveal is the second person was in the bushes too, but the movie made it like Blanc was seeing the wife cheat when the husband was actually sending her to Honeypot. Daniel Craig and the other lady knew the whole time, but the movie pretends they thought she was cheating. We, the audience, didn't learn alongside Daniel Craig. We got duped by the edit. That is true. That is true. They tried to hide the whole twin sister thing, so. Let's talk about prepping for $5. Says Birdman just said critical drinker Jimmy's in racist hints despite being a racist term LMAO. I wonder if he got called out. Is Jimmy's in a racist term? What is it even?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Reference to? I mean, I've heard the term, but I don't know what it's in reference to. Interesting. Idiotosin for $2 says, you know who else just asked questions? Nick Fuentes.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
That's his go-to move.
Rico Zorro for 30 months. Thanks so much. Says A-Team and S-Class are the ones that truly hide their power levels. We are truth seekers. Wink, 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 wink. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Don't say that. That's going to be in the response video now.
Of course. J-Mac, our Soya Father for $50. Thank you so much. Says, I can't hear, quote, just asking questions and not think of the South Park episode Dances with Smurfs, where Cartman gets to do the morning announcements. Is our school president Wendy a raging whore? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. No, like literally, I'm the exact. Every time I hear someone say that, I completely think of Cartman. He's dressed up like Glenn Beck. He's got like the Glenn Beck hair. He's like, I'm just asking questions. It's great. Caraman 502 for $2 says, is Critical Drinker even conservative? Couldn't tell
I don't
you.
know. Yeah.
He doesn't like woke stuff, but neither do we, and we're not conservative, so couldn't tell you. Val Van Gogh for $10 says, have you seen the Star Trek Voyager scene where Felix remarks on the overrepresentation of an alien species in prison, and Tom Paris responds that it could be that they commit more crimes? I have seen that, yes.
Is that for real? What?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact context, but I remember seeing that and being like, what the fuck? That was interesting.
That's a bit racy.
Right. J-Mac, our Circa 5, thanks so much, Daddy. J-Mac for the $20 says, Train to Busan was phenomenal and definitely recommended. Check it out.
I think I saw that. Was that with Brad Pitt?
No, that's Train to Busan is like a Korean movie.
Oh, it is? I think
Right.
Maybe they remade it.
And Critical Drinker talked about it. How dare he?
Oh, okay. Did he really?
He talked about it with, according to the stream title, Nick Rekieta. Wow. How dare he?
Oh, wow. They must have been doing a bunch of coke when they did that.
Terrible. Idiot Toast for $5 says, academic agent recently criticized Critical Drinker and Mahler for blaming bad movies on plot holes instead of on degenerates.
No way.
Is that for real?
That's
oh
a
my
joke.
God.
No, that's got to be a joke.
Is that true? Wait, Idiot Toast.
I don't even think Academic Agent is still on Twitter or YouTube.
I was gonna say, I thought he quit YouTube. If you listen, Idiot Toast, if you have that, you have to send it to me. I need to see that clip. If that's real, please send that to me. That's hilarious. J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much for saying follow. J-Mac says, now my wife has a hyphenated last name. Oh, look at that. I let her keep hers because it was unique and I'm just a nice guy. Our kids have both their last names smushed together, no hyphen. Their last name is 20 letters long.
That's awesome.
There you go. Look at that. Good
long names are great.
You have to have like the really long name like you're from Spain.
Yeah, it's great. It's got to be like a paragraph.
Right.
Something that can't fit on a check.
Twitter Sucks for $5 says, I'm curious what Birdbrain would say if Richard Spencer came out and said that he hated Critical Drinker because he was grifting woke talking points. There you go. I mean, I'm pretty sure, didn't Richard Spencer come out and say he was voting for Kamala or something?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
He's fully a Democrat now.
And then then Nick Fuentes didn't he tell people not to vote for Trump? I don't know what his reasoning was, but. Girl Sarah for 29 months says, how do you guys feel about my proposal of MAID penalty? If a criminal gets sentenced of 15 plus years, they can LTG themselves after 1 year served. I assume.
Sure. Yeah.
You say LTG, what do you mean, like kill themselves?
Let them off
okay.
themselves.
I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to people for certain circumstances, killing themselves. I mean, usually it's for medical purposes. I don't know about criminals, but
they have to stay in prison for a year. I mean, after a year, haven't they kind of acclimated?
I don't know. I guess if they still haven't. Twitter Sucks. Thanks so much for the $30. Says, I'm so damn tired of this, quote, but white people are racists who need to be told the correct history of being oppressors, end quote. My ancestors hunted and intercepted black birders, then hung slavers at sea. Don't tell me my history, for fuck's sake. Really? There you go.
Yeah, look, I think it's coming to an end. I was actually kind of surprised to see this video.
Right.
Yeah. But look, still a little bit of it left around.
Walmart greeter tainted under CRT. This is what Twitter Sucks says. Quote, hello, nondescript shopper. Walmart greeter not trained under CRT. Hello, Edward shopper. Do people believe this is real? What's happening? There you go. Looser Doman for 5 Canadian says, how much money to get Sitch to play Space Marine 2? Just asking for a friend. I mean, I shouldn't be playing any new video games. Okay. I don't need that in my life, but thank you.
Not even if it's a really good one?
No, I don't need any more potential addictions. All right.
Oh, no. Have you ever tried cocaine?
Yeah, exactly. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $40. Thanks so much. Says Adam, did you watch Arcane? And if so, did you like it? Another series I recommend is Primal. My daughter and I loved it.
I have not watched Arcane, no. I'm
seeing
like super strapped for time right now.
right. I keep seeing Primal come up in one of the streaming things. It always looks interesting, but I've never clicked on it.
I'm getting closer. I got a bunch of projects I'm trying to get under my belt, so once I get my head above water, I'll be able to start watching more stuff.
Right.
And because I do want to do live streams on the How to Kill Franchise channel. Talking to Sitch about movies is great.
J-Mac, our circuit for $20 says there's a zombie creature in Primal that is infinitely more terrifying than that sissy bone dragon in Game of Thrones. The White Walkers was the very definition of a network written blue balls. Such a waste.
So evil. You
There you
didn't like
go.
the zombie dragon? The thing that did bother me about the zombie dragon is all the holes in his wings, because I was like, oh man.
How does he fly?
But well, yeah, because those little holes, they really fuck up your wing. Like
Right.
create a lot of drag, all kinds of terrible like vortexes and shit. Like it's completely inaccurate. But Vagar has the exact same thing. It's like, ugh, make it stop.
I mean, I don't know if you want to talk, first of all, I mean, the realism of, I don't think there's no fucking way a dragon could fly without its wings being, wouldn't the wings have to be just so much bigger? Because they're, I mean, unless they're bones, they look so heavy, like they're so gigantic.
Yeah. No, they have hollow bones, just like birds.
I don't, dragons are like smashing through fucking castle walls and shit. I don't think they got hollow bones.
I get what you're saying, but the holes in the wings are just a bridge too far for me. It's like, okay, I'll give you the suspension of disbelief for on the size thing, but I'm not going to give it to you on the size and the fucking holes in the wings. It's like, geez, Louise. Yeah.
I guess it would have made sense. I mean, you could they did it to make him look older. Like he's battle damaged.
Yeah, Vagar, exactly. But you could put battle damage all over him without doing the wings.
Like a bunch of scars or something, yeah.
Sure.
Or you could have like, you could imagine if such a creature like a dragon existed, over time it would evolve so that it could heal, its little wing holes, right?
Obviously,
So
yeah.
you put a bunch of scars on the wings to show that they like healed holes up or something. That could be a plot point in the show, is that like it gets a hole in the wing and then it
can't fly for a week
until it's like healed up or something. Yeah,
that'd be great. Yeah,
I believe.
But then they have the zombie dragon. Basically, his wings are like screen doors.
Right. I know.
How the hell is this thing getting off the ground?
Well, why is it shooting blue fire? When it becomes a zombie, its fire color changes. Like,
I mean, that was cool.
I know, but it doesn't really make sense.
But it looks cool.
Okay.
I guess you could argue the same thing with the wings, but
right. Didn't I saw a video, I don't know if it's true. They were saying that like birds, like the bird feather evolved to fix the wing problem because before they had feathers, they had like the little flesh pterodactyl wings, and if they got a hole in it, they'd just be fucked essentially.
Oh, I don't know.
So
I thought feathers actually evolved for insulation, like fur. Feathers were just like a different type of fur, and then the feathers evolved into some flying mechanism.
I mean, I'm sure they had multiple purposes, maybe insulation, and also because I think it's like if they get hit on the feather, it's easier for like the feather to like fall off as opposed to like punch a hole in their wing or something. I don't know.
Every once in a while, I see some crow flying around with messed up wings, and I always feel bad for them.
Of course.
But they can still fly, even though they've obviously been fighting.
Mm-hmm. Boa Peck for 26 months and $10. Thank you. Says, hey guys, I was listening last week, and I think Sitch argued it'd be better for Kamala to win because wokeness got way worse under Trump. But earlier this year, you guys argued it might be better if Trump won because it would calm the stolen election crowd, who would only get worse if he lost. Are we just in a catch-22? Yes.
Yeah.
because I think that's the issue. If Trump wins, it would be better for the right to calm down about this, belief that all institutions are inevitably corrupt and that, everything's a sham, blah, 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 blah. But that will probably make wokeness better. So, I mean, wokeness worse in terms of wokeness grow. So it is kind of a catch-22.
Did you watch any of these videos on all of the immigrants, the Haitian immigrants moving into Ohio? It's like 2 big videos that are kind of going around.
No.
It's fascinating. Some guy went to 2 of the cities where all the Haitian immigrants moved in and did like a documentary style video. I was like curious your
What was
take
like
on
the
it.
general message, or what was the general endpoint of the conclusion of the
Well,
movie?
there's a bunch of like conspiracy shit going on. Obviously, different people are conspiracy minded about it. I don't know. Look, I'll send it to you. I was maybe we can talk about it later in the week once you've watched it, because I just think it's like, is any of this true? I keep thinking, but what's the one with the dogs and the pets meme that came out of the
Trump saying they're eating the
Springfield,
dogs?
Springfield, Ohio. Yeah. So he goes to Springfield, Ohio, and he makes one video, and I guess there's 20,000 Haitian immigrants in Springfield.
Right.
But he also goes to this, and I like the other one better, not the Springfield one, because he goes to a town that is like 4,000 people, and there's 2,000 Haitian immigrants that went to the town. So
what's the same ratio distribution, isn't it? 1/3?
Yeah, but it's like a much, much smaller town.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, you're kind of conflicted because you're like, okay, well, these people don't like the giant influx of immigrants, but at the same time, the town is just like a fucking disaster area. Like everyone's moving out. Downtown is basically all boarded up and shit. But the Haitian immigrants are moving in and like they're opening businesses and stuff like that.
Right.
But there is this kind of culture clash that's going on between them.
How did was it like, and this is what I don't understand, was it just like 2,000 immigrants just all decide to move the same place, or was there like some sort of directive that was like,
none of that comes out in the video?
That's what I'm kind of curious about.
I know,
how does that all
totally.
work out? Yeah.
But the guy is kind of like, he doesn't want to dig too deep because he's like, it's not my job to really dig that deep as just some YouTuber. And he's like, I don't want to get in trouble. He feels like the 3-letter agencies are going to come after him if he digs.
Right.
If he digs too far. Obviously if he uncovers the truth, the secret truth.
Okay, this is hilarious. Idiot Tufton sent me the tweet from Academic Agent. Academic Agent wasn't complaining about Jews. He was complaining that Critical Drinker was not racist.
Oh, wow. You should send that to the Birdman.
Look,
hey, look, here's a real racist. And
that's
he's
hilarious.
Complaining that Drinker isn't racist enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's so
What do
funny.
you need?
Academic Agent is complaining that Critical Drinker is not just being, racist against black people. And meanwhile, Birdman is like, Critical Drinker is dog whistling to racists, like Academic Agent. That's hilarious.
Yep. There's that. And what else? Well, I found some crazy article we can talk about during the week. Oh, and Lucy Lemonbug sent some video.
We can watch the because I do actually have a lot. I think I have stuff to say about it. There was the Tim Pool debating with Andrew Wilson about
that one.
rights.
That's the one we're gonna watch.
Yeah, which is a pretty interesting clip. So
I mean, we have plenty of time. I mean, if you want to watch something else now, we can. Or I don't know if you want to wrap up or what.
I don't know. We'll see. Orca for $10 says, Attorney General Kamala Harris, innovation and evolution in our criminal justice system. Go to 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Chicago ideas on YouTube. Kamala being based and substantive on prison. A-Team reigns supreme.
Sitch that never does it right.
Okay, let me find this video he's talking about.
He's so weak sauce.
We do have time.
Here's the video I was talking about. This is Guy's channel. You guys can check it out. So, I hear copyright music.
11:30. Let's see.
Part of the concern also for people who are progressive thinking and liberal-minded, or just progressive thinking in terms of just fix it, is that we all have these posters in our closet that is attached to a stick that we sometimes will card out when we're talking about criminal justice policy and those statistics that you first heard when we opened it up, incarceration, and we run around with these signs. Build more schools, less jails. Build more schools, less jails. And we walk around everywhere. Build more schools. We protest. Build more schools, less jails.
I love where this is going, Sitch. If she says build more jails, I'm fucking on board. I'm voting for Kamala. I am.
Okay, let's
My
see.
vote depends on this right here.
I mean, she is wearing evil patriarchal heels, so.
I always notice this about Kamala too. Like, she always wears heels.
Right.
That's so crazy.
Good for her.
President heels. Wow.
Right.
Put money into education, not prisons. There's a fundamental problem with that approach.
I'm falling in love, Sitch. Sitch. Oh my God. Why are we watching this video now?
Look,
you can turn me into a Kamala voter right here.
Look, Orca just got Adam to vote for Kamala. Look at this.
I'm serious. This is good stuff right here.
this.
Look, I'm signing up for White Dudes for Kamala right after this video. Look, I'm starry-eyed.
Right.
In my opinion. And it's this. I agree with that conceptually. But you have not addressed the reason I have 3 padlocks on my front door.
Sitch! I literally have 3 padlocks on my front door. I am falling in love.
You actually do.
No, I'm joking, obviously.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So part of the discussion about reform of criminal justice policy has to be an acknowledgement that crime does occur. And especially when it is violent crime and serious crime, well, there should be a broad consensus that there should be serious and severe and swift consequence to crime. That, I think, is essential. And by the way, when you just break it down, everybody agrees. You know, although I'll tell you a little story. I've got 5 minutes. One year, it was many years ago,
She just did a Trump. She said everybody agrees. Everybody agrees, Adam. Everybody agrees. Don't know if it's true or not, but everybody agrees.
They do agree.
Right.
Bring back the guillotine.
speaking before the San Francisco Democratic Party, the annual meeting. And it was a Saturday. I'd done a bunch of events, so I got there and I was a little tired. And I got to the podium, and I looked out at the San Francisco Democratic Party. And I just stood at this podium. I kind of leaned over. I was just exhausted. And I'm looking at, you know, the glorious party that it is, right? So it's like the black guy with the blonde hair, the white guy with the dreadlocks, you know, the lady there with the purple hair and all the buttons, right? And I just looked at it. This.
Hey, okay.
Wow. This is from this is from 2013, by the way. It really shows you how times have changed, right?
Okay.
It's very interesting.
Are you
Fabulous
thinking like that white guy will be accused of cultural appropriation for those dreadlocks? Is that what
Well,
you're
no, I
talking
mean,
about?
it seems like she's making fun of the stereotype of like the people on the left.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's authentic though. I mean,
Right.
I've been to San Francisco many times, and
Right.
it is like all the stereotypes.
Right, but that's what I mean. It's like in 2013, you were allowed to talk about these things without
Of
getting
course.
hit over the head, you know.
They had a show called Portlandia where they actually made fun of these things over and over
Right.
and over again. It was hilarious.
Motley Crue, and I said, okay, so who of us as Democrats, raise your hand, is saying people shouldn't have to go to jail? And you could see these hands just start to run up. And I said, hold on. One human being kills another human being. A woman is raped. a child is molested. Is that what we're saying? So the knee-jerk response was to suggest we don't want law enforcement and public safety. But that's not what we mean. So that has to be part of what we talk about in challenging ourselves in terms of where we're coming from when we talk about what needs to occur to improve the system, to agree that status quo is not working. The next part of it then has to be, okay, we can outline criticism. What's the solution? Because it's not having jails, because there are people who do bad things who need to go to jail. And some people need to go to jail for the rest of their life. But it has to be about looking at and understanding the system well enough to know how we can then build into it those things that can create improvement. And then that comes down to a number of issues, including what we all need to do when we want to improve anything, which is have an ability to embrace and endure the mundane, right? We can talk about broad policy approaches, but let's talk about some specific issues also. And this gets back to the last discussion about cybercrime. We really need to support the ability and the desire of law enforcement to adopt technology. That's a very real issue. When I was first elected district attorney in San Francisco.
Okay, I'm zoning out now. She's
go on.
done it. She's finally talked too much.
Right.
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 That's putting me to sleep.
Well, we can see that even though her views have changed over the years, her charisma has not. So.
Oh, because I'm falling asleep.
Right. Yeah.
Thank goodness we made it to the interesting part of the video, because she had me entertained for at least a minute there.
There you go. Well, thank you, Orca, for sending us. Look at that. Orca's got Adam to decide to vote for Kamala. Isn't that
Orca
crazy?
saw this and was like, I know how to push Adam's buttons right here.
Well, it's funny because I have actually seen this clip before.
Oh, you have? Wow.
And that's why I kept saying, as part of why I kept saying, listen, if you go back and you listen to her old speeches when she was AG, like in those days, she didn't seem to be that woke. So, and obviously she became very woke when she was in Senate and in 2020. So it's kind of why you say, which version of Kamala is the real version? Did she actually change her positions, or is it all just performative to win an election? Who knows?
Yeah. She did another interview. Did you see the softball interview she did with
Stephanie
that?
Rule one?
I think it is. And everyone was sharing clips because she was also on Bill Maher bragging about how much she loves Kamala Harris, and she did an interview with her.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it was obviously a giant conflict of interest, but whatever. That's
kind of hilarious. Yeah.
Continuous Kamala stuff. But I guess she's going to win now, so it's all over.
Mm-hmm.
It's all in the bag.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, you have to be genuinely dishonest to not understand why people might be feeling a little attacked based on their race from Hollywood movies. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Diller for $2 says, everything is political, idiot, unless it's political activism I agree with, in which case it is. In which case it is somehow. Yeah, exactly.
They use that argument because they want to foist political activism into movies. Then they're like, well, everything's political anyway, so we kind of have to do this.
Right.
It's like, no, not really.
That is their worldview. So, Dr. Diller for $2 says, YMS went through this arc with Mahler and it ended with YMS conceding he was entirely wrong about. He was wrong after Mahler dragged him around by the collar and politely but forcefully showed him he was wrong. There you go.
Are they on good terms now? I don't know. So
I hope so. There was, speaking of everything's political, there's this hilarious Steve Shives video from like a year ago. It's like one of his like highest viewed videos. And he's all talking about how conservatives don't have media literacy because they don't understand that Star Trek is like pro-communism. He's like, I don't understand how conservatives watch this show about a military organization based on hierarchical status and ranking system. I don't understand why right-wing people watch this show and like it. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Because it's, yeah. Because
Like,
it's okay with hierarchy.
Right.
Don't they all have private property too? I mean,
they did, yeah.
Picard owned a vineyard, for heaven's sakes.
He did.
Yeah.
He sure did.
That wasn't a vineyard co-op, Steve.
And Cisco's father somehow ran a restaurant, which is never explained and makes absolutely no sense.
Because he walks. Hey, how does that work? You feed your recipe into the.
No, it was even weirder. It was all food that was naturally grown and cooked. It wasn't replicated food.
Oh, that would be way too expensive.
Well, that was what's weird about it. So, but he also has a staff of like waiters and cooks and shit. And you're like, why is anyone working at this restaurant?
They must all be androids.
They don't know. They're not androids.
That's the only way it makes sense. Can you imagine? Like, my lot, I want to be a waiter in a restaurant.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be a waiter in a restaurant.
I know, it's weird. Like, well, they're not androids because the only android was Data at that time.
Oh, yeah.
So, no, it makes absolutely no sense. And they never, ever explain it. Which, I mean, I guess I'm kind of fine with, but it is weird. That's why it's so hilarious whenever people go, Star Trek is socialism. I'm like, is it? Okay. An alien for 5 Aussie says, I am behind, but the guy is doing the dumb leftist thing of constantly using Drinker's real name. I didn't even know his name was public. True. You talked about that in the beginning, Adam.
Yeah, look, I called him out for that shit. Someone was arguing on Twitter, but they never gave me a reason why he would do that other than intimidation. Like, it just seems like an intimidation tactic to me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're anonymous. Right? You're using a rant persona, whatever. Your name is not out there.
I think his name is out there.
The Birdman?
I think his picture's out there too.
The Birdman?
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember. Because I think actual fandom and organized chaos were calling him by his real name. I don't remember what it was because I don't really care. But
okay. Well, I wouldn't be as presumptuous as to do that. I'll just call him Mr. Birdman.
Mr. Bird. I like Bird Person better. Skinnerin for 10 Canadian says, I loved your conversation about trauma psychology on September 24th. I'm studying for a master's in behavior analysis and would love to come on and chat about why behaviorism is greater than modern psychology.
That was in the context of Kamala Harris believing in trauma psychology too, which was one of the reasons why I didn't want to vote for her. But now that I know she's in favor of taking criminals and chopping them up with a machete,
You're in favor.
Now I really want to vote for her.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm down. Send Adam a tweet. Make him figure it out.
Yeah.
Adam Unfriended for $10 says, Zach of Comics Matter has called Critical Drinker and his friends birthday clowns because they perform for super chats and aren't generally trying to protect art and culture. Do you guys agree? Did we talk about this on stream during the week at some point?
We did briefly. Yes.
Right, very briefly.
And I know that Zach has made the argument that Critical Drinker is like waiting to see what the word on the street is about whether or not people like the movie or not, and trying to get the consensus and do like a consensus aggregator thing so he maintains popularity. I think that is like wildly out there. So
this was in response to the Penguin, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I guess he didn't do his Penguin review right away because he was doing other things. I mean, is Critical Drinker afraid to buck consensus if he disagrees with someone's take?
I don't watch his content enough to know if he's
I
disagreed with the consensus or not, so I don't know.
I watched a lot of his videos, but I can't really think of a time when that happened.
Right.
But I don't necessarily think he would be afraid of that. But I mean, Critical Drinker basically is looking at stories from the same kind of perspective as me. So I constantly agree with him. I don't know. I do think Zach is a bit of a reflexive contrarian. So, and like Zach reviews a bunch of comic books that I haven't read, so I would never know like if his reviews were great or not great. I mean, I agree with a lot of things Zach says. I mean, I have watched some of his comic book reviews. I don't know if you have, Sitch, but
I've seen some of his videos, but I don't watch
yeah.
Zach's content regularly because I don't read a lot of comics to know what the fuck he's talking about half the time anyway. So
Yeah. Like if a movie comes out and I'm going to see it, I generally try to avoid reviews because I want to see it and not have spoilers or anything like that. But then as soon as the movie comes out, I have a reaction to it and I want to watch other people's reactions to it and see, you know, did they like it? Did they not like it? Am I crazy? You know, if I liked it and nobody did, or so I think that's fun. And I do think it's why a lot of review stuff is popular. I do think a lot of review stuff is popular also because people are like, I'm not really interested in this movie. I don't really want to sit through this movie, but I kind of would like to know, you know, what it's about so I can be involved in the culture. So I think a lot of people just watch the videos immediately if it's something they don't want to see.
mm-hmm.
Do you have a similar experience? Is that kind of what you do, Sitch, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun. I like it. I like knowing what's going on. I think one of the biggest divergence for me was Joker. Like everyone's just went crazy for Joker that I didn't really understand it. I was like, I mean, it was a good movie, but I wasn't crazy for it. So
That's exactly how I felt.
yes, sometimes I feel like that is something like that. I think the hysterical, I guess it can go in both directions, but oftentimes I feel like it goes in the positive direction more than the negative direction. Like the hysteria for a movie being bad, I think is generally well placed. Like it is a fucking terrible movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the hysteria for the movie that's great, sometimes I'm like, I mean, this wasn't that great. You guys really love this movie for some reason, right?
I'm trying to think. Well, like with Joker, I give Joker credit in terms of kind of the same reason I give Penguin credit. That I do give them credit for doing risky things and doing different things, even if it's not exactly my cup of tea for whatever reason.
Totally, and I
Right.
totally agree. Yeah.
And so yeah, like I do give Joker a lot of credit for them doing a pretty risky thing with a big IP character. So I give
They did,
DC
yes.
and I guess Warner Brothers, I think, or whatever studio, I do give them a lot of credit for that. 100%. So I'm glad that the movie, on that level, I'm like really glad the movie did well. And I do like to see, you know, using comic book IPs to do unique and different takes of things as opposed to everything just being like a standard Marvel movie. So lots of props for that. In terms of the actual movie itself, I mean, I thought it was like okay. I didn't hate it, but I didn't think it was as amazing. I didn't have the boner for it that a lot of people did. So
yeah, and I generally don't jump in and am like, my opinion is the one that matters.
right.
And I'm gonna argue till the death that you should see it through my eyes, because a lot of times I just think, okay, well, I'm missing something here. There's some cultural aspect that that resonates with a lot of people that maybe I just haven't been exposed to. So
Well, I think Joker I think you're completely correct. I think Joker for a lot of people was like their generation's Fight Club. They
right,
felt like
yeah,
it spoke to them about, you know, the generational feelings of of being isolated and lonely and feeling like society is kind of falling apart and everything sucks for them. I'm guessing.
yeah,
From a
I could
movie
see that.
standpoint, right? From a movie standpoint, I mean, the thing that kind of the reason I thought it was only okay was it just felt very like it felt too on the nose for me. Like every time like Arthur's in a situation, you're like, okay, whatever the worst possible thing that could happen to him is going to happen to him. Like it just felt so obvious to me. There wasn't any part that I was like surprised at, like an outcome of a scenario.
Yeah, it had a
And
predictability that was, yeah, just
right.
obvious.
Right. Now, and the whole thing is building up to the last scene, and now the last scene is fantastic. You know, with him and Robert De Niro, and so that build up is great, and so that building up to that last scene is great. The last scene is great. The music is great, but I know I just didn't feel that way about the rest of the movie. So
Yeah, we talked about this when the movie actually came out, and I do remember saying something to the effect of like it really is a movie about one super compelling scene that is like the whole movie is kind of draped around. It's kind of like the chess cracker scene in Alien, where you're like, okay, well, this movie is going to be remembered for a long time because of this one scene, like everybody is never going to forget. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and there are movies that actually spawn that way, where someone has an idea about one scene and everything kind of is built around that one scene. I don't know if that was the case with Joker, but
That was definitely the case with Alien. Like that, the script for Alien was bought based off of that one scene. And then the whole script was kind of rewritten around that one scene to the point where that's the only scene that ended up being in the like completely rewritten movie. It'd be interesting to see if that was the same kind of situation with Joker. I had heard that or read somewhere that Joker was not a comic book property, but it was some script that the guy wrote just as a standalone movie, and they kind of made it a Joker movie to kind of get it made, which is interesting. Yeah, because that movie just without that context, I mean, it's like a indie art house film, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it felt like a remake of Taxi.
Yes,
Taxi
totally.
was a taxi driver, but with the Joker. So I mean, I like it more than I like Taxi Driver or Taxi.
Yeah.
So I do give it credit for that.
I think
They
it's
even
Taxi Driver.
Is it? They even use. It was funny because obviously the main character in Taxi Driver is Robert De Niro.
Yes. Yeah.
And so
and
they
then
put
he
him
gets
in
his in this.
Right, so they put him in Joker. And also, if I recall correctly, there's like a theme in Taxi Driver. There's like this melodious plotting like musical score. It's like dun 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 dun. And I think they use like a very similar feel in the Joker movie. So I'm assuming the homage was intentional. Here's an article because I was looking up the rewrite thing.
Yeah.
It says it's all bringing up stuff about Joker 2. It says Joker 2 team met very often in Walking Phoenix's trailer to tear the script up and start over. 3 hours later, you're rewriting it on a napkin. Now
that's good. Yeah.
I was gonna say the opposite. That makes me worried.
Nah, man, you
You like that? I don't know. I don't know about that.
Look, I think good scripts have to. I mean, the crime is when you write that first shitty draft and everyone's like, let's shoot the movie.
Yes,
it's like,
that is.
what?
I mean, I agree with you.
You think about it for a little bit and you're like, wow, this is trash. I thought this was great yesterday, but now I realize it's awful.
Well, it's kind of a mixed bag because I agree with you. Like, yeah, you can get saddled down with the first draft, which sucks. But I feel like if you're just constantly redoing the entire thing again and again and again and again, that doesn't breed confidence in me that it's going to be like a good thing.
Depends.
Okay, maybe.
Well, look, I think every good movie has to go through significant changes and many drafts. I just think that's the reality of writing. Because you're basically trying to connect all the various threads of the movie, and you can't do it just on the first draft.
Of
you
course.
just can't. Yeah.
Right. Director Todd Phillips recently told Variety that the goal of the sequel was to make it feel like it was made by crazy people. The inmates are running the asylum.
Well, I don't agree. That makes me worried, but
right. We'd often meet in. Lady Gaga said we often would meet in Walking. Every time I see his name Walking, I like pause because it's spelled not how you would expect Walking Phoenix to be spelled.
Joaquin.
Yeah, spelled Joaq. So your brain goes Joaquin.
Right, yeah.
Walking's trailer. And sometimes we would just tear the script up and start all over again. It was a really cool and liberating process. Phillips confirms Lady Gaga's story. I hate when people say Gaga. I don't know why. Told the publication, my line about Walking is that he's the tunnel at the end of the light. You think, okay, the scene works. Let's just go shoot it. And Walking's like, no. Let's just have a quick meeting about it. And 3 hours later, you're rewriting it on a napkin. What's great about Lady Gaga is that she really holds her own, both off when we're in the trailer tearing things apart, which she probably spent the night before learning, but also on camera, it's not a small feat.
This movie is out, right? I mean, we could go see this movie, but
No, it's coming out.
oh, it's not out yet.
I
I
don't
thought it
think
was
it's out
out.
yet.
I have
think it's coming out soon.
I have zero desire to see this movie. I don't know about you, but I've seen the trailers and I'm like, eh.
It's coming out on the 4th.
Do you want to see this movie?
I have no desire to see it, but but we should probably talk about it. So.
You're in the same boat as me.
Yeah.
You're like,
oh,
I
I saw the trailer and I was kind of like not super impressed.
Yeah, I watched some video and the guy was going on and on about how the lipstick on the barrier when he was in jail was just such like an amazing scene, and I was like, really? Really? Okay.
I'm curious. I'm guessing like they're not, I'm assuming it'd be a huge mistake. They're not going to try to tie Walking Phoenix Joker into Robert Pattinson Batman, right? That would be a huge mistake.
Oh, please tell me no. Yeah. I don't want that to happen. Oh God, no, don't do it. Is Penguin going to show up in this movie? They're tying everything together.
Wasn't there like that weird, there was some like weird, shittily deleted scene that, remember, they added at the Batman? It was like some blurry, she's talking to like blurry Joker. And it wasn't Walking Phoenix, so I guess they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
I do remember that now.
I'm fine. I thought like that was one of the things I thought was kind of dumb in the first Joker movie, was that they tied it into Bruce Wayne at all. Like, just, I would be totally fine if they just should have nothing to do with Batman at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't imagine Walking Phoenix Joker like being the criminal mastermind, the Joker that has to like fight fucking Batman. He get his, like, Arthur would get his fucking ass beat in like a quarter of a second by Batman. So,
yeah,
just keep them separate. But.
Yeah, Arthur would be like in the hospital with a broken back.
Yeah, he would just get
with
annihilated.
a spinal injury. Yeah,
he would get just totally fucking annihilated by Batman. So I don't know. It says in the cast, it says there's a character who's playing Harvey Dent. So, I put Harvey in it. Whatever. Just keep Batman out of the Joker movies. Be a big mistake.
So this is like next week it comes out.
Yeah, comes out next week. Maybe they'll do some like Joker has a son with Harley and his son takes up the fucking Joker mantle or something. And they shove that into the Batman movies. Because he's also an adult when Batman's like a kid in the first one. So the ages are all kind of fucky.
No, she has like 7 abortions and she can't have kids. And they're
Jesus Christ
depressed about it. Well, that's the type of movie this is supposed to be. What are you talking about?
So he does like the whole Batman Beyond thing where he like kidnaps Robin because he can't have a child and he has to like make Robin like the Joker child through torture.
Yeah.
There you go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Maybe that's why they're rewriting it in the trailer.
Maybe.
Lady
They wanted to
Gaga's
cut out
like-
the abortion subplot. They thought, do people really want to see an abortion subplot in the Joker sequel? Do they really? I mean, it's a musical, right? Do they really not have a musical number about getting abortion, like number 7?
Lady Gaga's like, I don't know. The abortion scene in the doctor's office. I mean, she's already had 7 abortions. Do you really think we need to do a second one?
Right.
Oh my God.
The most dope for Troy says, oh, what?
This is like what they're going for, though, right? The super depressing stuff. The first Joker I thought was super depressing. So
it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Intentionally, yeah. It's hyper depressing.
I'm more of a Guardians of the Galaxy type person.
Me too. I like happy movies.
Guardians of the Galaxy did it right because they hit you with all the depression up front in the first scene, and they're like, okay, we're done. No more of that shit.
That's part of why I didn't like the third Guardians. It was okay. It wasn't bad, but I think it's definitely the weakest one. That was like the most fucking depressing of all the Guardians movies.
Of course it was. Yeah.
And they spread that fucking depression out the whole movie. They keep cutting back to the super depressing backstory of Rocket. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was so
It's
messed
like,
up. Yeah,
I was like,
so
oh my
messed
God.
up.
You're so right. They should have just done exactly what they did in the first movie, where they front load. That's it's interesting because that's usually the Marvel movie formula is they put the hyper depressing thing that's like the setup for a character in the beginning, and
Yep.
then they kind of move away from it,
Yep.
and then they'll come back to it in terms of like that's the character development. So they should have done that. They should have followed the formula in Guardians 3. I never thought I would say that. They should have followed the formula.
They did that in Up too with a super.
Yes.
I mean, in Up, you're like, oh my God, I'll never
Right.
forget this movie.
Yes.
They give you that super emotional experience, and they're like, now it's time to have fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Though I don't know. I never liked Up.
You don't like
But-
Up?
No.
What do you? Oh my God.
No.
That's okay.
Not as bad though. The movie that probably did that the most, like the worst, the most awkwardly was obviously Thor: Love and Thunder, which has possibly one of the most depressing Disney movie, Marvel movie openings of all time, and then it's just wacky fun afterwards, and you're like, what the what is like the beginning of the movie is literally Christian Bale watching his daughter starve to death. Like
I
holy shit.
never saw Love and Thunder though.
Oh my God.
Supposedly Christian Bale delivers like amazing performance. So.
He does because he's Christian Bale. He's a great actor.
Yeah.
He's always great in everything. But yeah, like literally the fucking first like 5-10 minutes of the movie is Christian Bale with like weird alien paint on his face, watching his daughter starve to death. And you're like, this is fucking horrific. And then it immediately cuts to like wacky comedy. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? Like the tone shift is just so dramatic. Your brain can't like process it.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's such a mistake. I think that like the whiplash from that opening scene to the rest of the movie is probably like 30% of why people hate that movie. I mean, it has a lot of problems, don't get me wrong, and I don't like it beyond that, but I think that whiplash is like it really emotionally puts you in such a bad mood for that movie. You're like, what the fuck? Because even with like Guardians and the other things, when they have like the tragic opening, they don't make fun of the character for having the tragic opening. It's just like it'll like do like a jump cut to like years later or something, right? So maybe like
Yeah,
you let your
totally.
brain kind of associate the tone. It literally has after the guy watches his daughter die, he like finds a god. Christian Bale finds a god, and he's like asking the god for help, and the god is like wacky, funny, like obnoxious god, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
He just watched his daughter
weird.
die. Like, what the fuck? What's happening? The most dope for 2 hours says, you guys should check out this video from Lotus Eaters. It's hard to tell if it's Putin simping or actually, quote, we just want to look at history, guys. You can't just say he's evil. I'll check it out. I know
Yeah,
sometimes
sure.
they have some pretty weird takes on Lotus Eaters. So
We've been disagreeing with Carl on Ukraine since the very beginning. Like you can go back and
that is true.
yeah.
He's not on that video though. It's
Did you see that?
the other people.
The other video that's going around with Trump talking to, well, he's talking to the crowd,
did
but
see
Zelensky
that,
is with him. And I
Yeah.
kept thinking, I'm like, well, I mean, Zelensky did help Trump out during the impeachment, so he's probably going to stand by his man Zelensky, right?
Yeah, but then he kind of throws Zelensky under the bus. Because he has
Right.
that comment about like his good relationship with Putin. And then Zelensky makes some comment about like, I hope I have a better, he's like, well, I have a better relationship. And I forget Trump, I try to remember, Trump makes some like weird comment about it.
Hmm.
And I was like, oh, that's strange.
Trump, I do think Trump would obviously pick the voters over his voters over Zelensky. So
Oh, of course. Yeah.
that's a unfortunate reality of American politics.
There was, Carl made a video that was about the Winston Churchill debacle with Tucker Carlson. And
Oh,
like
wow.
the first 3/4 of the video, I'm like, oh, this is really good video. He's kind of talking about it. But the last quarter of the video, I was like, what the fuck? He brings up this tweet, and I remember seeing this tweet at the time, and I'm like, this is the dumbest fucking tweet I've ever seen. And it was this tweet that someone made about like Game of Thrones. And it was about how the reason George R. R. Martin didn't or couldn't finish Game of Thrones is because he's a fat socialist who wants to deconstruct like the good and evil hero mythology. And so his story like desperately wants to be about this like kind of you know, black and white Lord of the Rings sort of like good evil mythological thing, and that's what the story naturally wants to be. And the fact that George R. Martin is a communist who doesn't want that, that's why he can't finish the books. And I'm like, okay, if you think that's the direction the story's going, you literally don't understand anything about Game of Thrones or haven't really been fucking paying attention to the story at all. And I was pretty shocked to hear Carl like repeat that tweet as if that was a valid thing that was going on in Game of Thrones. So
You're more of the Game of Thrones expert than me. Like, you've read the books and watched the series,
right?
Not on your phone.
Like, I don't think there's going to be Daenerys randomly turning evil like in the show. Stupid plot line. But the whole, like, there's constantly, again and again and again, the book is setting you up for, like, you know, the difficulties of rule, the stupidity of blood lineage ruling things, the stupidity of, like, blindly taking, like, oaths of honor and all these things. And you can either agree or disagree with these themes, but these things are all like pretty deeply woven into the story. And it's kind of baffling for someone to write a tweet where they're like, no, it's just going to be like good and evil. He just doesn't like them. Like, no, it's very clearly not going that direction. That's why I said it's very clearly, to me, going in the direction of the White Walkers and the humans had some treaty that the humans, you know, failed to deliver on. And that's kind of going to be like a central conflict point they're going to have to work out. So
I kept wondering if George R. R. Martin had read The Dictator's Handbook or Machiavelli, because he seems to really understand that concept of building coalitions and these coalitions never quite being totally stable, right?
Right.
He seems to get that.
Oh no, yeah, George R. Martin's a smart guy. I mean, I'm mad as fuck that he hasn't finished the books either, but you were 100% correct. And, you know, that's kind of like, if you look back, you know, it's kind of different it's kind of different in the show, but like if you look back in the books, when you look at the first book with Ned and how Ned kind of played the Game of Thrones, if you're kind of looking at through the Dictator's Handbook perspective, it's like super obvious that Ned is doing every fucking possibly wrong decision as soon as he shows up in King's Landing to like,
right. I mean, but he ends up losing his head.
Right.
Over it. So it goes in the direction that you'd expect it to go. It's not like Pollyanna about the situation.
Right. But that's the thing, is that like, and that was intentional, because like you, the reader, think, oh, well, Ned is, you know, the righteous, you know, hero. He's going to, you know, succeed, and then he dies. And it's like, well, if you actually look at it from the Dictator's Handbook perspective, it was like super obvious that he was going to die. And he was making all these like huge errors and mistakes. Like literally, I don't remember, because in my mind, the book and the show kind of meld together, but I think I don't know if he says in the book, I mean, in the show, but I know in the book, Littlefinger literally spells out almost directly to Ned about how if Stannis becomes king, Littlefinger will lose all his power. He's like don't choose Stannis. I will betray you if he's like, he's basically saying it as clearly as he can say it without just directly saying it. And Ned doesn't perceive it, because he's just thinking about like, I have to do what is honorable. You know, he's not thinking about it from a power perspective. And then that's obviously why Littlefinger betrays him.
But I don't know how you could understand all of that and still be going for this black and white, good and evil type scenario.
Well, the tweet, I think that the guy's tweet was supposed to be like arguing that the story has a natural inclination to want to go there. And even though George R. R. Martin doesn't want it to go there, I think that was kind of the point he was trying to make.
And he views like the socialist outcome as being he wants it to go towards a socialist ending.
I guess he was saying that George R. R. Martin doesn't like, he was making the point that the story has some natural inclination to want to do some sort of like good versus evil, black white thing, but George R. R. Martin, because he's a socialist, wants to make everything like deconstructed hero, you know, storytelling, everything is gray, sort of.
Is George R. R. Martin a socialist?
I have no fucking clue. I mean, he's obviously left wing. I don't know if he's a socialist. I've never heard that before. So,
I mean, the ending of the last season made me think, well, George R. R. Martin didn't write any of that, right? Like
not to my knowledge.
Right. The very like weird, super weird ending. We're going to make a guy who's easily going to be killed his first night, like the king.
Well,
I believe completely abandons the whole Machiavelli storyline.
Well, actually, no, because I believe the only thing that we know is accurate from the ending, from the book ending, or the potential book ending, is who becomes king at the end.
Oh, really?
Right.
That's actually how it goes?
Supposedly. But the whole thing with Bran and the becoming, the Three-Eyed Raven is completely different in the book, because in the book, I really think the Children of the Forest are going to be shown to be evil. And so it's going to be kind of questionable, like, are they possessing Bran? Is Bran like defeating them? Because this is what I think. I think in the book, I think this is a huge mistake, because you know how they had like the time travel element in the show for like no reason,
Yeah.
with Hodor.
Yeah, that was the longest, most anticlimactic setup in cinematic history.
Right. Because like in the show, you have this weird thing where it's like, okay, you introduce time travel, but then they do nothing with it.
Yeah.
All that happens is he brain fucks Hodor to literally hold the door, and then he finds out like John's true parentage. I think what's going to go on in the books, and I think this is a mistake. I don't think this is a good idea, but I think George R. R. Martin is going to show that Bran is doing a fucking Edge of Tomorrow Groundhog's Day scenario where he's time looping in order to get the desired outcome that he wants at the end of the series.
Right.
Which ends with him being king. So
I guess
anyway,
we'll see.
I don't think we'll see, because I don't think he's ever going to finish. The most to vote for $2 said it's pretty disappointing because they do the same thing with BLM and basically assign Putin zero agency or free will, all while saying America and Zelensky are the only ones responsible for all the dead soldiers. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not
I think
our
that's
fault.
I think that's pretty gross. I think that's pretty gross and weird. So,
Well, I guess you could say it's America's fault in the fact that they didn't vote for Donald Trump, because if Trump was president, obviously none of that would ever happen. So, right?
well, it does kind of all reek of like America bad, liberalism bad. So we have to support Russia because we view Russia as like being a non-liberal country. Like, I kind of feel like that's the intuition underneath all this stuff.
Well, what I was saying was just a joke. So,
Okay. Richardson, the neocon for $2 says, "Why did you vote for Dukakis, Adam?"
oh yeah, did you ask me on Twitter? Somebody asked me this on Twitter, and I said, "Ask me on the live stream."
No.
So, George W. Bush actually came to California when the Dukakis George W. Bush election happened. So I actually saw George W. Bush speak. I went to a rally, one of these rallies, and George W. Bush just seemed like a fucking idiot to me. Like everything he was saying, I was like, this just seems like total bullshit and platitudes. So I was like, I'm not voting for this guy. Fuck him.
Okay. There you go.
And that's it. Have you ever been to a political rally, Sitch?
No, I've
It's
never been
kind
to
of
a political-
interesting that like a Republican came to California then. Like when George W. Bush was running against Michael Dukakis, like California was still in play. Obviously Reagan won California, right? He was the governor of California.
Right.
Now nobody comes to California. I may never see someone else in California my entire life.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Yeah, it was George H.W. Bush, not George W. Bush. Maybe I got that. Maybe I didn't say H.W.
A Team Frostback for $2.79 Canadian says, "Adam, bring up the People's Joker trailer in red."
We're going to
Don't-
get copyright claims if we bring up
don't
some
bring that
trailer.
Bob Van Gogh for $10 says, "Now seeing how inferior the Russian military is, do you think they'd be capable of annexing anything past Ukraine, even absent U.S. support? If not, the appeasement argument never made sense." I don't agree with that because, well, there's two issues. There's number one, the appeasement argument is if you just allow Russia to take Ukraine, is that not sending a clear signal to China that they can just take Taiwan and no one would stop them? Right. So there's that angle, number one. Number two, I don't believe if America hadn't supported Ukraine from the beginning, Russia would have just rolled right the fuck over Ukraine. I've never heard anyone argue that otherwise. Even if the Russian military was pretty incompetent, like the Russian military was pretty incompetent at first because they expected to just roll over Ukraine, which, by the way, I believe historically is a pretty common theme in Russian military blunders, is them being hyper overconfident that they're going to roll over a lesser military power and then not. So there's that.
They also expected Zelensky to run. They didn't expect
Right.
Zelensky to stick around. So they just were going to install some Russian puppet. I mean, they went to Kiev to do this, remember?
Right.
And Zelensky was like, I'm hiding in Kiev and I'm sticking around. And they were like, what?
Right. They thought this was going to be a repeat of when they marched into Georgia, essentially. I think it only took like a week or however long it took. And they installed, whoever they installed. So there's that. But then, and I don't believe now the Russian military, I don't believe it's incompetent anymore, right? Have they kind of got their shit together after fighting them for like 2 years? I mean,
Yeah.
they're kind of at a stalemate back and forth. So I don't know. I don't really buy that argument. But Calestro for $5 says, did this guy go after any other media critics who hyper-analyze media through political lens, but from the other side?
No.
See, I was actually looking for that. I couldn't find it because, yeah, that would be like if he was complaining, right? Like if he was complaining about H. Bomber guy, or he's complaining about Big Joel, or I don't know, someone else who's like a socialist that was complaining.
Who's the one that we've done a couple of his videos, but he almost just did exclusive movie content, but then he started doing
Saint Jack Saint.
No. The chat will know who it is, but he's a funny guy. We've covered a couple of his videos. I think he did one on Forrest Gump that we covered, but he's like a total socialist, completely socialist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If he covered that guy, I'd be like, okay, yeah, definitely.
He did a Forrest Gump video?
Yeah, he did a Forrest Gump movie review that we covered and hated.
I don't remember this at all.
As soon as chat says it, you'll know who it is.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, if he had done that, then I'd be like, oh, interesting. But no, I mean, not to my knowledge. I don't believe he's ever done that. So
cool.
But yeah, he hates all the people in the drinker circle. He hates Neurotic, and I didn't hear him talk about Mahler, but I assume he hates Mahler too. So
he put him in the video.
Right. But I mean, but he didn't directly say anything about it. Cholesterol Friday says, I don't know if you saw the YMS versus drinker beef. He walked back a lot of his statements and criticisms. Yes.
We had YMS on
when we talked
like
YMS?
Shortly after that. Yeah.
Right. Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we did.
really
We
don't
talked to
remember that
YMS about it.
Yeah. Okay. He thinks Mahler is an idiot. Well, I guess that makes sense par for the course. So still waiting for Fight Club. Yeah, we still have to watch that insane Fight Club video at some point. Jeez. Anyways.
Is that it?
That's it.
Well, I wasn't even able to find the guy.
Don't worry about it.
Jeez.
No one knows who you're talking about either. So.
I know. Can't believe it. He is
Are you
insane,
sure he
though.
talked about it?
Oh,
I mean,
hell
I kind
yeah.
of,
We've
I
covered
vaguely remember
multiple of
like
his
seeing
videos.
some Forrest Gump video, but I don't remember doing a stream on it. So.
Covered multiple of his videos. He's a total socialist.
Oh, wait, I found it.
What is it?
Found
What's
it
his
from our
name?
video.
It's driving me crazy. Yeah, it's driving me crazy. What's his name?
Forrest Gump. What are American values?
Renegade Cut. Thank you.
Renegade
Oh,
Cut. Renegade Cuck. That's right. We were making fun of him.
One-Eyed Crow gets it. Yes. One-Eyed Crow for the win.
What is
Yes,
Renegade?
Renegade Cut.
What is he
So
up to? I
look.
haven't checked his channel in forever.
I still watch his videos. They're all crazy. They're
Oh,
insane.
okay.
It's great cringe, man. You gotta turn the bell on for that shit.
Hey, look, he's praising Slay the Princess. I gotta give him points for that.
Renegade cuck. Yes. So
Good.
look,
Mm-hmm.
if Mr. Birdman, all you got to do is cover Renegade cuck, and
Oh, there you
all
go.
is forgiven. That
Interesting.
would be true enlightened centrism. You get your enlightened centrism card back if you cover.
Okay.
Look, and he'll even. Oh, they could have a major fight online. It'd be great.
There you go. I like
He
it.
could call Renegade cuck racist,
Ooh.
and Renegade cuck could call him homophobic. It'll be
Ooh.
awesome.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. So I guess we're gonna wrap up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sweet. We got a bunch of stuff to do this week anyway.
All right. Well, take care, everybody. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wait. Don't end the stream yet.
What do you mean?
There was a super chat from last week we forgot to read.
Did you hit? Yeah. Is the stream still going?
Yeah, I didn't hit the button.
Oh, okay. I
I also
hit
didn't
it.
do the ending because we're terrible.
We didn't do the intro either. That's why I was laughing. I was like, okay.
I did the
well,
intro. What do you mean?
Well, we didn't. I didn't play harmonica.
You didn't play the harmonica. Very original for 10 Canadian. Says the problem with talking to these woke types is you're not talking with an honest actor. You're talking to an activist. If they won't engage with any hypotheticals, they're an activist. True.
That's calling Hutch an activist.
True.
But Hutch doesn't really know anything about politics, so how can you call him an activist?
Interesting. Maybe.
Imagine the chat. What the fuck, Adam?
Adam, get the harmonica.
I will.
Oh, D5280 for $2 says, Sitch, I just watched body footage cam Ohio cat eating. There you go. And Stug for $2 says, one thing. Thank you, Stug.
I sent Sitch the video from the
Looks
Ohio
great.
stuff, so
Nice. I'll check it
we'll
out.
see. We'll see if it works. I don't know.
Immigrants are taking over Pennsylvania. This is the video you're talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true superheroes. You are the true, actual enlightened centrist, not like this faker bird person. He is actually a very, very political left-wing person. No. Don't buy his shenanigans, his lies. Unlike you, you are the true isekai anime protagonist. You are the true person that watches all media. Every time any movie or video game comes out, the story knowledge is beamed directly into your brain. And you're able to objectively give it a rating of 1 to 10, completely independent of the political message that exists in the movie, because you are just such a hyper AI brain LLM gobbledygook machine. Everything I say is 100% true. Never forget that. And we'll see you on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!